Emperor Thanath was the Usra who had reached the furthest up the scales of power in the last 5,000 years. Furthermore, the fact that he was a mage that only 1% of the Usra race could become only made him even more brilliant to anyone who looked at him. His stats were monstrously high and worthy of a fourth-order existence. However, as a being primarily focused on the annihilation of armies through the use of powerful magic spells, the Emperor's main stats were naturally mana and magic. Of course, this did not mean that Thanath was lacking as far as the rest of his stats were concerned, but they were simply not comparable to how monstrously high his mana and magic were. Generally, mages had weak bodies, but this was only compared to melee warriors with a similar level or scale of power to them. If a normal first-order existence ever tried to take down Emperor Thanath just because they believed that mages were weak in melee combat, then that being would die without even knowing how. But was Bai Zemin a normal first-order existence? This was the key question that ironically answered the mystery of what happened next. Once Bai Zemin's 100 punches hit the center of the Emperor's chest, a colossal explosion shook the earth, and had it not been for the laws of the oblong world being superior to those of Earth, countless small spatial rifts would have opened up right there, adding to the ones floating in the sky as Crimson Blood Judgment and Massacre Barrier clashed. Emperor Thanath's eyes widened in shock at the overwhelming pain that engulfed him from his chest, and he could do nothing to stop a thin trickle of blood from slipping from the corner of his lips. Tusk! Bai Zemin clicked his tongue and hurriedly jumped back, putting considerable distance between himself and the Emperor. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the golden robe the Emperor of the Usra race was wearing. The robe appeared to be made of silk and had various decorations in different shades of gold and silver. But the most striking thing was that it had several strange runes engraved on the surface which gave the garment a strange, but at the same time mysterious and extravagant look. "Your Majesty really knows how to enjoy life." Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head. A genuine bitter smile appeared on his face as he looked his enemy in the eyes and slowly said, "Could that be a rank 4 magic robe?" Just before, when Bai Zemin punched his void fist into the Emperor's chest, he felt 40% of the skill's power being almost completely suppressed. Every punch that Bai Zemin threw forward had felt like falling into a large bed of squishy white cotton. Emperor Thanath did not respond, and instead spat a large amount of saliva mixed with some crimson blood on the ground. Were it not for the fact that his robe was an epic-grade treasure he had stolen from a mighty warrior after dominating another world, Bai Zemin's attack would have been able to leave wounds that a fourth-order mage would not be able to ignore. At this point, both Bai Zemin and Emperor Thanath were at a stalemate. Emperor Thanath could not move as he was doing his best to contain the enemy's bestial magical attack. Furthermore, the fact that his four-circle magic attack from earlier had somehow been resisted by the enemy left a mark on Thanath's subconscious that made him think that perhaps the young man before him had a way to block his attacks. So, to avoid wasting large quantities of mana that would serve to block the attack that was over his head and threaten to destroy everything, Thanath did not attack again. On the other hand, Bai Zemin was not very different from Emperor Thanath in certain respects. Unlike what Emperor Thanath believed, Bai Zemin was not only badly wounded, but also had used his only way to protect himself against magical attacks that overwhelmed him by a wide margin. Simply put, the current Bai Zemin had no way of surviving if Thanath decided to cast a second magic spell. Forget about 4 circles, just 1 magic circle would probably be enough to send him into oblivion. As if the aforementioned were not enough, Bai Zemin could not allow Emperor Thanath to notice nervousness or fear in his expression, as this might reveal his facade. So, Bai Zemin did not dare to launch a second attack against the Emperor, since if that strange robe Thanath wore were to suppress such an attack again, then Bai Zemin would be losing hundreds of stamina points by launching another void fist or valuable mana points that he could use to try to survive in case he were attacked. Each of them had their own worries, so for several seconds they simply looked at each other, as if they wanted to find each other's weak point only by looking at the other. Meanwhile, natural disasters forced by the constant vibrations and explosions of mana and magic continued to plague the oblong world and terrify the beings that inhabited it. Not only the Usras, but there were also many wild beasts and creatures of all kinds that had died and continued to lose their lives with each passing second. 2,000 kilometers away from the place where the battlefield of Bai Zemin and Emperor Thanath was located, a giant city not inferior at all to the city destroyed by Bai Zemin was currently experiencing the worst catastrophe in its entire history since its construction more than 10,000 years ago. Poison Fire City had been built near a miasma-filled forest and a volcano that was over 7 kilometers high. The reason why the ancestors decided to build a city in such a dangerous place was because the miasma-filled forest was inhabited by countless beasts that could be hunted for food, and from which the Usuras could extract soul stones, as well as a large amount of materials to construct buildings and forge equipment. As for the giant volcano, the last time it had erupted was more than 400,000 years ago, so everyone had already forgotten its terror. And also in the vicinity, there were elemental creatures born from the magma that was hidden underground. Creatures that once killed dropped fire cores that served to enhance magical equipment for attack or defense. None of the more than 5 million residents of Poison Fire City knew how it began, nor did they know the reason why all this was happening. However, the reality before their eyes was impossible to deny, no matter how terrifying it was. The poisonous miasma surrounding the mutant forest was expelled into the surroundings as the earth began to rumble, and the constant explosions of air coming from the distance caused the dark-looking cloud to spread until it finally reached the interior of the city. The Usuras could do nothing against the poison, but endure the pain of being slowly corroded from the inside as they fought against the wild beasts that had run out of the forest frightened by what was happening. For every second that passed, hundreds and even thousands of Usuras fell prey to the jaws and claws of a creature, or fell victim to the poisonous miasma that was slowly corroding their internal organs. After more than 100,000 Usuras lost their lives fighting bravely and fervently, a sound unknown to all resounded underground. At first, it was something similar to the sound of a growling stomach in search of food. However, it didn't take more than a few seconds for the sound to turn into something similar to an enraged beast searching for the one who wronged it. Rumble! The earth began to rumble without warning, and with bangs that woke everyone up from what they thought was just a nightmare as cracks spread throughout Poison Fire City. Each crack was similar to an earth dragon stretching over 300 meters wide and several hundred kilometers long. As for the depth, if one were to look down, one would see pure darkness were it not for the small flash of orange to yellow light. Tens of thousands of Usuras and tens of thousands of mutant beasts fell into the cracks that appeared without warning as they screamed in terror or roared in fear, falling deep into what seemed like an endless abyss of no return. Waves of hot steam began to rise from the cracks, and in an instant the entire city was mixed with greenish-grayish clouds. The sizzling sound caused by the waves of steam when they came in contact with the poisonous miasma mingled with the rumbling of the ground as the smell of fish filled the air. Then, to the terror of Usuras and beasts alike, the giant volcano that had been silent for hundreds of thousands of years roared like a creature that had finally awakened from its seemingly eternal slumber. It was then that the inhabitants of Poison Fire City realized what those waves of steam were. It was the living magma from deep within the Earth's crust. The fiery vapor and the poisonous miasma collided with each other, and in time an even more terrifying poison than the previous one was formed, because when it entered the lungs one would feel as if they were on fire from the inside out as the poison slowly corroded everything. Screams, cries, curses, supplications, groans, roars. The Usuras and the beasts that did not know why they had to go through such cruelty expressed their complaints before the inevitable death. Poison Fire City was just one of the many cases. Oblong World was a world that was in its third evolutionary stage, and thus not only its laws were tremendously powerful, but its natural size had expanded greatly to the point where the Earth would be no different than a grain of rice compared to the world's largest airplane if it were placed next to Oblong. However, all the cities inhabited by Usuras, and the forests filled with mutant beasts and plants that were 200,000 kilometers away from the Cosmos Gate, as the center experienced the meaning of the word Armageddon. It was as if the true end had come. It was as if the trumpets of the apocalypse had sounded. It was as if the heavens were about to collapse over their heads. When had the Oblong World ever experienced chaos of such magnitude? At least, no Usura or living beast could remember. However, more than 3 million years ago, when Oblong was not very different to Earth, chaos of similar magnitude had assaulted the peaceful lives of its inhabitants in a manner similar to the present but on a global scale. It was when the unknown entity called Soul Record decided to appear before all and shine in the retina of every living being on the planet. How many died until several centuries later an empire was created that finally brought some peace to the Usura race? Countless, too many to count. Do you know how many have died for what you just did? Thanath asked hoarsely as he looked at Bai Zemin with a now calm expression. Women, old people, children, and even newborn babies. Countless have perished and still perish as we stand here because of your act of cruelty. My act of cruelty, you say? Bai Zemin looked at the emperor dumbfounded before bursting out laughing. He laughed as if he had heard the world's greatest joke for several seconds before slowly stopping. His black eyes flashed with anger beyond all possible description, even though his voice sounded calm. When your Usra race raided other worlds, did you think of the billions dying under your bloodthirsty clutches? When you foul beasts slaughtered left and right just to pick the brains of others, did you think about age or gender? Finally, Bai Zemin seemed to lose himself as he pointed directly at the emperor and roared, "Don't you dare sermonize to me, you fucking hypocritical bastard. It was you beasts who attacked my world and my country, taking advantage of the fact that Earth's defenses were low. Did you think of how many children and newborn babies would die then? What the hell do you know about suffering if from your birth until now you lived under the protection of an established empire? Before you talk about me, wash your rotten mouth. You, as well as all others of your race, are worse than hyenas." Unlike Bai Zemin and all the other inhabitants of Earth, all the Usras except those who had already died almost 3 million years ago had lived in an empire where there was a certain law and were under the protection of trained and powerful armies. On the other hand, the Usras attacked and destroyed other races for the sake of eating the soul stones of other beings. So, in Bai Zemin's eyes, Emperor Thanath's words were no different from a way of mocking him. The emperor's expression did not change at Bai Zemin's words. He looked him straight in the eye and said in a neutral voice, "You all are just dogs following in the footsteps of something you don't even know. What's wrong with slaughtering some dogs?" Bai Zemin stood stunned for almost a full minute as he stared at the man in front of him intently. Suddenly, he closed his eyes and without another word turned around to walk toward the Cosmos Gate, which at this moment had shrunk to the point where only one person could pass through. Just before crossing the rift, Bai Zemin stopped and extended his hand backward. With a grasping gesture, the wind howled and the greatsword easily pierced through the barrier meant to stop magical attacks. The reason why Bai Zemin's greatsword had not yet pierced the barrier was because the weapon was deep inside the trident created with blood and surrounded by magical flames. Since the purpose for which Bai Zemin had used Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words had been achieved, after taking advantage of the weapon's weight when it was time to activate gravity manipulation, there was no need to maintain it any longer. Now, what Bai Zemin needed to do was very simple. One word from him was enough to accomplish it. After securing his weapon, Bai Zemin said slowly, word by word, and in an extremely calm voice, "At this moment it may be impossible for me, but I want you to engrave these words deeply in your head. If you survive to what is coming in a few seconds, I, Bai Zemin, swear in the name of my beloved mother that I will find you. Even if I have to cross the entire universe, even if I must traverse every planet in existence, I will definitely find you. Centimeter by centimeter, I will peel off your skin as if you were an apple. I will throw pure salt on your naked flesh. I will cut your flesh inch by inch before tearing out your eyes and throwing every piece of you to the pigs. It is a promise, Usra Emperor. I, Bai Zemin, was raised by my father from a young age to keep my word." Bai Zemin took a step forward, and as half of his body disappeared beyond him, he pointed back and whispered, "Explode. Backslash, 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 backslash." Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 475, Sirius, Eyes illuminated the universe again. While Bai Zemin and Shangyu and Bingzhu would have a path of blood and corpses after arriving in the Oblong world, the universe in general was in a state of major turmoil rarely seen before. As for the reason was that the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius finally had another strange movement after approximately 15 years of being quiet. 15 years ago, Sirius constellation revealed for the first time in over 10 million years its first sign that despite always being silent, it still had its own will. It was 15 years ago that all the existences of the universe remembered that in a distant corner of the vast cosmos, there existed one of the constellations that held in its interior one of the most desired and coveted firmament fragments by every living being in existence. 15 years ago, the factions of higher existences moved in an attempt to get into the constellation, to fight for what was inside as if they had forgotten the dangers that existed within, just for the sake of making off with the firmament fragment of the heavenly wolf Sirius. Unfortunately, After countless attacked in an unsuccessful attempt to open a tiny spatial rift in the constellation, they all had no choice but to retreat in silence. The life expectancy of the higher existences was unlimited. As long as they did not die from external causes, nature and the passage of time would never be able to corrode their lives. Therefore, 15 years was not a long time for them. Just as everyone was slowly beginning to get back to minding their own business and forgetting what had happened a decade and a half ago, the constellation that had been silent was active again. Serious eyes illuminated the universe again. When those words were pronounced by the higher existence that was closer to the area where the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was located, they did not take more than a couple of hours to spread like dust being swept away by strong storms, reaching every habitable corner of the universe at limiting speeds. ///// Cram World. This was a world that had already crossed its 6th evolutionary stage, so apart from possessing powerful laws of its own, the will of Cram World was so powerful that, from a certain point of view, it was not different from possessing a kind of artificial intelligence defending a giant fortress, since at the moment of feeling threatened, it would use all the laws of the world to attack the threatening being. Cram World was a hidden world within a spatial realm created by one of the most powerful and ancient existences in the history of all creation, from the vault of the sky to the land and seas that made up each shining star. This was the place where the faction of higher existences called the demonic army was led by the mighty Lucifer. In the center of the world, surrounded by huge mountains that towered above the shadowy clouds, a magnificent castle stood perfectly in the center of it all. This castle was the home of Lucifer, the lord of the demon army. Inside a special room that had been built with space magic and extremely strong materials of the highest quality, 2 women were engaged in combat. Both were extremely beautiful women with godlike bodies, capable of taking the breath away from humanoids and beasts alike. One of them wore a long, bright purple magic robe, a purple hat with golden details similar to those used by witches in human legends, silk gloves up to her elbows, and clutched tightly to a magic scepter that was almost as tall as she was. This woman was Fire Sorrow, a 7th-order existence whose actual level was unknown and one of the people Lucifer trusted the most. As expected of you, a striking talent who in less than a century managed to reach the 6th order really learns fast, the purple-haired woman said, and spared no effort in praising the woman in front of her. The other woman wore a midnight black dress that almost completely covered her skin, barely exposing her delicate shoulders and arms partially, along with a harmless amount of cleavage, that instead of making her look like a seductive or easy woman, added elegance and natural charm to her cold and proud aura. It's no big deal. If it wasn't for your guidance over the last month, I wouldn't have been able to understand so much about magic and especially about the laws of space, Lilith said while holding an elegant sword in her small right hand. If Fire Sorrow was like the beautiful flower called Fire Trumpet because of its fresh beauty, but at the same time rare to find so it easily attracted everyone's eyes, then Lilith was no different from a rose that, with its charm, bewitched everyone who dared to look at it, and forced them to stretch out their hands towards it even though they knew that the thorns would hurt them. Fire Sorrow shook her head at Lilith's words and said calmly, "You don't need to be modest about certain matters, otherwise others might see you as an arrogant person who silently boasts about her achievements. Lilith, your talent for magic is without a doubt the highest I have ever seen, and I dare say that His Majesty would not be angry if I state that even he will not be able to compare to you as far as magic is concerned in around 1,000 years from now." It had been about a month, a little more or a little less, since Lilith and Fire Sorrow had entered the special training room. Since then, both women had immersed themselves completely in training tutorial and never left the space they were currently in. As higher existences who had overcome the erosion of time and had almost completely surpassed the natural limits imposed on the fleshly body, neither Fire Sorrow nor Lilith really needed to eat or sleep for long periods of time. 1 month for both women was but a snap of the fingers. This was especially true for Fire Sorrow, an existence that had lived countless years so far. Over the past month, Fire Sorrow and Lilith had slowly begun to really get along with each other. In the past, the 2 women had practically zero exchanges with each other, except for necessary formalities. But after a month in which not only did Lilith learn a lot about magic, but it was a time during which Fire Sorrow learned a lot about varied combat from Lilith, the 2 began to become more relatable. Even if they couldn't be considered friends or much less unbreakable sisters, At the very least they had become close enough that Fire Sorrow inadvertently stopped calling her bloody succubus and started referring to her as Lilith. Well, considering I already had a bit of knowledge about space magic, I still don't think my accomplishments are as amazing as you make it out to be. Lilith shook her head while smiling slightly. Girl, you say that because you're still too young and have no idea how hard it is to control space magic. Fire Sorrow sighed before smiling bitterly. Destroying is easy, but creating and controlling, that's really hard. Remember these words. Lilith nodded and was about to say something when suddenly both she and Fire Sorrow had a drastic change of expression, as the same words echoed not only in both ladies' heads, but also echoed in the heads of every member of the demonic army. Emergency meeting. Except for those who are guarding our worlds, everyone else stop whatever you're doing and head to Cram immediately. That was. Lilith looked at Fire Sorrow as if waiting for confirmation from her. Indeed, that was His Majesty Lucifer. Fire Sorrow looked as surprised as Lilith as she said, "This is really weird. Except when the abyssal rift appears, His Majesty rarely links up mentally with all of us to convey a message or command." Each faction of higher existences possessed something similar to group chat, where guild members of a video game could chat with each other to see how they were doing, organize hunting parties, explore, etc. However, most of them simply had this group chat silenced because after living several millennia, they had all acquired a bit eccentric personalities, and the demonic army was not the friendliest faction. They were all quite crazy, so even among themselves they protected against each other. Only the leader and creator of the faction could force his words into the minds of the members. Let's go and see what's going on. Judging from His Majesty's voice, it looks like it's something big this time. Fire Sorrow waved her magic staff, and the space inside the room twisted strangely. Lilith felt her body being moved to a different position, and even though she could have refused, she remained calm and let herself be pulled. In an instant, she came face to face with a huge portal built of stones that had countless runic engravings on the surface. The two women looked at each other briefly before stepping forward at the same time. An instant later, both Fire Sorrow and Lilith were back at the rear of the castle where Lucifer resided. Just a glance was enough to see hundreds of fifth-order existences flying through the skies or running towards the large square at the front of the castle, right in front of the large main gates. By the time Lilith arrived at the gathering place following Fire Sorrow, she saw that there were already many people gathered. Lucifer's castle was simply too big, so there were thousands of higher existences who preferred to stay and live there when they had nothing to do. After all, Lucifer only had one rule, which was not to go near the upper floor. But except for this rule, everyone could do as they pleased, and the comforts of the Cram world were of the highest quality. Except for a few, no one really knew the reason why the flexible Lucifer so vehemently forbade anyone to go near the upper floors of the castle. However, if these proud existences knew the real reason, they might all spit blood and die on the spot. Many thought that perhaps the man who had titles such as Demon, Incarnation of Evil, Incarnation of Sloth, Walking Evil, Devil, and many others, was actually torturing enemies to obtain information from the other factions of higher existences. Others thought that in reality, Lucifer was always sleepy and exhausted, because at the top of the castle, he hid thousands of heavenly beauties with whom he spent day and night having sex. However, little did they expect that the reason Lucifer forbade anyone to go near the top floors of the castle was very simple. Noise. Lucifer hated noise because noise interrupted his sleep. So he forbade everyone to go near the place where his room was. Lilith had found out about this a week ago while exchanging advice with Fire Sorrow, and when she learned that all the strange rumors that Lucifer wouldn't even let his daughters go were pure fallacies, but instead spent all day locked in his room sleeping, she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Your Majesty." Fire Sorrow's voice was extremely respectful, and seeing how the proud and firm seventh-order woman bowed, Lilith looked forward and finally, her ruby eyes caught sight of the person who gathered everyone here. Lucifer seemed to look at Fire Sorrow and nodded as a small sound slipped out of his mouth. Then, his head tilted to the side, and he seemed to look in Lilith's direction before nodding as well. Lilith was about to bow and nod as well, but suddenly realized something and almost died. The corner of her mouth twitched as she whispered softly, "This, Fire Sorrow, isn't he sleeping?" /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 476, All Higher Existences Assemble, Part 1. This, Fire Sorrow, isn't he sleeping? When Fire Sorrow heard such words come out of Lilith's mouth, and be clearly uttered with some hesitation, as if she couldn't believe what she was seeing, the powerful Seventh Order mage abruptly raised her head, and with wide eyes carefully observed the man in the distance. Lucifer was casually hovering a couple of feet above the ground, but was so steady that anyone looking at him would question if maybe there was some sort of invisible stool or couch there. He was currently wearing a light blue pajama set almost touching white that was composed of long pants, a neatly buttoned shirt, a hat with a large pom-pom at the top similar to the hats used at Christmas, while on his feet were a pair of fluffy, soft-looking slippers. Curiously or not, Fire Sorrow noticed a sort of pipe on the left side of the pajama shirt, and the same was true of the upper left side of the pants. She realized that this pajama set was one of the ones Lilith had given Lucifer a month ago. But what made Fire Sorrow's face turn pale was that, beyond the golden locks of the handsome and powerful Lucifer's long hair, his ever-lazy eyes were closed. His head occasionally swayed from side to side, and if one didn't know he was asleep, one could easily think he was nodding. That was why Fire Sorrow had previously not noticed it until Lilith pointed it out. As for the small sound Fire Sorrow had heard earlier, it was Lucifer's soft snoring. Fire Sorrow stepped forward with a pale face and floated until she reached the spot next to Lucifer. Then, with a helpless expression, she gently touched his shoulder and said while sighing, "Your Majesty, wake up. Vizzy, vizzy, vizzy. Your Majesty, wake up. Vizzy, 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 vizzy. Your Majesty, the faction members are already here. Vizzy, 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 vizzy." Fire Sorrow tried in various ways and even shook Lucifer's body fiercely. However, it was as if the leader of the demonic army had fallen into a total coma, as regardless of how loud Fire Sorrow's voice went or how hard she shook his body, nothing seemed to work as it was supposed to. Vizzy, 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 vizzy. The now over 20,000 superior existences, a number which was rapidly increasing, watched the scene with dead expressions on their faces. Except for the newer ones who had recently joined and didn't know the faction leader well, everyone else seemed to be used to this, so they weren't surprised by the strange sights. Fire Sorrow took several breaths and her generous chest rose and fell steadily as evidence of how agitated the woman was. She finally gritted her teeth and backed away until she finally returned to her position next to Lilith. Just as Lilith wondered if the powerful and talented Seventh Order mage was giving up, she heard Fire Sorrow mutter, "I have no choice but to use that method." That method, Lilith wondered if it was some forbidden skill or something similar. However, she soon realized that the leader of the faction she had decided to join was indeed an oddity among oddities, and not necessarily in the positive sense of things. Fire Sorrow took a deep breath and then shouted aloud, "Your Majesty Lucifer, the Lord of Heaven's army is taking all your clothes." Lucifer's eyes that were closed tightly, as if someone had sewn his eyelids shut, abruptly opened, and a terrifying light shone in his green pupils. Bang! A frighteningly powerful aura that left everyone breathless exploded out of his body, and the cram world seemed to shudder under the wrath of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Lucifer still seemed to be in a dream state, as even after opening his eyes he seemed lost, as if he did not know where he was. It was only after several seconds that his eyes sparkled as if he remembered something, and slowly, the dark aura coming out of his body began to recede little by little. While all those Fifth Order existences gasped for air, barely able to stand their ground in the face of the sudden explosion of anger from the leader of the demonic army, Lucifer looked leisurely and unconcerned. He slowly straightened his posture and descended from the sky. After looking around a bit, he looked at Fire Sorrow and said softly, "Oh, Fire Sorrow, it's you. I see you've done a good job on the bloody succubus. Not bad." Lucifer's words and tone of voice left everyone speechless once again. Looking at him with questioning eyes, everyone realized that Lucifer was not only powerful and loved comfortable clothes, but he was also a rather shameless being who cared little or nothing about the strange looks or thoughts others might have about him. The corner of Lilith's mouth twitched once or twice, as she silently thought that perhaps all the other leaders of the other factions of higher existences were also oddities like the one in front of her. "It's nothing, Your Majesty." Fire Sorrow sighed in her heart and changed the topic as she said, "The bloody succubus, Lilith is a genius in every sense of the word. I'm sure she will be a great addition to fight the beings beyond the Abyssal Rift." Abyssal Rift. When those words were spoken by Fire Sorrow, the higher existences of the demonic army had different reactions. Some of them looked confused as they were relatively new and young, so they had no idea what this abyssal rift was. But those veterans who were tens of thousands of years old and had been part of the demonic army for over 8,000 years had drastic changes in expression. Their faces went from speechless due to Lucifer's shamelessness to an expression of gravity and even fear. That's good. Although it's still several hundred years before it's our turn to defend, it's good to know that we have another powerful warrior capable of using magic on a large scale. At the very least, let's try to suffer less than what the army of white pigeons suffered 2 centuries ago. Lucifer said lazily, and as his body slowly floated upwards he pointed out, on the other hand, something big happened recently, and I'm sure all those old farts will be moving right about now. There were many questions floating around in the minds of many of those present. Among them, Lilith also seemed curious. Although she was a sixth-order existence that had recently demonstrated the ability to contend against a seventh-order existence with no apparent problems at first glance, her position within the demonic army was not especially high since she was a new member after all. So, the amount of information Lilith could access was quite limited at present. What was the abyssal rift? Lilith did not know with certainty the answer to this question. She only knew that it was apparently an area or place destined for slaughter, and in which all the factions of higher existences suffered disastrous losses, so they took turns with each other. Moreover, according to what she had just heard from Lucifer himself, every 1,000 years one of the factions had to go to that battle zone. Didn't this mean that slowly all the factions of higher existences were weakening rapidly? Lilith frowned tightly when such a thought was born in her heart. 1,000 years might seem like an eternity to many, but to the higher existences, it was nothing. Besides, in 1,000 years, while there would always appear several talents who managed to break the limits imposed by the time after reaching the boundary of the Fourth Order and joining one of the existing factions, the reality was that it was unlikely that in just 1,000 years the factions would manage to recover from the great losses. This was true even if the 8 factions took turns with each other to give everyone 8,000 years of rest. Unless in those 8,000 years, somehow the faction of higher existences that had fought in that place called Abyssal Rift managed to recover the same number of higher existences lost during the combat. 8,000 years later, that same faction would have to fight again with fewer numbers, which would eventually lead to the disappearance of that faction. Of course, these were all theories that Lilith had come up with on her own in conclusion to what she knew so far. However, since she had no access to more information, starting with theories and hypotheses was a good step forward to avoid getting stuck in one place. As for what the abyssal rift was and what the higher existences battled against, Lilith had no idea of such a thing. But what being or beings could be capable of giving headaches and losses to the most powerful of the universe and their armies? Such a question was also unanswered for the present Lilith. As hundreds of thoughts flickered one after another in the mind of the beautiful Lilith at lightning speed, all the existences belonging to the demonic army that were not protecting the different worlds from which the faction obtained its resources had finally arrived. Lucifer had a serious expression rarely seen on his face as he looked out over the square several hundred kilometers wide as it was filled with soul evolvers. After a couple of minutes, he announced in a deep voice. Sirius Constellation showed movement again after what happened 15 years ago. Sirius? That constellation finally showed again to the whole universe that its power was as latent as ever. As Lucifer's words reached the ears of everyone present, each of the higher existences began to murmur, while the more excited ones couldn't care less about the tone of their voices. This was Sirius Constellation after all. All those who were here were beings who had lived countless years and who represented the power of a world, so they naturally had their own knowledge of the universe. Then, when they heard that one of the constellations that possessed one of the most powerful firmament fragments in the vault of the heavens was reignited this time with a span of only 15 years, they all felt anxious to try their luck. On the other hand, Lilith's ruby-colored eyes trembled slightly when she heard what Lucifer had just said, and her heart clenched slightly. Sirius Constellation shined again. Wasn't that the constellation that Bai Zemin had told her that, curiously 15 years ago, seemed to be trying to communicate with him? Whether or not Sirius Constellation was somehow connected to Bai Zemin, Lilith had no way of knowing. However, if someone told her that it was all a coincidence, then Lilith would rather believe that everything she had experienced throughout her life was a dream, and that the next second she would wake up in her bed to return to school in times of peace. What worried Lilith more now was the fact that Sirius constellation was shining again. What did it mean? Had something happened on Earth, something big enough for even one of the most powerful firmament fragments in history to cause such a commotion? But what could have happened in 1 month's time? Was Bai Zemin well? What happened to him, or what was the reason Sirius tried to call him again? Were all these things interconnected somehow? Hundreds of questions filled Lilith's chest, and she began to feel suffocated as she felt the urge to return. Fire Sorrow, on the other hand, was in shock when she heard Lucifer's words, too much to care too much about her own image. She quickly took a step forward and floated in an instant until she found herself in front of the faction leader and asked in a hesitant voice. About that, Sirius, the heavenly wolf shined again. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 477, All Higher Existences Assemble, Part 2. Fire Sorrow was known as the most powerful mage of the entire demonic army, and among the other 7 factions, she was secretly called Inferno Calamity due to the destructiveness of her magical spells. There were many times in which the demonic army managed to take control of different worlds that had entered the corresponding evolutionary stage, and thus obtain vast quantities of resources, thanks to the unmatched magical power of Fire Sorrow. Lilith could never forget how in her first, and so far only war in which she participated after joining the demonic army, Fire Sorrow's magical spells wiped out waves of enemies. Each swing of her magic staff was as if the ruler of the universe was deciding who lived and who died, as the higher existences of the opposing side fell like flies before the power of the blazing flares. Fire Sorrow was a beautiful woman with countless admirers, and it was even rumored that Lucifer himself once tried to court her but was rejected. Her personality was warm and her disposition very kind, but at the same time she was very conservative with her always calm and demure smile. Then, when those present saw that Fire Sorrow lose control of herself in such a way that she even launched herself into the air, as if she wanted to prevent the faction leader from escaping after he told the news about Sirius Constellation, they all felt incredulous. While everyone was watching from the sides with wide eyes, Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow with complicated eyes. After several seconds of silence, he sighed and nodded as he said, "Indeed. If what happened 15 years ago was a coincidence, then what happened a few hours ago can only be the confirmation of this fact. The constellation containing the remnant power of the heavenly wolf Sirius really is awakening or maybe reacting to something." Fire Sorrow's pupils contracted slightly and her feet that rested on the void wavered as she stepped back as if she had received a great shock. While clinging to the huge magic staff with her right hand as if she never wanted to let it go, she brought her left hand covered by silk gloves to her mouth and covered her lips in a manner similar to a person who had just received the greatest news in the world. Seeing the always calm and composed Fire Sorrow acting like this, murmurs began to spread rapidly. Valiant, a powerful physical combat warrior whose power was worthy of a 7th-order existence, and one of the most powerful generals in the entire demonic army, frowned slightly for a second before her stoic expression once again ruled over her face. Even the always noisy Hellscar seemed to realize that things were a bit out of the norm, as while he looked left and right, as if trying to find the answer in the air, he didn't start shouting as he always did normally. As Lilith frowned slightly not only at the strange behavior of the powerful 7th-order mage, but also at how worried she was about that young man who was still on Earth, a magnetic and enchanting voice sounded next to her. Curious about Fire Sorrow and her attitude, Lilith didn't even turn her face to look at the person who had just stood next to her, as just hearing that disgusting voice, the figure of someone she was slowly beginning to detest, shimmered in her memories. Crow shrugged at Lilith's cold shoulder demeanor. He was used to being ignored by now. With a slight smile on his face, he looked at the seductive curves of Fire Sorrow's body with a strange glint in his eyes and narrated in a whispering voice. "As far as I know, Fire Sorrow and His Majesty Lucifer have known each other since they were both lower existences. Although these are just rumors, there is enough interesting evidence that reveals that Fire Sorrow and His Majesty Lucifer are beings who belong to the same world in the past and probably experienced many things together. I'm sure that Fire Sorrow's strange attitude and the serious behavior of His Majesty, who always loves to sleep, has something to do with the past of both of them." Lilith frowned slightly as she listened to Crow speak. Even though she really disliked and despised this man's constant hovering around her like an annoying fly, Lilith couldn't pass up the opportunity to gain important information, no matter how small it might be, even if it was just theories or rumors. Theories and rumors usually always had some truth in them. Moreover, since the quiz of the question involved the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius that also seemed to have something to do with Bai Zemin, Lilith could not let this opportunity pass her by even more. So, while she ignored the displeasure in her heart, she tried to ask in a normal voice. "Oh, but even then, what does His Majesty and Fire Sorrow have to do with the constellation left behind by the will of the heavenly wolf Sirius?" Crow's eyes lit up like beacons in the middle of the night as he received a reply from Lilith. This was possibly the first time he wasn't ignored, so he hastily tried his luck. "Lilith, are you interested in the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius? How about after this is all over we chat about it? I know a few things about that." Lilith turned her face to look him in the face, and disgust shone in her indifferent gaze as she said in a voice as cold as ice, "Forget it. I'll ask Fire Sorrow herself about it later." The corner of Crow's mouth twitched a couple of times at the direct rejection, and even though in his heart he was unhappy, his expression remained smiling as always as he said quickly, "Well, don't get ahead of yourself. To be honest, the matter is quite mysterious even to me, who has been here almost since the beginning of the demonic army. However, I did once hear that Fire Sorrow seemed to be interested in the constellation left behind by this heavenly wolf Sirius, almost to the point of insanity and obsession. As for the details, I'm afraid that only Fire Sorrow herself, and perhaps His Majesty Lucifer, would know." Lilith's eyes flashed mysteriously, and without a word she nodded slightly before sinking into her own thoughts. Crow also did not continue to press the conversation any further. Being an existence that had lived hundreds of thousands of years, he had a lot of patience and knew how to deal with proud and cold women like Lilith. There were many beautiful women in the past who also behaved like her, but didn't they all end up opening their legs in the end? Crow was so sure that this one would be no exception that a smirk grew on his face as he nodded to himself. Lucifer waved his hand to the side, and immediately a transparent barrier formed covering him and Fire Sorrow. Then, he began to say things that no one else could hear, and even the movement of his lips was mysterious, since after reading them, all the others got were meaningless words. At first, Fire Sorrow seemed quite agitated, and they all could even see from her expressions that she was not too pleased with what Lucifer was saying to her. In fact, she even dared to show that kind of expression to the leader of the faction she belonged to, and was bold enough to retort him in return, as from outside the barrier, everyone could see that she seemed to be shouting something at him. Time passed quickly, and in an instant 10 minutes turned into over 30. Lucifer seemed to be extremely patient with Fire Sorrow. Regardless of how crazy she seemed, he always responded calmly, and even though his voice could not be heard by those outside the magical barrier he had erected, all of them could tell that the tone of his voice had not changed from beginning to end. After 30 minutes, Fire Sorrow seemed to slowly begin to calm down, as even though the hand with which she held her magic staff clenched tightly, she finally nodded as if understanding something. They all saw the helpless smile on the face of the ever-lazy Lucifer, and after gently touching her shoulder not as a leader but as an old friend, he simply withdrew the barrier and said serenely, "All right, let's get moving. I'm sure the others must have already finished their preparations as well." All the higher existences in the place looked at each other with helplessness shining in their eyes. One of them, a beautiful woman with bunny ears, whispered a little wordlessly, "They might have finished their preparations, but we only know that Sirius shined again." Helskar burst out laughing and without finesse slapped the rabbit-eared woman's back as if she were his drinking buddy. His voice boomed all over the place as he shouted loudly, "Preparations are for the weak. We, the demonic army, are the most powerful faction. Even if those 7 infant kindergartens unite against us, they will never be able to defeat their parents." Valiant gave him a sidelong glance, and after looking straight ahead again, said in a flat voice, "Idiot." Lucifer clapped his hands and said in a strangely energetic voice, "All right, everybody shut your mouths. We're moving." Then, without waiting for anyone's response, the leader of the demonic army turned and pointed toward the dark sky of the Cram world with his right hand. The black clouds began to move strangely, and in an instant began to swirl. The clouds swirled rapidly until all the clouds in the sky joined together to form a huge, deep black eye that seemed to look down from the heavens as the wind howled, causing everyone's hair to shake violently. Lilith's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, as this was the first time she had seen a magical spell at such magnitude. Just then, A breeze containing the floral essence of spring stopped next to her, followed by Fire Sorrow's slightly encouraging voice. This is His Majesty's magic. Even though Lucifer may seem like a lazy never-worker, it's not for nothing that he's one of the most powerful beings in the history of the universe. Lilith asked, confused but at the same time surprised, "Isn't this the power of a firmament fragment? This is the magic of him." This magic spell was studied by His Majesty together with an old friend for hundreds of thousands of years. Unfortunately, even with His Majesty's talent, it was not possible to learn the original spell, so he simply decided to modify it to suit him better. In the end, the name this spell was given resulted in something quite interesting. Fire Sorrow explained in a nostalgic voice. Just as Lilith was about to say something, Lucifer's voice echoed amidst the purple lightning in the sky. "Your eyes will never find limitation, as you can see beyond, just as my footsteps will never find impediments, as every barrier I can transverse." Unbounded Heaven-Earth Gate. Rumble. The atmosphere rumbled for several seconds as the lightning crackled. Finally, the lightning coalesced in the center of the eye, and with a powerful boom that shook the castle walls, the lightning scattered through the eye of the storm. Those who for the first time saw Lucifer use this magical spell watched in disbelief, as the brilliant white-colored light illuminated in the center of the black eye formed by the swirling clouds. "Move," Lucifer commanded before launching himself skyward without waiting for anyone. Fire Sorrow was the second to launch herself skyward at lightning speed. She turned into a purple lightning bolt following close behind Lucifer, and in an instant, they both disappeared beyond the magical portal. Lilith momentarily exchanged glances with the Seventh Order existences in the place, and as if by prior agreement, they all launched into the sky at the same time. The other higher existences of Fifth and Sixth Order were not far behind either, as they followed closely behind the stronger ones like soldiers following the experienced veterans across the battlefield. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. As if they were an army of locusts moving for a single purpose, and with a single common goal, hundreds of thousands of higher existences broke through the wind and pierced through the portals swirling in the skies above the headquarters of the demonic army. The swirling clouds in the skies extended far beyond the grounds occupied by the castle. The bright light inside partially illuminated the surrounding land as each member of the demonic army passed through and disappeared the next instant. Swoosh! The last existence finally passed through the portal, and as if they had a mind of their own, the swirling clouds burst forth along with the white light, spreading across the sky of the Cram world again. Seconds later, Calm was once again the ruler of the world. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 478. All Higher Existences Assemble, Part 3, last. It was not only the demonic army that had gathered all the members possible. After learning that the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius showed signs of awakening again after 15 years of silence, the other 7 factions of higher existences also began to move in haste, as if they were afraid of being the last, or as if they feared that the good things would be taken away by the time they arrived. In a world surrounded by beautifully decorated grasslands and gardens, where rivers of crystal clear water flowed through the land, while beautiful mermaids giggled innocently and played with colorful fish, a huge army of beings dressed in white robes and armors was led by a warm-looking man with a handsome, gentle smile on his otherworldly face. The aura of this man's body was pure and warm like the rays of the sun in springtime. The birds that surrounded the area occasionally approached his feet and brushed their little heads with his legs, as if they wanted to get his attention, or as if they wanted to feel the warmth that sweetens the heart more closely. As the white wings flapped behind their backs, a golden-colored magic circle glowed on the ground, covering them from everyone's sight. When the bright light disappeared, there was no one standing around. In a world where the grass seemed scarce, and there were mostly sand dunes and cracked earth, a huge castle of even more imposing and majestic appearance than the one in the old fantasy movies rose silently into the clouds. Standing on one of the golden walls, a handsome man over 10 feet tall stared into the distant horizon as a giant army waited silently behind him. This man was not your average handsome man. His general features alone expressed danger and prestige similar to a gorgeous but fatal creature who was suppressing its own instincts. The man did not say a single word when suddenly his body began to light up with a golden glow. Several seconds later, a western dragon with huge fleshy wings appeared in the skies, and after a mighty roar flapped its powerful wings, piercing the atmosphere in an instant. The army waiting behind the man also roared as if they were really one, and after hundreds of thousands of flashes of bright lights, the western and eastern dragons filled the skies before following the same course as the first man who transformed into a dragon. In a matter of seconds, they all disappeared from the world they were in. A world filled with fog that made it difficult to see beyond what was in front of one's eyes, and where the dark clouds were so dark that the rays of light could not reach the earth. A mansion of several acres of extension, illuminated with dim lights, stood silently in the middle of a mutant forest where creatures abounded. The 5 floors of the mansion were completely uninhabited at the moment, and if one were to walk through the long corridors, one would probably feel a shiver run down one's spine at the sepulchral silence and the dim lights that were reminiscent of a horror movie. However, if one were to reach the subway, the surprise and fear would likely multiply by several folds. Underground, in a huge hidden hall whose expanse was even greater than the natural width of the mansion on the surface, hundreds of thousands of people wrapped in cloaks gathered in front of a thin man whose appearance was partially covered by a dark cloak. From men to women, all of them had ghostly pale faces and glowing red eyes. The long fangs that occasionally peeked out from inside their mouths added a layer of exotic charm to the natural beauty of each of them, while the silence was the only thing that could be heard in the place. The man whose face was partially covered drew a golden cup filled with blood out of thin air and slowly allowed the blood to drip onto the floor. The cracked lines of a previously opaque magic circle were quickly filled by the blood, and in a matter of seconds, the magic circle glowed with a crimson light that blinded everyone inside the subway hall. When the crimson light disappeared, the people who were there had also vanished. In a fiery world where it was difficult to find a foothold, oceans of magma gurgled as toxic gas rose into the sky. Suddenly, one of the many magma oceans began to shudder ferociously before a creature over 2,000 kilometers long and about half as tall exploded from within the magma and soared skyward. The beast had its body ringed by beautiful ruby-red feathers, and its golden eyes were the embodiment of infinity, as it seemed to contain countless stars shining within. The beautiful beast opened its beak wide, and with a mighty shriek, space began to heat up to the point where a rift opened up. The space rift possessed a great amount of pulling power, and like a black hole, the magma in the area began to be pulled into the unknown amidst the cold darkness of outer space. It took only a few moments for the ocean of magma to disappear. It was after every last drop of lava was gone that the beautiful giant creature launched itself into the rift. A second shriek shook the fiery world, and an instant later the rift was sealed. In a world filled with forests and nature, just inside one of the most dangerous forests where mutant swamps and wild beasts abounded, an army of half-beast, half-human creatures had gathered. They all had the ears and tails of wolves. The men were burly and fierce-looking, while the women were beautiful with extremely hot bodies. A man over 6 feet tall led the charge. This werewolf let out a howl to the skies before a pair of extremely sharp claws appeared in his hands. Swoosh, swoosh. The werewolf slashed twice in the shape of a cross at lightning speed, leaving the mark of a violet cross in the middle of the void, and this space trembled. A moment later, something similar to the mouth of a purple beast grew rapidly, and as if it had a life of its own, it engulfed all the beings in the area before finally disappearing. In the back garden of a luxurious villa, hundreds of thousands of zombies that looked no different from a normal person, except for small characteristics such as skin color or eye and hair color, had gathered. Cups filled with blood and dishes of raw meat from all sorts of races filled the tables. However, it was clear that the main dish was the human skull, as everyone seemed eager as they devoured with no concern for their manners whatsoever. Even though these creatures were zombies, the power of just one of them was all it would take for Earth's humanity to cease to exist forever, not to mention what hundreds of thousands of them could do. Swoosh! Suddenly, 20 spacecraft several kilometers long appeared in the sky. The zombies looked at each other and laughed as they saw the flashing blue lights on the ships. When these lights covered their bodies, none of them resisted, and slowly their silhouettes became more and more diffuse until they finally disappeared from the place where they were previously. The mothership leading the fleet of spacecraft slowly moved forward, and the particle cannon at the front slowly began to light up. The turbines driving the main cannon roared until everything seemed to disappear as if in a whirlwind. Without warning, a beam of bright light shot out from the main cannon and traveled thousands of kilometers in an instant before finally stopping after hitting something that could not be seen with the naked eye. The wind swirled, and in a matter of seconds, a wormhole of sorts formed where the beam of light had hit moments ago. The fleet of futuristic-looking ships followed the mothership and went through the wormhole one by one. As the 20 giant spaceships passed through the wormhole, space slowly began to return to normal, and after writhing for more than a minute, the world regained its calm. On a star where chaotic laws constantly collided with each other and caused explosions capable of wiping out the continent of a weak world in an instant, a strange-looking beast seemed to enjoy the pain that the lightning that constantly lashed its body inflicted on it. This beast had the head of a lion, the body of a leopard, the wings of a dragon, the tail of a snake, and the powerful legs of a rhinoceros. The size of this strange beast could simply be described as colossal, reaching over 10,000 meters high and exhibiting its might just standing there silently. The creature had been in this place of the universe forgotten by all for many years without moving an inch. However, it suddenly seemed to notice something as its golden eyes glowing like lanterns amidst the darkness moved in a certain direction. The strange-looking beast finally moved for the first time in a long time. With a mighty flapping sound, the ground several kilometers around the creature exploded and stardust flew everywhere as this creature soared into the dark skies rapidly. Just as the beast was about to leave the area where the star was, it suddenly stopped as if it remembered something. This beast turned its body to look at the star and opened its giant jaws wide. Followed by a mighty roar that shook the space, a golden beam of light shot out from inside the lion's mouth, similar to a dragon's breath. The beam of light was extremely thick, but a few moments later, it began to become thinner and thinner, until it became a small line that finally disappeared without a trace. The beast turned around and with a mighty flap of its wings, it disappeared without a trace. About a minute later, the star that the beast was on a moment ago suddenly began to crack. Red light shot out from the inner core of the star, and the light reached the surface through the cracks that stretched far and wide. Then, a thunderous explosion shook that part of the universe as crimson light surrounded by plasma energy enveloped the area amidst space debris. /////. In one of the farthest corners of the entire universe, the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius lay silently there. The bright stars that made up this constellation seemed to hang from the sky like beautiful decorations that added some light to all the darkness surrounding the area. Usually, no one visited this place, and the last time the constellation of Sirius had some company was about 15 years ago. But before that, it had been millions of years since the surroundings had become noisy. Swoosh! A sort of giant eye appeared in the middle of nowhere, and then figure after figure began to emerge from it. The giant eye remained for several seconds until the last silhouette finally emerged. After accomplishing its purpose, the magical phenomenon disappeared in a flash of bright dark light. Look, I knew we'd be first. Lucifer looked around the surroundings lazily before looking at Fire Sorrow and saying in between yawns, "Hey, how about you wake me up when everyone's here?" The corner of Fire Sorrow's mouth twitched, but just as she wanted to say that this was actually the first time they had arrived before the rest to an important event, she noticed that Lucifer was already snoring like a pig. Suddenly, several parts of the space began to tremble in an unnatural way, and the members of the demonic army orderly prepared to defend themselves against any mishap, without anyone telling them anything. Lilith's beautiful ruby eyes glittered strangely as she watched the scene before her in silence. Lilith didn't know how many times the 8 factions had met, but it probably wasn't many in the history of the universe. However, this was the first time she would be meeting with all the other factions of higher existences. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 479, Army of Heaven, God Uriel Michael. Nearly 8 million higher existences suddenly came face to face. This type of situation was extremely rare, and the number of times the 8 factions of higher existences had met in this manner, either by coincidence or due to important events that warranted the movement of such influential figures, was relatively few when compared to the ages of the younger ones present, let alone the older ones. But even though the number of times these sights occurred was relatively few, None of those present had an expression of surprise on their face at the sudden appearance of so many beings. Coincidence or not, time seemed to be timed to perfection, as after the arrival of the demonic army, the other 7 factions arrived almost at the same time through different means. While they all looked at each other warily for obvious reasons, there were some factions that hated each other more than others. For example, when the faction known as Immortal Bloodlust suddenly came face to face with the Heavenly Moon Army, sparks flew automatically from the eyes of each member, and had the leaders of the respective factions not given the order, it was clear that neither would have hesitated to jump in and bite the other. On the other hand, when the faction under the name Dragon God Kingdom faced the appearance of the faction called Endless Crimson Flame, which altered the records engraved on the souls of its members, so that all of them could become beautiful legendary birds, the dragons and the phoenixes seemed to find their natural enemies in each other while observing each other in detail. At the same time, when the army of heaven found that the demonic army was present, the ever-pure angels immediately seemed to receive some sort of urge as they all conjured spears, swords, bows, and all manner of light weapons while barely containing the impulse to charge forward. Curiously, and coincidence or not, the current situation was quite in keeping with the legends known and told over the years that had circulated the earth since immemorial times. Vampires and wolves hated each other, dragons and phoenixes vied for supremacy of the skies, angels and demons detested each other at first sight. "Damn white pigeons, what the hell are you looking at?" Hellscar was the one who broke the silence. The mighty general of the demonic army took a step forward, and the aura of a 7th-order existence burst uncontrollably out of his body. With the eyes of an enraged bull after seeing a red mantle, Hellscar looked in the direction of where the army of heaven stood and roared, "If you want to fight so badly, then come the fuck on. Forget about now that you are weak as an ant. Even at your best you would take a beating if it weren't for His Majesty Lucifer always forcing us to restrain ourselves." The aura of a 7th-order existence was beyond what 5th-order beings could withstand, more so when Hellscar was not holding back at all. Even proud 6th-order existences that were practically at the top of the universe could only tremble as their souls shuddered within their fleshly bodies. However, the army of heaven was not a faction that lacked talent at all. A woman stepped forward, and without saying a single word, the aura of her body automatically created a swamp-like barrier that did not allow Hellscar's aura to continue to disturb those behind her. This woman simply could not be accurately described, as possibly every word would be lacking to describe her beauty. Her long, pure gold-colored hair fell like a waterfall all the way down her lower back, while 2 beautiful braids adorned her head in the form of a crown. The gold-colored robe with white details that covered her body was loose enough to give her the appearance of a pure and holy nun, but at the same time gave hints of the devilish curves that lurked underneath whenever she executed a movement. The sweet smile on her lovely face was so beautiful and warm that even the cruelest murderer in the world would melt with tenderness if they ever looked at her. "It's been a while, Hellscar." The beautiful woman nodded politely, and there was not the slightest hint of evil to be seen in her crystalline eyes. Her voice was so soft that everyone on the scene felt their bones soften as she slowly said, "I apologize if these little ones offended you." Even when Hellscar was the one who started it all, this woman apologized without even blinking. "Keck, it's you, witch." Hellscar immediately felt like a chicken that had been caught by the neck, as the woman before him apologized even though he knew that the blame for all of this was partially due to his temper. However, Hellscar was already prepared, and as if he had thought of something suddenly pointed behind him as he shouted, "Witch, open your eyes wide and tell me if this woman isn't even more beautiful than you. Pha. Your days as the most beautiful woman in the universe have come to an end right here and right now." Uriel followed the sight Hellscar was pointing at with her glance, and a flash of surprise momentarily shone in her beautiful eyes as she met a pair of ruby-colored eyes whose charm and beauty did not lose in the least to her own. "This beautiful lady, could it be that your age really is this young?" Uriel asked uncertainly as she looked at Lilith in surprise. This was the first time Lilith had met Uriel, and even though she had heard rumors of how beautiful the woman in front of her was, she never really paid attention to her. Even now, her expression was ice-cold at Uriel's question, as was her monotone voice as she replied, "It is my pleasure to meet a legendary existence such as you, Miss Uriel. The pleasure is all mine to meet such an outstanding talent as yourself." Uriel smiled sweetly, and as her eyebrows curved into a crescent shape she said casually, "If you ever wish to dye your wings in white, the army of heaven will always welcome you. Thanks for the offer, but I like where I am at the moment, Lilith tactfully declined. Uriel simply smiled back and nodded without much concern. Everyone's eyes were on Lilith, as this was the second time she had appeared before other higher existences. The first time had been in a war against the army of evolution, but except for them, she was unknown to all other factions. Such an amazing talent that in less than 100 years had reached the Sixth Order. It was possibly the first time they had heard and seen something so crazy. So much so that Uriel, a Seventh Order existence and one of the most powerful archangels in heaven, couldn't help but be tempted to reach out. Fire Sorrow noticed that Lilith was getting unwanted attention and a lot of evil eyes, something that was completely normal. She silently cursed Hellscar for being such an idiot, and as she took a step forward, she swung her magic staff at his head. Bang! Arg-hoo! Hellscar turned around in a rage. Some problem, ape? Fire Sorrow looked at him with narrowed eyes and folded her arms. Oh, Fire Sorrow, Hellscar coughed and immediately calmed down. HMPH, step aside and behave yourself if you don't want me to tell His Majesty to lock you up like last time, Fire Sorrow threatened. Hellscar nodded obediently, as if he were a chicken pecking at rice, and didn't dare say anything in the face of such a threat. Last time, Hellscar had angered Lucifer and was locked in a different space for 5 years. Although 5 years was nothing to Hellscar, the problem was that during those 5 years he couldn't fight against anyone powerful. For someone like him who loved war, 5 years without being able to use his fists for anything had been the highest level of torture possible, and he never wanted to experience anything like that again. Fire Sorrow took charge of the situation and looked at Uriel with a bitter smile. Uriel, it's been a while. It has been a while indeed, Uriel replied as a deep sigh that no one but a few could understand left her lips. It was as if that sigh held a great amount of weight to her, even though to many it was just a normal sigh. Suddenly, the man leading the army of heaven stepped forward and said in a soft, warm voice, Uriel, thank you, but let me take it from here. Uriel bowed respectfully and stepped back after nodding to Fire Sorrow imperceptibly. This man, the God known by what was related in the Bible written on earth and what the priests of the church professed, the existence whose religion was undoubtedly the greatest on the blue planet located in the galaxy known as the Milky Way, slowly advanced towards the demonic army. Everyone immediately tensed, while Valiant narrowed her eyes dangerously. It wasn't just Valiant. Almost all the Seventh Order existences of the demonic army stepped forward. However, just when everyone thought a battle would break out soon, Fire Sorrow shook her head at them, and without saying anything moved out of the way to let the man who had 4 pairs of angel wings behind his back move forward. The man known by the humans not only from Earth, but also from many other worlds as God stopped only when he was a couple of meters away from the helpless sleeping Lucifer. His eyes flashed with complex light, and while everyone kept silent, he watched the man in front of him for a long time. Suddenly, Lucifer's nose began to twitch strangely, and like a baby puppy sniffing for the first time the world before it, it shuddered several times. The face of the leader of the demonic army wrinkled, and his eyes slowly widened as he growled in a whining voice. Holy shit, Hellscar, how many times must I tell you not to fart around me? The faces of the angels of the army of heaven turned black as Lucifer's words spread far and wide several kilometers with him as the center. The other factions that seemed to have their own problems also focused on that area, as it seemed that something good might happen soon. Even Lilith was dumbfounded and looked at Lucifer as if she was looking at a strange creature. He had just said that the god of the heavens smelled like a fart. Regardless of whether Lucifer didn't notice or whether he did it on purpose, what mattered was what his words expressed. Hellscar seemed to forget Fire Sorrow's threat in an instant, and as if something suddenly broke inside him, he began to laugh like there was no tomorrow. The rest of the demonic army didn't take long to join in the fun Hellscar was having either, as if by prior agreement they all started laughing loudly, while pointing at the angels and whispering things in between tears and laughter. How dare you! A pillar of blazing fire suddenly shot up into the skies, as a bellow filled with righteous anger and indignation echoed in the midst of the void. Within the flames, the silhouette of a man with 3 pairs of white wings behind his back could be faintly made out. This man was wearing a completely golden armor, and in his right hand was a magnificent red spear covered with magical runes. Crow, who had also joined in the fun and was laughing loudly, narrowed his eyes, and slowly stopped laughing as he took a step forward. Bang, bang, bang. 3 pairs of long, fleshy wings, similar to the wings of a dragon, came out of his back, as the already dark space around him became even darker. Old pigeon by the name of Michael, could it be that after not fighting for over 2,000 years your skin itches? Crow challenged as his aura blasted outward. Backslash, 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 480 Appear, Serious Ghost, 1-2. Michael. Who was Michael? According to the Bible and many legends of mankind, Michael was the most powerful archangel in the heavens and was second only behind God, not only in prestige, but also in strength. The reality was not much different, and one of the major differences was that, in contradiction to popular beliefs on earth, Michael was not more powerful than Lucifer in any way. However, the aforementioned did not mean that this powerful archangel of the 7th order did not have his ways of making demons suffer. This was because 80% of those who joined the demonic army used powers based on dark elements, and Michael's mighty flames powered by the light powers that the angels could use to perfection thanks to their modified records after joining the army of heaven, were the natural nemesis of the powers used by most in the demonic army. With just you, Michael looked at Crow from inside the column of burning flames and said disdainfully, 2,000 years ago, the most you could do was to use that strange poisonous treasure of yours to wound me, wounds from which I recovered after a few months. On the other hand, my flames burned your filthy black feathers to ashes. Have you forgotten who it was that yelled and writhed in my flames? If it wasn't for that tomboy woman over there saving you just in time, you would have turned into a roasted bird by then. Valiant didn't react at all to Michael's insult directed at her. Her stance was as firm as ever as she clung to the 2 hilts of her still-sheathed swords with extreme calmness. Compared to Michael, who had lived millions of years, Crow was like a small child if they compared their ages. If this was taken into account, it was not at all strange that Michael's strength surpassed Crow's, since even if they were both 7th order beings, the difference in levels between them was not only colossal, but the purity of soul power was also something to take into account. But just as Crow was about to step forward to prove to Michael how wrong he was, if he believed that Crow was still the same Crow from 2,000 years ago, a person stepped forward. Michael, retract your flames. This is not a place where you or any of us have the qualifications to go crazy. Michael's expression turned a little ugly when he saw the person who had stepped forward from the demonic army's lineup. With a scowl on his face, he muttered through gritted teeth. Lucia. Lucia was a beautiful woman whose hair was completely white. Not only was she extremely beautiful, but she was also the most powerful existence within the demonic army just below Lucifer. She usually did not attend most of the meetings as she seemed to be too busy most of the time. However, no one questioned her strength. If Fire Sorrow was considered Lucifer's shield, then Lucia was undoubtedly his strongest spear. Another curious fact was that Lucia was Lucifer's blood sister. The only difference was that, unlike Lucifer, who had talent for both melee combat and magic, Lucia was a pure warrior who wielded a spear as black as the starless night. Everyone knew tactically that if it weren't for Lucia being too quiet and usually minding her own business, Lucifer's right-hand person wouldn't necessarily be Fire Sorrow. No one knew the common past between the demonic army and the army of heaven, and therefore, no one knew what kind of relationship demons and angels might have. However, Lucifer and the Lord of Heaven were undoubtedly 2 of the oldest existences, and only a few could compare the 2. So, the number of beings who knew a little about the situation was so limited that no one knew anything. Michael, retract your flames, said the God of the Bible in a soft but at the same time deep voice. As he looked Lucifer in the eyes, he smiled weakly and said in a warm voice, "Don't you know how casual my old friend can be at times?" Michael snorted in response, and as his flames grew weaker and weaker, he said viciously, "These damn traitors! You better watch your mouths." The always calm Fire Sorrow suddenly seemed to have received some stimulation after hearing Michael's words. Her violet eyes blazed with a level of anger that threatened to burn the heavens, but just as the mana inside her body stirred and the magic coursed through her veins, Lucifer waved his hand and said in a lazy voice, "It's okay, Fire Sorrow, why bother yourself?" Then Lucifer looked at Michael, and his eyes black as night flashed with a hint of coldness as he said in a low voice, "Who is the traitor and who is not? I think we are all clear. Lucifer turned his face to look at the warm-looking man in front of him and said with a smile that wasn't necessarily a smile, "Aren't we Medes?" "Medes, God sighed and looked up into the dark, hollow space above his head as he said quietly, "It's been how many years since the last time someone called me by that name? I might have forgotten it a couple of hundred millennia ago, were it not for the fact that you always remind it to me before that happens, Lucifer." "That can't be allowed." Lucifer shook his head, and as he put both hands in his pajama pants pockets he said serenely, "We must not forget who we are. We don't have the right to forget who we were. And even less to forget that the place where we are is due to the help we received in the past. So, don't worry, old fart. I will continue to remind you of who you are as many times as necessary until it reaches a point where it becomes impossible for you to forget." While the demonic army and the army of heaven were engaged in a strange meeting filled with hatred and nostalgia, the leader of the heavenly moon army seemed impatient. A man wearing gray leather armor and whose hair was also gray, as were the claw-like gloves on his hands, stepped forward and said in a loud voice, "All of you, why do you all keep coming to this place? Do you still have thoughts of going into the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius? Have you no shame?" From the evolution army, a handsome man wearing a gala suit stepped forward while holding a glass of blood and said, "Lethar, probably neither you nor I were born when the heavenly wolf Sirius disappeared from the cosmos, leaving behind, as the only proof of its existence, this constellation imprinted in the firmament. What makes you think your fake wolf faction deserves to obtain the firmament fragment that lies within?" Lethar was the name of the leader of the heavenly moon army. His temperament, like his race, was fierce and direct, so the words of the leader of the evolution army were naturally not to his liking. However, just as he was about to say something, someone else intervened. A hooded silhouette stepped out from the front ranks of the immortal bloodlust faction. The silhouette slowly removed the cloak covering his face, revealing a man who had the appearance of an extremely handsome young man in his early 20s, whose hair was yellow like sunlight. I think my old friend Salazar is somewhat correct in what he just said. To be honest, I don't even know why we are wasting our time instead of doing what we all know will happen sooner or later. This young man's name was Nikolai, and despite looking like a young man in his early 20s, he was actually a vampire who had lived for several million years. Werewolf and vampire factions did not get along at all, even if among all the factions of higher existences there was rivalry for natural resources, treasures, talents, new recruits, etc. The hatred between these two factions went beyond this, and no one knew exactly the why. So Nikolai naturally would not pass up the opportunity to bash Lethar when it came before him. Regardless of how small the damage might be, even Lethar's anger was enough to make Nikolai smile for several days. Lethar did not say a single word in response to Nikolai, and instead simply slashed his claws across the void before him as he grunted like a wild beast. Swoosh! Nikolai chuckled and didn't avoid the attack at all. A second later, his neck was cut and his head was sent flying, separating from the main body. The members of the immortal bloodlust faction sneered, as if they were not worried at all about the fatal attack their leader had received. Suddenly, the blood on Nikolai's neck and head seemed to come to life, and like countless red wires, the blood on both sides twisted strangely before the wires joined together. Swoosh! The head slowly returned to the neck, and Nikolai opened his eyes with the same elegant smile as before as he calmly said, as expected from a rabid dog, no dialogue at all. When things seemed about to get out of control, the red fire phoenix, whose beauty was capable of leaving everyone at a loss for words, suddenly spoke. "Army of heaven, demonic army, heavenly moon army, immortal bloodlust. No matter what your personal problems are, don't you think you are being a bit arrogant? All of us are waiting for you, and even though time is not something to worry about, it's not like I want to stand here and watch you all biting each other with nonsensical words either." This crimson fire phoenix was Eternal Phoenix, and although no one knew the real name of the phoenix nor had anyone ever seen the human form of the phoenix, the voice of Eternal Phoenix was undoubtedly the voice of a female. It was said that Eternal Phoenix in her human form was in reality a divine beauty that did not lose at all to Uriel's beauty of the army of heaven. This rumor was supported by the fact that all the phoenixes who had previously revealed their human form proved to be beautiful beyond words. However, until proven true, a rumor would remain a rumor. The leader of the dragon god realm, whose name was Long Tian, stepped forward, which caused the void to tremble at his presence. His powerful voice traveled several kilometers away as he said in depth, "Eternal Phoenix is right. Let's stop playing games and get started on this. The sooner we get started, the sooner we can go to our homes. Don't you think that's a good thing? Then Long Tian looked to the side that was only occupied by a single existence and said in a deep voice, "Star Devourer, your faction is not joining in this time." The beast that looked like a mixture of several powerful animals did not open its mouth, but its voice reached everyone as if it was telepathy. "It is not necessary. My mana alone is enough." Long Tian snorted and said in a serious voice, "That had better be the case then." Dragons were a very proud race. However, they actually had the right to be arrogant. After all, dragons were beings that from birth possessed at least the power of a first-order existence, and the second order was an assured echelon throughout their long lives. Although dragons were relatively few in number, the talent of each of them was colossally great, and their life expectancy was much higher compared to the other races. Long Tian was not only the leader of a faction that altered the soul records of others to turn them into dragons, but he was actually a true thoroughbred dragon who had almost zero difficulty on his way to glory. Therefore, he and Star Devourer never got along, as both were fierce beings who would not accept the slightest disrespect. Salazar, leader of the Evolution Army and a powerful Eighth Order zombie, just like all the other leaders of the different factions of higher existences, nodded and said with boredom, "Although I honestly have no hope for this, let's just get it over with as soon as possible. Then you guys can fight as much as you want. I promise your corpses won't go to waste at all, since I'll eat you all, ha ha ha." God, whose real name was Meads, looked at Lucifer and said with a small smile, "What do you think?" Lucifer's eyes flashed strangely for a moment before they returned to normal. He nodded lazily and said in between yawns, "Let's get started and get it over with quickly. I need to sleep for a couple of months to recover this waste of energy." After these words, each leader returned to the files of their factions and began to make different preparations. Since this was the first time for her, Lilith was confused about what to do. After all, Lucifer had never explained anything at all about what was about to happen. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 481 Appear, Serious Ghost, Part 2-2. Fire Sorrow floated gently and stopped next to Lilith. Confused, the beautiful violet-haired mage asked. Lilith shrugged and said casually, "Unfortunately or not, I do not possess magic that allows me to read the thoughts of others." Fire Sorrow chuckled and nodded. "Our leader is a bit forgetful at times. I have to admit that our faction isn't the most organized by any means." Lilith shook her head without commenting on the matter. Although the demonic army was indeed quite disorganized, that disorganization was what made it easier for Lilith to move around and do many things with greater freedom that in other factions would have been impossible. "Don't worry, just transmit all the mana you can to me and everything will be fine," Fire Sorrow pointed out with a small smile. Lilith thought she saw a hint of pain in her eyes, but it was all so quick that it seemed like an illusion of her own. In the end, she simply nodded and remained silent as she waited to see what everyone planned to do. Soon, Lethar of the Heavenly Moon Army, Salazar of the Evolution Army, Long Tian of the Dragon God Realm, Nicolay of Immortal Bloodlust, Meads of the Army of Heaven, Star Devourer leader and sole present member of the faction under the name Devourer and Destroyers, and Eternal Phoenix of Endless Crimson Flame. 7 of the 8 leaders of the 8 factions of higher existences walked up towards Sirius Constellation in silence. Lucifer and Fire Sorrow exchanged glances before the latter walked to the center with the 7 leaders. She was the only one not leading a faction, and the only 7th Order existence there. When Lilith was confused again, Lucia gave her a sidelong glance before turning her gaze forward and slowly saying, "Even though Fire Sorrow is weaker than Lucifer, her mana-driven magic spells are more powerful than any of us here, and are comparable to 2 attacks from an 8th Order existence at the same time." Fire Sorrow was truly a brilliant talent for magic. Her physical capabilities might not be anything out of this world, but if magic was what it was all about, then she was without a doubt the most powerful mage among the 7th Order existences. Lilith's eyes glinted with comprehension. She looked at Lucia and asked with a frown, "We will attack the constellation." "Correct." This time it was Valiant who answered. "Whenever a constellation shows signs of awakening, the process can be accelerated by weakening the energy with powerful attacks. 15 years ago, the 8 major factions tried to do the same with the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius, but in the end, several thousand 5th Order high existences and even 3 sixth-order high existences perished after being hit by an unexpected counterattack. Wasn't it suicide what they were about to do then? Lilith was dumbfounded. But as if she could understand what she was thinking, Lucia explained. So, they all came to a tactical agreement. Since Sirius was one of the most powerful beings in the cosmos, its constellation also cannot be taken lightly like the rest of the constellations. Therefore, only one attack will be made in synchrony. After that, regardless of the results, no one will attack again to avoid unnecessary casualties. Now everything was clear to Lilith. If the energy contained in the firmament fragment that powered the entire constellation was depleted for an instant, then everyone would take that opportunity to get into the separate space. On the other hand, if they failed, they would simply return the way they came. If they succeeded, then the bravest of the 8 factions could try their luck and perhaps obtain one of the most powerful firmament fragments in the cosmos. If they failed, they would only have wasted a bit of time, and that was all. The 7 leaders looked at each other and exchanged glances with Fire Sorrow, as if to check that they were all ready. Seeing them all nod, Lucifer ordered, "Let's begin." The 8 factions of higher existences immediately began to move. The hundreds of thousands of beings, whose scale of power ranged from 5th order to 7th order, began to circulate the mana within their bodies before expelling it outward. Far from being wasted, all that mana was absorbed by a small rock that each of the 8 people closest to the Sirius constellation held in their hands. This was a high-ranked mana stone, a treasure that possessed the ability to store vast quantities of mana for a short period of time, and then expel that mana all at once in a specific direction. The mana stone in Fire Sorrow's hands began to glow brighter and brighter as it absorbed more and more mana from the members of the demonic army. She felt the warmth of the rock in her hands, and slowly closed her eyes as her violet lips began to move, and whispers escaped from inside her mouth carrying strange syllables. The seconds passed quickly, and from seconds they turned into minutes. 8 enormous waves of mana had formed, and the density of magical power surrounding the area was so great that even with the naked eye those present could make out how the space was constantly undulating, as if something invisible wanted to reveal itself to the world. After approximately 3 minutes had passed, the 5th-order existences of the 8 factions slowly began to exceed the threshold of half of their mana reserves, lost so that, as if by prior agreement, they all stopped almost at the same time. Although at this moment, all the factions might be working as a team to achieve an end. Once this was all over, regardless of the outcome, they would each have to protect themselves against the other, so losing all the mana here was not an option at all. Approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, all of the 6th order except Lilith had lost more than half of their mana, so they also stopped and started drinking potions to recover faster from the loss. About 10 minutes later, the 7th order existences began to stop as well and ceased supplying mana to the mana stone. Lucia looked at Lilith with a glint of surprise in her golden eyes. Although she had heard rumors that the bloody succubus possessed the ability to deal with a 7th order existence, Lucia naturally did not believe such a barbarity. However, now that she saw it with her own eyes, she couldn't help but feel respect and be filled with praise for the woman beside her. Bang, 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 bang. 8 giant magic circles appeared without warning in front of the 8 people closest to the constellation. Then the 7 leaders did not hesitate at all, as they activated the magic contained by their respective magic circles. Fire Sorrow hesitated for a brief moment before she did the same like the rest, as she pointed the tip of her magic scepter to the front, and said in a dignified voice, "Heavenly Sorrow." A huge black lightning flash with golden edges broke beyond the magic circle in front of Fire Sorrow, and flew in the direction of the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius. Space shattered into countless fragments, just like a glass window being struck by a hammer. Cracks spread everywhere, and the chaotic power within threatened to devour everything. Even a 6th-order existence without spatial knowledge would be torn apart on the spot if it fell into one of those cracks, or if they were lucky, they might be sent to who knows where. Fire Sorrow's giant black lightning flash soon joined the other 7 magical attacks, and under the perfect control of each of the casters, the spells began to swiftly rotate around each other as they continued to advance at full speed. Soon, the speed at which the 8 spells were spinning reached such a high point that all that could be seen was a sort of multicolored beam flying in the direction of the brightest star in the firmament. This was an attack composed of 7 8th-order existences, and if one added Fire Sorrow's talent and high magical power to the equation, along with the mana boost she received, it wouldn't be crazy to say that these 8 attacks possess the power of 9 eighth-order existences. Lilith did not dare to blink as she watched in careful detail the scene unfolding before her eyes. This was an event that had possibly only happened a handful of times in history after all. Just as the union of the 8 casting magic spells approached, the main star of Sirius constellation suddenly took on a bright crimson glow. The whirlwind formed by the 8 magic spells seemed to meet with an invisible barrier, and before everyone could even react, a colossal explosion occurred. The already existing spatial fissures suddenly flattened, and dozens of fifth-order existences were devoured by the chaotic space. The bodies of those unfortunate ones who were attracted by the spatial power exploded into bloody mists which soon disappeared into nothingness. The entire universe seemed to light up when the 8 magic spells exploded after hitting the invisible barrier, and as the spatial cracks grew or were repaired, the energy of chaos and the mana of the universe engaged in their own fierce combat. One wanted to destroy while the other wanted to repair what was broken. Fire Sorrow, along with the 7 leaders of the other factions, was sent flying like a comet through the atmosphere after being hit by a shockwave already weakened after having traveled hundreds of light years. However, had it not been for the fact that she was wearing a magical robe that contained several magic incantations and protective runes, it would have been impossible to get out of there unscathed. The constant explosions continued for more than 1 hour. The multicolored flashes of lightning, along with tongues of giant flames, spread everywhere, forcing everyone to retreat as no one wanted to be affected by something so dangerous. After nearly 2 hours, space finally began to slowly recover, as Mana managed to defeat the chaotic energy that was leaking through the constantly repairing spatial fissures. When the cloud of chaos finally settled completely, gasps of disbelief echoed throughout. Lilith's eyes widened in shock. Forget about forcing an entrance to the Sirius constellation. The star that could be destroyed by her with a single attack had actually not even suffered a single scratch. That had been an attack composed of the most powerful beings in the universe, but the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf hadn't even suffered a bit. How powerful was Sirius in the past? Lilith couldn't help but whisper those words in shock. If the remnant energy was already this strong, then how powerful was the existence known as Sirius to be able to scoff, with just a hint of its already weakened power over the course of time, the combined attack of the most powerful beings in the universe? How much power was needed to accomplish such a thing? It was clear that 8th order was not possible. 9th order, 10th order. Lilith had never heard of such scales of power, and as far as she understood, the limit was the 8th order. Well, of course, this would happen. Lucifer shrugged and said lazily, if it were that easy, then the name Sirius would become a joke. How could one of the most powerful beings in the history of the multiverses not be able to stop such an attack, even if it's just a remnant, though? Lilith's pupils contracted to the size of a needle when she heard words coming out of Lucifer's mouth that she did not expect to hear from anyone in this place. However, soon a change happened that no one expected. Long Tian, the leader of the Dragon God Kingdom, was being sent flying out of control like a kickball hit by a truck. The proud man of the dragon race suddenly let out an enraged roar, and his body lit up. Golden light enveloped him, and in an instant, a giant dragon several kilometers tall with huge golden wings appeared in the sky. Roar! Long Tian and his dragon form roared in the direction of the constellation of the Heavenly Wolf, and in a fit of rage flapped his wings as heat began to build up in his throat, and dozens of magic circles appeared around him. The expressions on the faces of Lucifer, Fire Sorrow, Lucia, Michael, Uriel, Gabriel, and a few others changed tremendously as they realized what Long Tian wanted to do. This fucking dragon shit, Lucifer cursed and quickly shouted, everyone get away from here. At first, no one understood the reason why the always calm and lazy Lucifer would suddenly waste so much energy to shout. However, it all made sense when they noticed the silhouette of a giant wolf suddenly appear in the sky. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 482, Mighty Serious. Long Tian was in existence that was only a little over 2,500,000 years old, which was quite short compared to the leaders of the other 7 factions of higher existences. Even some of the subordinates under his command were his elder in terms of age. At birth, Long Tian was already a powerful peak second-order dragon, and it took him no more than a decade to fulfill his breakthrough quest to become the youngest Third Order dragon in the history of the dragon race. To advance from the initial Third Order to the peak of the Third Order, Long Tian took approximately 200 years, and finally took about half a century to complete the challenge that the soul record raised in order for him to continue advancing further. From the initial Fourth Order to the peak of that same stage, Long Tian took about 1,000 years, and it was at this point that the talented and proud dragon met his first major obstacle. Long Tian's life had always been smooth. His enemies were falling like flies. He had become the king and ruler of his race. He enjoyed the best beauties of the dragon race, etc., a life worthy of a king. However, when he wanted to go beyond the Fourth Order, Long Tian encountered a big problem which would take him about 1 million years to overcome. Although many times Long Tian was on the verge of giving up, the pride of the dragon race was very high, not to mention the pride of the highest talent in the history of the dragon race. Therefore, he persevered to the end. Unwilling to bow his head to other beings more powerful than him, who had kindly extended their hands inviting him to join their factions, Long Tian took advantage of the high life expectancy of dragons to accomplish what he once thought would be impossible. Regardless of race, no existence outside the dragon race could live 1 million years even if it reached the peak of the Fourth Order. However, as a dragon at the peak of the Fourth Order, Long Tian had a life expectancy as an ordinary being of over 2 million. It was thanks to his genes as a natural dragon that he achieved what he did. In the eyes of Long Tian, the powerful ruler of the dragon god realm, dragons were the supreme race and all other races should be vassals. Therefore, after repeated failures in his attempt to break through the barrier protecting the constellation of Sirius, Long Tian was slowly starting to lose his patience. His obsession with the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was no longer based on the power that lay within, but was now based on being able to break through the defenses that had blocked his path over and over again. Roar! Long Tian transformed into his full dragon form and roared in the direction of the shining star that had been challenging his prestige time and time again. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Dozens of magic circles blazed around his body, showing that dragons not only possessed powerful physical bodies, but were also geniuses in the field of magic. The mana inside Long Tian's body shuddered as the magical power that was contained within his body burst outward, and with a mighty flapping of both giant wings the dragon, whose size could be described as colossal, charged in a straight line towards the constellation of Sirius. The leader of the dragon god realm no longer cared about anything. His pride and self-confidence, which had been severely shaken after repeated failures, drove him to ignore practically everything around him, and turning a deaf ear to what others might be telling him, he charged like an enraged bull who could only see his target and nothing but his target. Suddenly, in the glowing reptile pupils of the dragon Long Tian, the blurred silhouette of a wolf was reflected. Although the silhouette was blurred and seemed to disappear in the next second, the chilling look in those red pupils was real and deadly enough to make anyone's blood run cold. Moreover, the otherworldly aura vibrating from the blurred wolf silhouette was something that none of those present had ever felt. However, blinded by rage as he was, Long Tian responded with a second roar before the magic circles around him were activated. Bang, 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 bang. Bright bolts of lightning and fiery flares erupted from the magic circles. Each magic spell cast by an Eighth Order existence, and a powerful dragon at that, possessed enough power to sink an entire continent of a normal world, not to mention several magic spells at the same time. At the same time, Long Tian opened his maw wide, and a bright yellow magic circle appeared right in front of his open mouth. Roar! Followed by a thunderous roar, a whirlwind of giant flames shot out from inside the giant dragon's body, and the magic circle boosted the power of the dragon's breath as it glowed brightly. The still weakened space shuddered, and thin lines appeared wherever the magic spells and dragon's breath passed. However, the silhouette of the wolf did not move from its position at all. Just as everyone heeded Lucifer and moved as far away from the scene as possible, those who were looking back as they fled caught a glimpse of something that made their blood run cold. The wolf's eyes glittered brightly, and then it stood up on its hind legs. At the same time, the shadow extended its right claw forward seemingly in a slow and leisurely manner, but in reality, the speed had surpassed what those present could comprehend. Swoosh! A small sphere the size of a glass marble appeared in the center of the claw, and the suction force immediately caused the speed of all those fleeing to drop drastically. Even space began to crack. Gravitational control magic. Long Tian's surprised voice rang out amidst his efforts to fight against the suction force that was pulling him in more and more. Gravity magic was extremely difficult to comprehend, more so than it might seem. Besides, only a handful of extremely lucky beings had managed to get their hands on a skill scroll, since the requirements to obtain such a scroll were really high. After all, a scroll that immediately granted the possessor magic capable of controlling a certain element was among the most powerful among all the skill scrolls, and at the same time the most coveted by the higher existences for obvious reasons. Holy crap, it's a black hole! Lucifer cursed again and quickly erected a barrier in front of him and the rest of the demonic army. The other leaders did the same as each of them, erected magical barriers, or used treasures to avoid being attracted by the gravitational force of the black hole under the control of the wolf's shadow. Unfortunately, the Dragon God Realm troops were without their leader on this occasion, so it was the Seventh Order existences who had to unite. Under the leadership of Doom Roar, the 5 existences of Seventh Order that formed the central columns of the Dragon God Realm transformed into giant dragons and erected several magical barriers barely resisting the force of gravity. All the factions of higher existences were experiencing so much trouble, and that was without them being the target of the wolf's shadow. Arg! Long Tian shrieked in pain as the veins in his body began to explode one after another, as with all his might he tried to pull away. No matter how many magic spells he used to attack, the wolf's shadow simply negated them all using that little black hole. All the magic was being devoured and absorbed so easily it was hard to believe. After several seconds, the shadow of Heavenly Wolf Sirius lowered its right claw, and the black hole disappeared without a trace. However, before everyone could feel relieved now that the colossal attraction force had disappeared, the wolf's eyes once again glittered brightly as the creature fell again onto its 4 legs. The serious Heavenly Wolf's shadow suddenly raised its head to the sky, and a howl filled with anger and pain created sound waves that caused the tympani of all 5th Order existences to begin to bleed, while normal 6th Order existences felt the world around them begin to spin. Even the powerful 7th Order existences were stunned for a brief moment before coming back to reality. The problem was that, when the 7th Order beings, among which Lilith was among them, snapped back to their senses, the earliest information about the world they received was the shouts of the 6 leaders of higher existences. "Watch out! Idiot behind you!" The next thing they saw was how the silhouette of the ghost Heavenly Wolf Sirius materialized out of nowhere, right behind the giant body of the dragon Long Tian. Long Tian naturally felt the seemingly endless magical flow behind him, and could also faintly hear the sound of lightning flashing in his surroundings. "You are only a mere remnant of what you once were." A terrifying roar came from his mouth as, without turning around, he fiercely lashed out with his tail in a mighty swing capable of destroying everything in its path. Space itself shuddered fiercely at the power of the physical attack capable of altering the very laws themselves. Slash. The ghost of the Heavenly Wolf Sirius seemed oblivious to everything. In the face of the enemy attack, all it did was slash forward with its front claw. A crimson crack appeared for an instant where the Heavenly Wolf's claw passed through. An instant later, a pain-filled roar resounded in the middle of outer space again. The tail of the mighty dragon Long Tian, his pride and one of the most powerful weapons of the Western dragons, was cut off as easily as a hot knife cutting through melted butter. Golden blood spurted everywhere, and the precious drops floated in the void next to the severed tail. Lucifer's expression was pitch black as he turned around and commanded, "Everyone come in." Then the mighty 8th Order Lucifer waved his hand and began to use his knowledge of space magic in an attempt to create a separate realm momentarily while they waited for the disaster to pass. The leaders of the other factions also seemed to have the same idea, and the 7th Order existences belonging to the Dragon God Realm joined together to accomplish the task. However, just at that moment, the red eyes of the ghost belonging to the Heavenly Wolf Sirius glowed brightly, and the space several kilometers around suddenly trembled for a second before everything returned to normal as if nothing had happened. "Damn, I can't break through space," Nikolai exclaimed in shock. "Lucifer, that just now was serious space magic. World lock." Fire Sorrow approached Lucifer and said with concern as she watched Long Tian's body slowly being torn apart. She was worried not for the safety of the giant dragon that at this moment looked more like a toy dragon than a real one, but because soon they might be next. Can any of you do anything about it? Lilith asked with a serious voice and even a tinge of irritation. Her firmament fragment with sealing skills was recovering the energy she had consumed about a month and a half ago to destroy the Petra world. As for her second firmament fragment, that one was out of the question. Even if she died, Lilith did not dare to use it here no matter what. The problem was that she could not die. She still had to fulfill her goal. She wanted to go back to Earth and see that mischievous but righteous and brave young man. She wanted to get to know the person called Bai Zemin better. There were too many things she still needed to do, and there was too much of a bright future ahead of her to allow herself to fall for someone else's stupid mistake. Lucifer looked at Lilith and smiled bitterly as he said softly, "I say, miss, can't you see how that damn lizard with the last name Long is getting the beating of his life? Even though I honestly believe I'm stronger than him, Sirius Ghost will tear me apart in an instant if I attack it. As for the world lock that the ghost just used to seal the space, forget it, there's no such thing as being able to break that lock. If it was that easy to defeat, Sirius wouldn't have been able to overpower even the Soul Record. Even if it was just a remnant of its power, it wasn't something an eighth-order existence could deal with." Just as Lilith began to grow impatient, Lucifer suddenly seemed to have an idea and hurriedly looked at Fire Sorrow. Backslash 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 backslash. AN. 1. Yesterday I saw 2 comments from privileged readers that honestly irritated me. I'll make it short here. If you have a problem with my writing, remember that you can stop reading this novel anytime you wish. No one is forcing you to stay. 2. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 483, Sirius, an existence that cannot be defeated by numbers. Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow with intensity, making the Seventh-Order mage feel a little uncomfortable. As Long Tian's roars of pain continued spreading throughout the universal area they were all in at the moment, a single second was as precious as gold to these higher existences, who ironically didn't care about the time in the past. Long Tian's dragon form had already lost its tail, one of the giant wings, and its scaly body was replete with bloody gashes and deep scratches that had easily pierced through the hard golden scales that covered Long Tian's body like a carapace that previously seemed to be indestructible. Under the sharp, destructive claws of the heavenly wolf, even the most powerful defense in the world was fated to collapse. In fact, were it not for the fact that Long Tian had wisely decided to switch to his full dragon form, his life might have ended long ago. The only reason Long Tian had managed to hold on until now was exclusively thanks to his hard scales that provided him with one of the most powerful physical defenses and magic suppressors in the cosmos. As the explosions of the single-sided battle spread far and wide, it was clear from the roars of pain that it wouldn't be long before one of the most powerful beings in the current universe would be cruelly slaughtered by one of the most powerful beings of the ancient universe. "Lucifer, what's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Fire Sorrow finally could not stand the gaze of the man in front of her anymore, so she asked with a frown. This was one of the few times she referred to the leader of the demonic army as Lucifer, and not as His Majesty, in front of a large number of existences. Even more so, existences belonging to other factions. Lucifer stared at her for another 3 seconds before sighing and saying in an apologetic tone, "I'm afraid I'll have to ask to borrow that from you, Fire Sorrow." "That?" Fire Sorrow muttered in confusion. However, suddenly her violet eyes twitched violently as if she had thought of something. Fire Sorrow shook her head from side to side and shouted loudly, "Impossible! Do you want me to use one of the few things left from the past to hurt Sirius? Dream on. Let that arrogant dragon suffer for his own actions." "You're not thinking things through clearly or deeply, my beautiful strategist." Lucifer sighed and removed his pajama hat to scratch his head. "Whether Long Tian lives or dies, that is not a matter of my concern at all. But what will happen after that? That shadow over there isn't the real heavenly wolf. It's merely a remnant left behind by its will, a remnant meant to protect the firmament fragment inside the constellation." HMPH, if I say no, then it's no. Fire Sorrow seemed to have made her final decision. She looked at Lucifer with serious eyes and slowly said, "Are you also like those white pigeons over there? You disappoint me too much, Lucifer." While Meads, Uriel, Michael, and a few more of the army of heaven were a bit angry and uncomfortable at Fire Sorrow's words, while the rest of the army of heaven was confused. The entire demonic army, except for Lucifer and other silent characters, looked at Fire Sorrow with surprise and disbelief. This was without a doubt the first time Fire Sorrow referred to the army of heaven as white pigeons, and as if that wasn't enough, she even said it clearly enough for them to hear. Lucifer couldn't help but force a smile into his heart as he smiled bitterly on the outside. He held up both hands and said in surrender, "Since that's the way it is, forget it then. Your stuff is your stuff. I'm not forcing you to do something you don't want to do." "Sorry," Fire Sorrow sighed and shook her head. She waved her hand, and from her storage ring, a small object was drawn to her just like the opposite poles of two magnets. This object was a reliquary-style necklace quite old, as several broken parts could be seen here and there. Moreover, despite being surrounded by powerful runes of magic, it was clear that the power contained in the necklace was not really anything worth paying attention to anymore. However, that same necklace that could not even be considered a rank 3 accessory was being cared for by a 7th-order existence like Fire Sorrow. In the same way, a mother cared for her newborn baby. Lilith naturally realized that the necklace had a high sentimental value for Fire Sorrow, and judging by Lucifer's complicated look, for him as well. However, she could not understand how such a weak necklace could scratch such a terrifying existence which was crushing one of the most powerful beings in existence. Fortunately, Lilith had learned not to underestimate or judge based solely on appearances. Wasn't she a much more powerful monster than she appeared on the surface? Wasn't Bai Zemin the same? Therefore, whatever her doubts, she kept them to herself. Lucifer turned his gaze back to the battlefield, and sighed as he saw that the situation was finally reaching its climax. How are we supposed to get out of this now? The lazy Lucifer couldn't help but sigh again as he looked at the silhouette of the wolf howling towards the heavens as if it was repeatedly challenging them. Lucifer whispered, "You really are a pain in the ass." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. Golden chains coiled like giant snakes around the 4 limbs of the giant dragon, and an even thicker one tightly bound the beast's mouth to prevent him from attacking. Long Tian shook fiercely in an attempt to free himself from the restraining bindings, but instead of succeeding, the only thing he achieved was that the injuries that plagued every inch of his body began to bleed even more heavily than before. Unable to free himself, his golden eyes glowed with anger amidst despair. Hundreds of magic circles suddenly flashed around the area where Long Tian and the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius were standing. Magical power rushed through each magic circle at unimaginable speeds, and the mana inside the dragon's body shook violently. "It's pointless," Lucifer sneered. Just as Lilith and the rest were wondering what he meant by those words, the next scene shocked everyone. The magic power and mana circulating from Long Tian's body in his dragon form were like a lighter and powder that ignited the magic circles. However, the golden chains suddenly acquired a slight crimson glow on the surface, and like sponges, the golden chains quickly began to absorb the magical power and mana that Long Tian was using. The pupils of the mighty dragon, but at the same time helpless against the power of the enemy he faced, contracted to the smallest possible extent. For the first time, the proud and arrogant dragon who believed he did not need to respect or fear anything in the cosmos began to feel fear in the face of imminent death. It even ate the magic. The heavenly wolf canceled the magic spells. God protect us. The various existences of the different factions were shocked by what they had just witnessed. Anti-magic spells, despite being rare, were not shocking enough sights to leave everyone dumbfounded and despairing. However, what they had just seen was clearly not an anti-magic spell. It was something else, something different. That was blood manipulation, Lilith muttered in shock as her ruby eyes twitched at what they were seeing. The golden blood flowing from the injuries on Long Tian's body, far from being carried away by the zero gravity of outer space, was being absorbed by the golden chains surrounding the mighty dragon's body. Moreover, the most striking thing was that the more blood they devoured, the chains not only became more powerful, but the faster Long Tian's mana disappeared, and the faster the magic power was consumed. Lilith, you know about the skill blood manipulation." Fire Sorrow looked at Lilith with wide eyes. Isn't that the main skill of immortal bloodlust leader?" Lilith blurted out matter-of-factly. Lucifer's eyes flashed strangely as Fire Sorrow shook her head and said in a serious voice, "Immortal bloodlust leader's skill is called Bloodmaker. It is undoubtedly an extremely powerful skill, even more so considering how high the evolutionary level of his skill must be at the moment. But the blood manipulation skill is not something a normal soul can handle." "Excuse me," Lilith looked at her with wide eyes. Suddenly, she felt a pair of eyes watching her intently, and a shiver ran down her spine as she saw that Lucifer was looking at her with a curious smile that, for some strange reason, seemed not only playful but also excited. "Your Majesty Lucifer, I don't like the way you're looking at me," Lilith pointed out with a frown, her voice slightly tinged with displeasure to mask her true agitated emotions. "I'm sorry," Lucifer nodded and looked away. No one found this little exchange odd. After all, Lucifer's personality was known to be an extremely flexible one, and the coldness of the bloody succubus was also widely known within the demonic army. Just as Lilith let out a sigh of relief in her heart, a silhouette wearing white armor approached them. It was Medes, God, the Lord of the army of heaven. Medes at this moment was no longer wearing that normal white robe from before. His body was covered by a compact plate armor, and in his right hand, he held an exquisite white spear over 2.5 meters long. "Lucifer, I along with the others have just agreed to all attack Sirius Ghost," Medes said in a deep voice. "If we stay here and do nothing, sooner or later we will experience the same fate as Long Tian or even a worse one that hasn't happened to him yet." "Attack, attack my ass," Lucifer barked loudly. He looked at the god of heaven as if he was an idiot and said disdainfully, "Old man, did you forget what the heavenly wolf's specialty was and the reason why the enemy armies never dared to face it?" "That's," Medes frowned, and as if he had remembered something his expression turned extremely ugly. "HMPH, if you want to die go ahead and die yourself." Lucifer laid down in the void and let the zero-gravity drag his body casually as he calmly said, "If I lay here I might survive. Who knows?" Medes looked at Lucifer and said with suppressed anger, "You and I, along with a handful here, have lived longer than any other living being ever. We have experienced the end once, but even that end was but a new beginning for us. You can fool others, but you cannot fool me, Lucifer. I know you fear death as much as I fear it." Lucifer opened his dark eyes slowly, and a nostalgic glint flashed in his gaze for an instant as he whispered, "I fear death. Sure, I fear to die. But what I fear is not death itself. What I really fear is not being able to accomplish my goal and failing those who rely on me to survive." Then Lucifer inclined his head slightly and looked at Medes with a smile that the god of the army of heaven had seen countless years before as he said, "To me, death is no different than eternal sleep, and you know what, old friend, I love to sleep." As Medes and Lucifer stared at each other as if they understood what the other was thinking, a giant golden spear began to form in the hand of the heavenly wolf Sirius Ghost. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 484, Annihilation of the Falling Sky and Goddess of Rebirth. The golden spear in the hands of Sirius Heavenly Wolf's ghost was clearly not an energy spear or anything similar. It was a real spear. The higher existences who were paying attention to the events were stupefied when they saw Sirius Ghost extend its right hand, and as if responding to its call, the constellation behind it lit up before the spear shot out from the interior. What did this mean then? It meant that inside the constellation of the heavenly wolf Sirius was not only a powerful firmament fragment waiting to be claimed, but there were also powerful treasures. Although such things were normal, the golden spear with several crimson-red engravings not only looked extremely beautiful, but the aura it exuded had even materialized to the point where from the distance a faint deep red glimmer could be seen on the edges of the weapon. "Welp," Lucifer closed his eyes and crossed one leg over the other as he muttered indifferently, "I must say it was not a pleasure to meet you all, see you all in hell, or maybe not. Wasn't I the ruler of hell in some bullshit legends? Whatever." "What's happening?" Lilith frowned as the mana inside her body began to circulate under her command. Even if it was impossible, she wasn't willing to fall without putting up a fight. Lilith had experienced hardships and sorrows few here could imagine to get to where she was now. Throughout her relatively short life, she had learned that nothing was absolutely impossible. It was just a matter of how much you were willing to sacrifice to achieve your goal. Lucifer did not respond. Instead, Lucia narrowed her eyes, and as she stared at the beautiful, majestic-looking spear in the hands of Sirius Ghost, she couldn't help but mutter in shock, "That spear! Annihilation of the falling sky." To think that Sirius would leave the spear that accompanied it for several thousand years behind. Fire Sorrow's expression was bitter, and like Lucifer, she simply decided to wait and see what fate had in store for her. "How ironic," Fire Sorrow suddenly laughed freely and said nonchalantly, "For hundreds of millions of years, I have been revered as one of the greatest talents in the path of magic regardless of era or world. I always believed that my fate was controlled by me, but look at me now. I guess it's never too late to learn something. Life has many twists and turns after all. Lilith narrowed her eyes, and a strange light flashed in her gaze as her eyes went back and forth between Lucia and Fire Sorrow. Perhaps it was due to the shock of everything that was happening, but the two women didn't realize that they inadvertently revealed information that, to the current Lilith, was of utmost importance. "I'm not willing." Michael roared skyward, and flames burst outward with him as the center. The ring of fire was so large that all nearby angels were directly sent flying amidst screams of surprise and pain. Michael's personality was explosive and strong, just like his flames. Therefore, when something didn't please him or when things didn't go his way, it was not at all uncommon for his temper to flare up as it was doing right now. "Lord, why do we have to give in to a ghost?" Michael looked at Meads and shouted in apparent anger. "Sirius is a thing of the past. The legend of the heavenly wolf is nothing but history. I refuse to believe that we can't defeat a remnant spirit of someone who left this world long ago." Everyone in the area was silent as Uriel looked at Michael with pity. Maybe Michael himself had not noticed, but his grip on his spear was no longer as firm as before, and his hands occasionally trembled, exposing his inner feelings which he tried to mask with anger without even realizing it. Meads hesitated as he listened to the words of his most powerful archangel. Although he felt that what Michael was saying made sense, the truth was that Meads still feared the memories that were as old as the universe and as fresh as ever. After all, as Lucifer had just said, if they stood still obediently, then perhaps they could survive. However, Meads knew in his heart that unless Sirius Ghost weakened quickly, anyone who dared to attack it would not only die, but also serve as fodder to make it more powerful than it already was. Just then Sirius Ghost made its move. When the ghost of the heavenly wolf moved, the only beings who managed to see a blurry moving silhouette were the leaders of the various factions of higher existences. As for the rest, even to the eyes of the seventh-order existences, the movement of the ghost was so fast and fine that it was no different from teleportation. Seemingly without any technique, and with a simple stab so simple that even a 5-year-old child could do, the ghost of Sirius Heavenly Wolf firmly held onto the spear in its hands and pushed forward. Crimson cracks immediately appeared in space wherever the spear passed, revealing a space that was significantly darker and filled with chaos and death, in which even the strongest beings would only survive a meager amount of time before succumbing. There was no strange magical sound, far from it, only silence and soft breaking. The size of the giant dragon Long Tian had transformed into, compared to the minuscule size of the heavenly wolf's ghost, made as big a difference as the difference between a skyscraper and a human standing next to it. However, the one who shuddered in fear and helplessness as his body was tightly suppressed by chains of golden blood was not the small wolf, but the giant dragon. Long Tian fought with all his might. He really tried again and again. However, regardless of whether it was his monstrous and incomparable physical strength or whether it was his destructive large-scale magical attacks, nothing was of any use. The golden blood chains that clung to his body were as if they were treasures meant to seal gods, as even the mana was absorbed, denying the magic. Prodigy. Overwhelming pain flooded Long Tian's senses at the same time as the scales and defense he was so proud of were easily torn apart by Sirius Ghost's spear, as if there was no obstacle to begin with. The giant dragon involuntarily wanted to roar in pain, but even that was denied to Long Tian as his mouth was being tightly sealed. It was only a stab, but the pain Long Tian was feeling was the greatest pain he had ever felt in his entire life. It was clear that the golden spear with deep crimson engravings in the hands of the heavenly wolf's ghost had some special feature to increase the pain of the injuries it inflicted, or else it would be impossible to make a proud and powerful eighth-order existence at the top of the universe want to cry out in pain. Scales were split, the skin was separated, the flesh was pierced. Finally, under the terrified eyes of the higher existences belonging to the dragon god realm and amidst screams of terror, the heart of the mighty Long Tian was pierced from side to side. Long Tian's draconic eyes opened wide abruptly, and red veins appeared inside. Despair and disbelief shone in his eyes as he felt the enemy's spear before him growing inside his body, and his heart was pierced from side to side before exploding in a bloody mess. If Long Tian's heart had magically been pierced by an ordinary spear, then he would be able to sustain his life with serious injuries and in a few years recover completely. However, when the heart of a higher existence was pierced by another higher existence wielding a high-quality treasure, There was no room for lamentation. Lord God Dragon. No. How could this happen? Amidst the wails and groans of the Dragon God Realm members, Long Tian felt the life force leaving his body at astonishing speeds. The other Eighth Order leaders also noticed Long Tian's life force rapidly disappearing. Lucifer opened his eyes for a moment to look at the situation before sighing and closing them again, as he muttered in a voice only he could hear. How long has it been since someone so powerful fell? Lucifer couldn't remember. The most powerful existence that had fallen in the last 500,000 years was a being of the Seventh Order who tried to obtain a firmament fragment but fallen into the constellation. This alone shook the entire universe for over 300,000 years before everyone slowly began to overcome the shock. As for Eighth Order, for 99% of those present, this was the first time they had not only heard but witnessed such a thing. While Lucifer felt nostalgic, and even a little sad since regardless of the differences, Long Tian was a necessary existence for the universe, the other 6 leaders began to look at the members of the Dragon God Realm with greed. Not because of bad intentions, but because of something different. When the leader of a higher existence faction died on the battlefield, the faction would naturally be removed from the records that made up the universe. So, just as when a guild leader decided to eliminate the guild after asking a video game NPC to do so, all members of the Dragon God Realm would immediately lose all records that made them higher existences. After all, except for the 8 leaders present, everyone else had only become higher beings after joining one of the existing factions. Therefore, what would happen when Long Tian's life energy completely disappeared? The members of the Dragon God Realm would be faced with 2 options. The first option was naturally death. After the loss of the records that had been forcibly engraved on their souls to overcome the limits of time and nature, they would all fall to the peak Fourth Order immediately. As a consequence, all these beings who had lived millions of years would quickly confront the passage of time and witness how their bodies would get old before turning into ashes. 2. Quickly make the decision as to which other of the 7 factions still standing they would join. Only by quickly becoming higher existences again, after accepting the modifications of records that made up who they were, these fallen beings could once again stand against the fierce passage of time. Of course, option number 2 had an extremely strong drawback, and this was that once fallen from higher existence to lower existence, and then again ascended to higher existence, the 6th Order and 7th Order beings would lose all the levels they had gained and fall back to the initial 5th Order. The same applied to the 5th Order beings, as they would fall back to the initial level immediately. It was a cruel but natural punishment considering that what they were doing was somehow against the principles of the soul record. Besides, as long as there was life, the levels could be regained since regardless of the time needed the higher existences had an eternity of time waiting for them, unless another being killed them. Lilith watched the greedy eyes of the faction leaders, and her heart not only grew cold, but the ridicule and disdain in her grew to the highest possible peak. Even in such circumstances, these people still thought of benefits. It was a mystery whether the next second they would still be alive, but instead of thinking of countermeasures to survive, they were thinking about profits. I guess large-scale greed is not something uniquely of mankind, Lilith whispered to herself as she remembered her own past, and all the things she had seen while supporting Bai Zemin from the shadows in every step he took. Suddenly, Lucifer abruptly opened his eyes and looked at Long Tian in shock. "Don't tell me, this fucking bastard," he muttered in disbelief as a thought ran through him. The other 6 leaders also realized that something was wrong when Long Tian's soul life energy stopped diminishing. No, instead of continuing to diminish and far from stopping, the life energy that had dropped was being strangely returned to his body at a speed even faster than the speed at which it had dropped before. Suddenly, a brilliant green light enveloped the giant dragon's body. The emerald green light was so bright that for a moment it forced everyone to close their eyes tightly as the light continued to spread farther and farther. Just as the strongest managed to open their eyes after the light dimmed considerably, the roar of a dragon shook the space with power and vigor. Roar! Nikolai looked at the now free and extremely healthy Long Tian roaring. The powerful 8th Order vampire's eyes flashed with anger as he snarled through gritted teeth. This damn son of a bitch. It was actually him who killed Cynthia and stole the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth. Approximately 800,000 years ago, one of the central pillars of immortal bloodlust had headed to a world abundant in resources to become the guardian of that world. However, Nicolay could still remember the shock he felt when he perceived that Cynthia had been killed in a second, without even giving her time to send a single mental message. Cynthia had been a powerful healer and holder of a powerful firmament fragment that had saved the lives of countless members of Immortal Bloodlust, so her fall had enraged many. At that time, Immortal Bloodlust was so mad with rage that they cared little for attacking all factions at the same time in search of answers. Now, that mystery that had always been a thorn in Niale's heart, and that so intrigued everyone, had finally been solved. It was clear that Long Tian had somehow managed to not only kill Cynthia twice, but had also taken advantage of the fact that the will left behind by the goddess of rebirth in the firmament fragment had disappeared after handing over her legacy to Cynthia. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 485. Two higher existences factions clash and the situation change. Regardless of what everyone else might be thinking, the current Long Tian couldn't care less. In his mind, there was only one thought, and his current goal was a very simple one, a simple but difficult goal to achieve. Survive. That's right, the mighty Long Tian, who never feared anything in his life, only wanted to survive. Therefore, once the effect of the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth was activated, when the passive skill detected that it was impossible for him to heal from such a deadly injury, Long Tian seized the opportunity when the golden blood chains were destroyed by the effect of the firmament fragment and unhesitatingly dashed into the distance. A single flap of his wings was enough to move tens of kilometers. However, at this moment, Long Tian didn't only have to worry about the heavenly wolf's serious ghost. Dog surnamed Long, come back here and hand over your life. Nikolai, leader of immortal bloodlust, turned into a blood-red bolt of light, and in an instant reached Long Tian in his dragon form. The mana in Nikolai's body shook violently as he shouted, "Sea of phantom blood!" Long Tian, having only one goal in mind, which was to get away from this area at the fastest speed possible, had no time to react when Nikolai's magic spell was activated. Countless waves of blood appeared out of nowhere in the middle of outer space, and like a giant cube covered thousands of kilometers in an instant, enclosing Long Tian's giant body inside. "Nikolai, you bastard, how dare you!" Long Tian's rage-filled roar echoed from within the sea of blood, and as bloody ghosts tried their best to attack and break his now completely healthy scales, Long Tian covered his body with a giant ball of flames. Countless blood specters attacked Long Tian in the sea of blood. While the blood specters managed to tear a few scales from Long Tian's back in his giant dragon form, most were incinerated when they approached the surrounding flames that burned at high temperatures. Long Tian's fear toward the heavenly wolf's serious ghost had long since turned to terror. Therefore, even though his body slowly began to fill with wounds, he did not try to fight and only focused every ounce of energy on fleeing further while using all his magic spells capable of suppressing elements such as blood or water more easily. A battle to the death between two eighth-order existences usually was not something that could be ended with two moves. Even fighting for days and nights continuously would not be strange at all. The process alone could bring an end to many unfortunate worlds encountered in the path of the existences engaged in combat. However, since Long Tian's goal was to flee, Nikolai couldn't really stop him. "Ha ha ha ha!" Nikolai laughed out loud as he conjured hundreds of thousands of bats out of nowhere and hurled them towards Long Tian. With bloodshot eyes, he barked, "Since you dared to assault Cynthia in the past, then you'd better pay your taxes with interest today." In the sea of blood, Long Tian writhed as he roared and tore apart the bats and blood wraiths using his physical body and magic spells while he kept flying away. Injuries were inevitable no matter how slight they were, however. Nikolai's real goal was to hold Long Tian back as long as possible. Because there was another being who would take care of the dragon for him. "How dare you! Nikolai, you damn putrid bat! Immortal bloodlust, you bastards!" The members of the Dragon God realm finally reacted after seeing their leader reborn from what was certain death, and after understanding the goal of immortal bloodlust and the leader of that faction, the entire Dragon God realm rushed forward with furious expressions. "Attack! Don't let these damn lizardmen help the dog surnamed Long no matter what." Nikolai waved his hand as he floated away and began to throw countless blood weapons toward Long Tian, who was still fleeing with all he had. "Attack! We must take revenge for Cynthia." Kill them all. Upon receiving the command from the highest leader, all of the immortal bloodlust's higher existences flew forward, and their black hooded silhouettes helped to blend into the darkness of outer space. Doom Roar, a powerful male dragon of 7th order, tried to reach Long Tian to help him get out of the sea of blood. However, his path was suddenly obstructed by a wave of giant bats, and his eyes turned red as he roared. Fuck off. Roar. A fierce roar came from the throat of the Oriental-style dragon that was over 50 kilometers long. The blast traveled swiftly through the void, and if not for the space blockade erected by Sirius Ghost earlier, the space traversed by the blast would undoubtedly have been shattered into pieces. Just as the higher existences belonging to immortal bloodlust were about to explode into a blood mist, a silhouette appeared out of nowhere before them. This silhouette was a handsome European-looking man wearing a black robe with red vetoes and holding a purple staff in his right hand. His red eyes took on a strange golden hue of light for an instant, and as the man waved his staff, the soul stone embedded in the surface lit up. A psychic barrier instantly appeared in front of the man, and an instant later the shockwave of Doom Roar's roar impacted heavily against the barrier. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated everywhere, and the shockwave sent the dragons that were closely following Doom Roar flying backward. As for the vampires of immortal bloodlust, they were perfectly fine behind the barrier. Doom Roar, old friend, it's been a while since we last drank together. The man grinned, bearing 2 long fangs inside his mouth. Alucard, how dare you stand in my way? Doom Roar roared mightily before lunging forward without hesitation. Boom! Doom Roar swung his giant tail mightily and struck the giant barrier in an attempt to break it so that he could go further to help his leader. However, even though the psychic barrier cracked, an instant later all the cracks disappeared without a trace. It wasn't only Doom Roar who faced obstacles. All the members of the Dragon God realm were obstructed by immortal bloodlust's higher existences. Boom! 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 7th order existences clashed with each other, while 6th order existences and 5th order existences were engaged into fierce combats. Only about 5 seconds had passed since Long Tian had managed to escape from death's clutches thanks to the goddess of rebirth's firmament fragment. But it only took such a short amount of time for the previously silent outer space to be filled with lights and thunderous magical explosions. Ha 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 ha! What's up, dog long? Weren't you a proud dragon? Right now you're nothing but a filthy dog trying to run away with your tail between your legs. I wonder how proud the ancestors of your fucking race are as they watch you from their graves. Ha 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 ha! Nikolai laughed out loud as he continued backing up and casting magic spells to hold Long Tian back for as long as possible. Throughout the whole process, he did not forget to do his best to mentally affect his enemy. Long Tian roared furiously, and several times tried to hit Nikolai in order to get him out of his way. However, Nikolai was cunning and clearly did not aim to come face to face with a powerful dragon whose physical body was possibly the most perfect in existence. Therefore, even if Long Tian was unwilling, he really had no choice but to slow down the speed at which he was fleeing in order to defend himself from the attacks his enemy was throwing at him. After all, while the power of the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth was amazing and practically miraculous, it was not invincible. The power of rebirth was no ordinary power, and to escape the clutches of death the amount of energy consumed was simply colossal and unimaginable, since the most valuable thing that existed in the history of all creation was undoubtedly life. So, although Long Tian was basically a being with 2 lives, the truth was that he could no longer rely on the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth. Because the time the firmament fragment needed to rest after being activated was 100,000 years. 100,000 years for someone like Long Tian was an incredibly short amount of time. In the past, thanks to the power of the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth, Long Tian believed that he was invincible. After all, even if he fought to the death with another 8th order being and he lost, the power of the firmament fragment of the goddess of rebirth would return him to his peak condition in an instant, while his enemy would be plagued with injuries by then. In that case, victory would eventually fall into his hands. Unfortunately, Long Tian's arrogance had gone too far, and he had been blinded by his own power. Whether he was willing to accept reality or not, the truth was that a being capable of slaughtering him countless times in the span of a single day had appeared right in front of him. The other factions watched dumbfounded as immortal bloodlust and the Dragon God realm engaged in combat, without worrying about the consequences. A couple of seconds ago, immortal Bloodlust was also trembling in fear as he witnessed the power of the heavenly wolf. However, when it was revealed that the leader of the dragon god realm had been the culprit and killer of one of immortal Bloodlust's main powers hundreds of thousands of years ago, the vampires seemed to forget the fear, and that emotion was quickly replaced by burning rage. Magical and physical explosions that surpassed natural limits slowly began to cause the formerly firm void to shake continuously. After all, the clash of a dozen seventh-order beings, thousands of sixth-order, hundreds of thousands of fifth-order, and finally the clash of two of the most powerful beings in the universe was nothing to scoff at all. Besides, considering that Sirius Ghost was only a remnant left behind by the real heavenly wolf, it was reasonable that its power was not comparable to the original one. However, in this moment the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius seemed oblivious to what was happening before it, and seemed to have forgotten its goal of slaughtering the existence that dared to challenge its dominance on more than one occasion with arrogance. Long Tian was terrified, so he didn't even dare to look back. Nicolai was enraged to care about anything other than revenge. The Dragon God Kingdom was too busy trying to help their leader. And finally, immortal Bloodlust in general yearned to avenge a being that was once precious to them all. Therefore, none of them noticed a certain peculiarity. Lilith cautiously observed the ghost of Sirius Heavenly Wolf, and she couldn't help but frown slightly as she wondered what was going on. The wolf's silhouette was as blurry as ever, proof that far from being a real existence the Sirius before her, and the rest was no more than a remnant of that once glorious one. However, the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius was acting strangely. Far from pursuing or continuing to attack, for some reason, Sirius Ghost suddenly turned its head to stare seemingly at nothing. It was difficult to clearly make out any part of the wolf, but those two glowing eyes were impossible to miss, so Lilith couldn't help but notice that the ghost's pupils of energy reflected the infinite distance. There was no warning and no signal. Space suddenly exploded in such a way that behind the constellation, a huge hole opened up into nothingness, where chaotic lightning flashed constantly with the intention of devouring everything. None of those present were spared, as each of them felt tremendous pain from the chest before the consequences showed themselves. The strongest ones, like Lucifer and the other 7 8th-order leaders, simply clutched their chests tightly as their faces furrowed in pain. On the other hand, the existences of 7th order grunted at the same time, as a thin trickle of blood slipped from the corner of their mouths. For their part, Lilith and the 6th order existences directly spat out fresh blood. This made it clear that at least Lilith's stamina and health stats were not monstrously high, but no one was in the mood to notice this fact. As for the 5th order beings, the most directly affected ones lost their consciousness, while the lucky ones spat out several mouthfuls of blood with pale faces. It was only thanks to such a phenomenal occurrence that the two factions who were facing their lives on the line stopped what they were doing and finally noticed the anomaly. What happened? Lilith asked in astonishment as she cleaned the blood on her mouth. It removed it, Lucifer said, even with some lingering pain. Lilith looked at him blankly, but before she could say anything, Fire Sorrow responded. The spatial lock erected by Sirius Ghost was removed. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this. After all, the reason none of them could flee was because space was sealed. Long Tian seemed to have received a second chance as, after shaking off Nicolai, he immediately tore through the void and charged into the rift. The members of the Dragon God realm soon followed him, and in a matter of 10 seconds, they all disappeared without a trace. Regardless of the anger of all the higher existences of immortal bloodlust, they too were relieved that at least now they had a chance to survive the catastrophe. However, just as Nicolai and the other leaders were about to take their people with them, something happened that shocked everyone. The ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius suddenly leaned its body backward at the same time as it raised its right arm. Its right hand, with which it was clutching the magnificent golden spear, tightened its grip and pulled its arm back before finally abruptly leaning forward while its right arm followed the motion. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 486. Slowly but surely, two different paths converge. The characteristic throwing motion was mirrored in every part of the stance that the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius had just taken. It didn't take a genius to figure out what was going to happen next, considering that the ghost was clutching a spear in its right hand, while its entire arm swung as if it were some sort of whip. The spear finally left the hand of the heavenly wolf's ghost as the latter's arm reached the maximum possible extension, and a thunderous explosion comparable to the last one resounded everywhere. However, in contrast to the last explosion in which practically all of the higher existences in the vicinity were injured, this time none of them received the slightest real damage, except for feeling a slight dizziness assaulting them. This was because, unlike the large-scale space explosion from before, this explosion only focused on a single point, as when the spear left Sirius Ghost's grip, it seemed to form a sort of space portal through which it entered, and then disappeared without a trace as the portal closed. After launching that terrifying shot which even after a long time left a flash of golden light mixed with crimson light shining in outer space, the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius seemed to lose its interest in anything else, as it simply stood there in the void doing nothing, but staring off into the distance. Sirius Ghost is it slowly vanishing? Lilith narrowed her eyes and noticed that slowly the figure of the heavenly wolf's ghost was starting to not only become more blurry, but was also becoming more and more transparent. Previously, it was not possible to see beyond the energy body that composed Sirius Ghost. However, now Lilith could see the constellation beyond the body more and more clearly. All the factions of higher existences, except for the dragon god realm that had escaped the first second the spatial lock erected by Sirius Ghost was lifted, were still present. Therefore, what Lilith noticed was also noticed by each of them. However, even though it was clear that the current heavenly wolf's ghost was getting weaker with each passing second, none of those present dared to take a step forward, let alone show any sign of attacking. The miserable experience lived by the mighty Long Tian had been witnessed by everyone, and no one wanted to become the second Long Tian. Long Tian was lucky as he had a powerful firmament fragment that granted him a second chance to live. However, the others did not possess such a unique firmament fragment. Death for them was eternal death. What was that from now? Salazar, the powerful Eighth Order zombie, asked with a frown. That's probably the same question we all have, Nikolay replied with coldness as his eyes flashed chillingly. The leader of immortal bloodlust was furious beyond all possible words after learning the true reason and culprit behind the death of one of his most valuable generals. However, Nikolay was not an easy existence to deal with at all either. The dragon god realm would soon begin to experience headaches as great as it had not felt since its creation. I told you that it wasn't a good idea to desecrate the legacy left behind by the heavenly wolf Sirius, but none of you listened. Even I got carried away in the heat of the moment. Lethar bowed deeply in the direction of the constellation of Sirius as he spoke words of forgiveness. As the leader of the Heavenly Moon Army bowed in respect, regardless of whether they were 5th, 6th, or 7th order higher existences, all the members of the Heavenly Moon Army knelt on their right knees and lowered their heads towards the ghost of Sirius in the distance. Lethar was a true werewolf from birth and after. He managed to ascend and create the Heavenly Moon Army. Each and every member who joined had their soul records modified so they all almost completely abandoned their past selves to become werewolves. No one knew if the Heavenly Wolf Sirius in the past was a true wolf or if it had received the title Heavenly Wolf for some specific reason. In fact, no one knew if Sirius was the Heavenly Wolf's real name or if it was also part of the title. At least, if anyone knew such information, which was unlikely, they had never divulged it to the outside world. However, regardless of whether Sirius had been a true wolf or not, the truth was that the bloodline that ran through the veins of every member of the Heavenly Moon Army, after having their records greatly modified practically, compelled them to worship the being in front of them regardless of whether it was a remnant ghost or not. No one responded to Lethar's words, for as stupid as it might sound, and putting aside the fact that he was bowing his head to a dead being with no concern for his image and pride. It was true that Lethar had told them that it was better to leave things as they were rather than try to force an entrance in an unnatural manner. Uriel looked at Fire Sorrow, and her angelic voice reached out to all present as she slowly said, "That from now was what I think it was." Fire Sorrow gave her a sidelong glance before turning her eyes back to Sirius Ghost. Just as Uriel smiled, bitterly thinking she was going to be ignored, Fire Sorrow replied to her earlier question. "It seems that what happened just now was indeed an attack." Fire Sorrow frowned slightly, and a flash of doubt crossed her eyes as she muttered, "But what did it attack?" "How about we go find out for ourselves?" Lucifer said out of nowhere, and a peculiar sparkle flashed in his gaze for a second before disappearing without a trace. Go find out for ourselves. Lucia looked at her elder brother, and for the first time since she appeared showed something of a reaction worthy of a living being in her eyes. She looked at him in disbelief as she said in shock, "You want to follow Sirius' ghost attack?" "Hey, why not?" Lucifer laughed nonchalantly and did not look like a being who several seconds ago might have experienced his doom. He looked at the ghost of the heavenly wolf Sirius and said in a lazy voice, "Look, our old friend over there doesn't even care about us anymore. Not only might we find something enjoyable if we follow the spatial flow of its attack, but at the same time we'll be able to get away from this dangerous place. Not bad, right?" "No," Lethar said in a deep voice and straightened his posture as the rest of his faction stood up in unison. The mighty Eighth Order werewolf looked at Lucifer and decided, "My faction and I are disengaging here. To keep bothering the heavenly wolf will only end up bringing us calamity sooner or later." Lucifer looked at him enviously and sighed wearily as he said, "Lethar, man, you don't know how much I envy you." "Envy me?" Lethar frowned and looked at him uncomprehendingly. Lucifer nodded and looked up at the sky as he slowly said, "Now you are leaving here, and when you get to your place you can sleep as much as you want. I, on the other hand, still cannot return to my comfortable bed as I have stuff to do." Lethar's face rotted when he heard Lucifer's words. He gritted his teeth and said with a tinge of annoyance, "Damn demon, if you like sleeping so much then go and sleep." Lucifer looked down and looked at him with a slight smile as he said bitterly, "When you live too long, so long as to not even remember the day you were born accurately, there are only two things that will allow you to continue going forward. But I suppose you'll understand someday, little boy." Lethar shook his head and muttered under his breath, "Pure nonsense. We're out of here." The werewolf leader tore through the void with his claws, and after giving the ghost of the heavenly wolf one last glance he disappeared beyond the rift. The rest of the heavenly moon army soon followed him and disappeared not long after. To begin with, neither Lethar nor any other member of his faction had high hopes coming here. Aside from trying their luck at taking advantage of the wolf bloodline that ran through the veins of each of them, the other real reason why the heavenly moon army decided to appear in the constellation of Sirius was to prevent as much as possible the other factions from desecrating, to the point of no return, the remains left behind by an existence that Lethar admired since he grew up hearing legends of the mighty Sirius. Lucifer simply chuckled at the words Lethar muttered before leaving. He shook his head and said in a complex voice towards the void in front of him, "When it gets to the point where even living becomes boring, only sleep can keep you from committing follies, and only the excitement of something really new and strange can make your blood bubble. But I guess it's still too early for you." Very few people among those present understood how bitter Lucifer's words were. Only a few existences, for different reasons, managed to stand firm despite having lived longer than anyone else in the entire universe. Because it was not at all uncommon for occasionally a higher existence who had already lived millions of years to decide to commit suicide for not being able to find a real purpose for which to continue living. I guess eternal life can sometimes also be a curse if we have no one to share it with. Lilith sighed inwardly as she recalled that in the past, she had had a conversation of a similar nature to this with Bai Zemin. "Well, old people," Lucifer looked at the 5 leaders other than himself and said with a happy smile, "It wasn't a pleasure to see you again at all, and I hope to never have to see your faces again in my life. Oh, by the way, if you see that damn lizard with the last name Long, tell him to watch his ass or the wolf might bite him, he." Then, without waiting for a reply from anyone, Lucifer activated his space magic spell again, and a giant eye appeared in front of him and his faction. "Move!" The demonic army followed Lucifer's footsteps, and in a matter of seconds, they all disappeared without a trace. Lucifer simply focused as much as possible on following the traces of spatial rupture left behind by the spear thrown by Sirius Ghost in order to find what he was looking for. As for the other leaders, after Lucifer and the demonic army disappeared into the void, as by prior agreement they used their methods to travel through space. They all decided to follow the spear that the ghost of the heavenly wolf threw, not only because they wanted to see what was happening, but also because they might be able to obtain such a high-quality weapon if they were unlucky. /////. Oblan world. Explode, Bai Zemin muttered under his breath as he walked into the space rift leading to Earth. The blood trident encircled by the flames of the endless lotus blue flame that was being contained by the magical barrier erected by Emperor Thanath abruptly released all the magical power and mana it contained within, thus causing an apocalyptic-level explosion. This was possibly the first time in over 1 million years that the Oblong world had received an attack of such great magnitude. The mighty Fourth Order Emperor Thanath roared from the depths of his heart, as his mana depleted at speeds hundreds of times faster than the rate at which the Cosmos Gate consumed it. Backslash 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 backslash. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 487 Fourth Order Ghost Emperor. Chapter 487 Fourth Order Ghost Emperor. Previously, Emperor Thanath believed that except for his most destructive spells, which were composed of various magic circles, there was nothing that could overcome the terrific and lightning-fast consumption of mana that opening and maintaining the Cosmos Gate had upon him. After all, he had never suffered from such a horrendously destructive attack. However, for everything in life, there was a first time. Bai Zemin's magic stat and his total magical power were nothing in comparison to Emperor Thanath's mana and magical power. However, when you added each and every component that propelled Bai Zemin and his skills to new heights, things were completely different. The explosion caused by the abrupt outburst of Bai Zemin's Crimson Blood Judgment skill had been so powerful that a huge vacuum bubble whose diameter was over 10,000 kilometers was formed. However, this was only the beginning, a thousandth of a second before the true hell descended. Boom! 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 When the huge vacuum bubble blasted, releasing a shockwave that could only be described as overwhelmingly gigantic, the wind from an entire area of over 200,000 kilometers with the battle zone at its center became the deadly weapon that quickly claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands before that number grew to millions. Huge wind cannons, colossal-sized wind blades, the wind pushed at speeds that far exceeded the natural sound speed of the Oblong world, took all sorts of shapes, and without any control or mercy, began to whip the world into submission. Mountains that had stood for thousands and even hundreds of thousands of years rumbled before breaking into countless fragments. The earth split apart, and cracks tens of thousands of kilometers long spread far and wide. Cities, regardless of whether they possessed high or low walls and regardless of whether they had powerful armies, were struck by natural catastrophes of superb proportions that claimed the lives of countless Asuras, regardless of age or gender. Oblong world was a truly great world whose laws had stagnated in the third evolutionary stage after being forsaken by the Soul Record. However, a world that evolved to such a stage not only possessed vastly stronger laws than a world like Earth, but had also greatly expanded in size. In the case of Oblong, the diameter of the world was approximately 600,000 kilometers. Considering that an area of approximately 200,000 kilometers was affected by Bai Zemin's attack, it was no exaggeration to say that his attack at maximum power had affected 1/3 of Oblong world. Regardless of whether beyond the initial 100,000 kilometers the level of problems faced by the world and its residents was less, if word got out that a first-order existence had caused such a havoc and so much destruction, the entire universe would tremble in fear of what would await it in the future. Crack, 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 crack. The sound was practically inaudible amidst the constant booms and rumbles of the earth. However, for an existence like Emperor Thanath, such a thing could not go unnoticed, even less so considering that he was the one who had created what was cracking faster and faster. The massacre barrier, the magical barrier that the entire Asura race was most proud of, was being destroyed. Even with Emperor Thanath being a powerful fourth-order being, the Crimson Blood Judgment that had been cast by Bai Zemin was a weapon of mass destruction, as it was not only composed of a second-order skill and a third-order flame, but had also received the boost of many components which, when combined together, ended up creating an apocalyptic weapon. Maybe, if a normal first-order existence launched such an attack, and you ignored the fact that such a thing would be impossible due to the enormous weight that the user's soul would have, the destruction that was happening and the destruction that seemed to be about to happen would not happen. However, Bai Zemin was Bai Zemin after all. Fu-woo-hoo-wook. Thanath roared skyward with bloodshot eyes as the cracks grew wider and wider. Above his head, Thanath could clearly see the sea of flames with no apparent end in sight, stretching far and wide for who knows how many miles. If the destruction caused only by the enormous shockwave and the spatial rifts that had opened up around the world had already reached such a degree, Then Emperor Thanath didn't even want to imagine what would happen if the power of the Third Order flame were to fall on the land of the Oblong world. "What's all this damn flame? Why the hell does it keep spreading on and on?" Thanath asked into the air despite knowing that no one would answer his question. Little did the Emperor of the Usra race expect that the flame Bai Zemin had used to activate and launch his magical skill was not just any third-order flame, but was a legendary flame that once possessed the power to threaten the most powerful beings in the universe. Just as its name indicated, the endless blue lotus flame was a special type of fire that could spread endlessly and reach the ends of the universe as long as it had enough energy to do it. Only 2 seconds at most had passed since Bai Zemin had commanded his own skill to self-destruct, but in that short span of time, millions perished due to a single word from him. Not only Usras died, but there were also beings of other races that had perished as well who, unfortunately or unluckily, had not been involved in this two-sided war. War was cruel after all, and the spreading flames had no eyes to distinguish between innocent and guilty. Rumble! Suddenly, the area surrounding Emperor Thanath began to rumble, and the earth to shake. The ruler of the Usra's face grew pale, and a glint of disbelief shone in his eyes as he realized that a silhouette had silently crept up behind him. Thanath turned his head stiffly and looked over his shoulder. What he saw only made his face turn even paler. An almost translucent silhouette that was barely distinguishable thanks to the sky-blue outline around it stood looking into the spatial rift that had closed to the point where only one person could pass through. This silhouette was human-shaped but clearly not human. Emperor Thanath knew very well who this figure was. Jack Yu. Jack was the Ghost Emperor of the Ghost race, one of the 3 most powerful races in the entire Oblong world along with the Usra race and the Beast race. Of course, his power was in no way inferior to Thanath's. Jack was a powerful fourth-order existence. The habitable surface of the Oblong world was divided in a manner similar to a large pie, which had been cut into 3 large triangles. One of these triangles was ruled by the Usra race, another triangle was ruled by the Beast race, and finally, the last triangle was being ruled by the Ghost race. Jack had been traveling to the Usra territory from the moment the Cosmos Gate appeared. After all, since the Oblong world had been abandoned by the Soul Record, the ghosts were also unable to evolve by normal means, such as absorbing the soul power of other existences. Considering that the only ones to blame for such a situation were the Usras, the emperors of previous generations had agreed to allow the other races to use the Cosmos Gate as long as they cooperated with a measly 10% of the soul stones they obtained during the hunt. Considering that the Usras were putting up 80% of the energy needed to open the Cosmos Gate, the rulers of the Ghost race and the Beast race agreed to the deal. Although the Usra race was naturally not happy with this, they had no choice but to do so, or else the Ghost and Beast races would unite to annihilate them, since it was the Usras who were to blame for everything. Therefore, not wanting to suffer disastrous losses when facing such a great power as the Usras, and not wanting to be annihilated by the other major races, the 3 races came to an agreement that, until now, had been working smoothly. However, on the way here, the Ghost Emperor realized that things were not as calm as in the previous years. Little did he expect that not long afterward he would see the mountains in his path collapse, and the lively cities instantly turn into giant graveyards. But what Jack least expected was to see a sea of deep blue fire rising above his head that was barely contained by the crimson barrier a few hundred meters high. Powerful flames were one of the greatest weaknesses of the Ghost race, and Jack somehow realized that if the flames floating in the sky trying to break through the barrier were to fall, then his Ghost race might meet with eventual annihilation in the long run. This was because those flames seemed to be capable of burning forever. Jack looked at Thanath with chilling eyes that frightened the Usra Emperor. The current Emperor Thanath was undoubtedly at his weakest point, and if a powerhouse like Jack attacked him now that he could not be distracted to maintain the barrier, then his life would undoubtedly end here. However, to Emperor Thanath's fortune, the Ghost Emperor was no fool at all. Jack looked at the sea of flames stretching to apparent infinity and understood that if the crimson barrier collapsed, then his own life would be involved in serious danger. Therefore, after a second, Jack looked at the Cosmos Gate that looked like it would collapse in the next 50 seconds at most and unhesitatingly rushed forward. Just before disappearing, Jack heard Thanath shout from behind. "Jack, if you hand me that brat alive, I'm willing to hand over half the territory of my Usra race to your Ghost race." For Emperor Thanath, handing over half of his territory in exchange for the opportunity to torture for centuries the person guilty of all this, was a trade-off that in his angry state he was willing to make. Even more so considering that possibly 30% of the Asuras had been slaughtered by natural disasters and shockwaves. The eyes of the Ghost Emperor glowed like flashlights for an instant before he disappeared beyond the Cosmos Gate. Bai Zemin had previously traveled from Earth to Oblong World, using the spatial rift, so he knew what he would encounter inside. Since the Cosmos Gate was precisely a gate intended to serve as a passageway, beyond the gate was a long gray corridor. The corridor had previously been approximately 1,000 meters wide, but was now barely about 10 meters. Beyond the gray corridor existed pure darkness. Bai Zemin carefully advanced along the gray corridor as he watched the chaotic lightning intertwine beyond the strange energy barrier that covered the area. He did not dare to deviate from the gray path at all, as his skilled danger sense warned him not to fall or else he would never be able to return. It would only take Bai Zemin about 30 seconds to reach the other side and return to Earth. Only 20 more. He gasped as he gritted his teeth to suppress the pain that was hitting harder and harder. Just then, Bai Zemin felt the death looming over him. The feeling was simply relentless, and Bai Zemin's footsteps automatically stopped for a split second as proof of how overwhelming was the weight he was feeling not only in his soul, but also in his fleshly body. This kind of unmistakable feeling was similar to Emperor Thanos, but even more terrifying as the current Bai Zemin could do nothing to avoid it. ///////////////// Chapter 488, Bai Zemin's Death. Bai Zemin could feel his bones slowly cracking before exploding. Overwhelming pain flooded him in such a way that all he could do was scream, but even that was not enough as countless hands suddenly came out of the gray road and caught his feet to prevent him from fleeing. Burning flames set his body on fire, and as if he had suddenly been thrown into the lowest level of hell, Bai Zemin felt his skin and flesh being slowly charred, as if the culprit of this wanted to see him suffer. Flash. Suddenly, the spiritual earring in Bai Zemin's left ear let out a bright white light that enveloped his body and soul, bringing with it a cool breeze that, as if carrying an angelic spell, all evils were swept away without a trace. Spiritual attack. Alarm bells went off inside Bai Zemin's head as he realized that he had just been the target of an attack aimed directly at his soul. He broke out in cold sweat and thanked the heavens and hell for having a treasure like the spiritual earring capable of protecting him from 3 attacks targeting exclusively at his soul. Encountering soul evolvers that specialized in spiritual attacks was extremely rare for Bai Zemin, so even now, he did not know how to deal with them other than to finish them off as fast as possible. These kinds of attacks capable of making the user fall into an illusion without being able to distinguish fantasy from reality were simply too terrifying. Just as Bai Zemin was rejoicing, his pupils trembled, and before his brain even realized what was happening, his body moved by itself to the right. Unfortunately or not, Bai Zemin only had time to take a mere step to the right and tilt his body slightly. Swoosh! The sound of wind from the back reached Bai Zemin, and before he could do anything else, he felt his left shoulder being pierced by an extremely sharp yet cold object. Bai Zemin barely had time to look down and notice a claw-like hand of a strange creature piercing his flesh when an even greater surge of pain caused him to be unable to stop himself from crying out loud. First Order! The hoarse voice of whatever was behind him rang out, and moments later Bai Zemin felt his left arm being cleanly severed by the claw that had injured him just now. As Bai Zemin's screams echoed inside the grayish corridor, red blood splattered on the gray road that was getting smaller and smaller. This was undoubtedly the first time Bai Zemin found himself in such a precarious situation, even more than when he faced his First Order enemy, even more than when he fought the Second Order archaic bear, and even more than when his chest was pierced by Glynira's spear in the Oblong World. He really could die the next instant. Fuck off. Amidst the pain, anger caused his blood to bubble and adrenaline to surge. Unfortunately, it seemed to be that his own pain was not one of the triggers to activate Blood Berserker's Wrath skill that could help him get out of this predicament. However furious, Bai Zemin tightened his right hand's grip on the hilt of his weapon, and without a care for anything else in the world but his own survival, he swung the huge sword with all his strength backward. Lightning crackled furiously around the greatsword, and the atmosphere inside the space corridor shuddered, as if a giant air bullet threatened to form due to the pressure, Such a large and heavy weapon had on such a tiny space when it was swung with such strength. Boom! Bai Zemin's eyes widened as he caught his first glimpse of the enemy he faced. This was a creature similar to that of ghosts in science fiction and fantasy movies, except that it didn't look so creepy. In fact, if not for the fact that its body was partially translucent, it would be no different from a normal human male. However, even though this was the first time Bai Zemin had come face to face with what appeared to be a ghost, the reason behind his surprise was that his attack had been parried by the claw-like hand of the creature before him. Even Glynera, who had been before she died a powerful third-order warrior, did not dare to take Bai Zemin's Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words attack head-on, but this ghost actually took it with relative ease. "Fuck off," Jack muttered as if he was surprised by something. He looked at the first-order existence as if he was looking at some kind of strange creature and said in surprise, "Human, it's been at least 2,000 years since anyone has said such words to me." Then, ignoring the slight tingle that the crackling lightning made every time it whipped his left hand, Jack used his free hand and struck fiercely forward. Boom! Bai Zemin felt his abdomen being pierced from side to side, and he could do nothing against the blood that escaped from his mouth, along with a grunt of pain. The current Bai Zemin was in his weakest state since the apocalypse began. His current condition was as bad as when he was injured to such a degree that he couldn't even walk after suffering serious burns after successfully defeating the First-Order Blazing Beetle some time ago. His total mana had dropped to critically low levels. His health stat could not keep up with the wounds on his body despite doing everything possible to heal it. His strength stat was not high enough to damage the being before him. His high agility could not be exploited in this limited space, and his stamina had little or nothing to do here given the circumstances. The majority of the most powerful treasures he had with him had already been used by Bai Zemin in the different battles he had to face in the Oblong world, and finally, the equipment he had forged with so much effort and care were practically in pieces after so many deadly battles. Even the rank 2 full-body armor that Bai Zemin was proud of had become a pile of junk at this point. Bai Zemin knew perfectly well in his heart that if the him in his peak condition had practically no hope of defeating the enemy he was facing at this moment, then the current him who had practically used up all his main trump cards was no different from a dead man. The only question was whether he would die fast or slow. After all, Bai Zemin could not run back to Earth and take this fourth-order monster with him. The entire planet might succumb to such a being. To be honest, what Bai Zemin was most worried about was not the fact that Earth could be destroyed or his race annihilated or even enslaved. His real terror was that beyond that gate no more than 200 meters away there were people important to him. After all, the current Bai Zemin was different from the Bai Zemin of 2 months ago. When the apocalypse broke out with the arrival of the Soul Record and turned the lives of all mankind into a living hell, Bai Zemin was a young man who was only fighting for his own sake and for the sake of finding his family. However, the present him had managed to make friends after growing as a person and cracking the stone shell that enclosed his heart thanks to the help of some truly amazing people. Bai Zemin's fierce look changed to one of pity, shame, and above all regret. In the end, he had not been able to do anything he had hoped to accomplish, nor would he be able to keep his word. There was his family, who, if alive, he could never help. There was Lilith, who, regardless of who she was and regardless of what her goal was, had helped him more than anyone else, had guided him, had lent him her attention when he needed someone with whom to unburden himself. There was Shangyuan Bingzu, someone whom Bai Zemin almost came to hate at the beginning of the apocalypse, and whom he disdained for a long time, but who proved to be different from what everyone believed. Not only did she prove to be a woman with emotions and not a block of ice, but she also proved to be someone trustworthy, and with the strongest principles Bai Zemin had ever seen in his life. There was Wu Yijun, who had somehow fallen in love with him and was even willing to go against her own principles, against everything her family had planted in her since she was a child, and even willing to oppose her loved ones for his sake. Finally, there were all his subordinates, people who for better or worse had decided to follow him and deposit every grain of faith in him. Hundreds of thousands of thoughts flashed through Bai Zemin's mind in a single second, and he couldn't help but wonder if this was what people meant when they said that one's life would flash before their eyes just before death. Ha, he. Bai Zemin chuckled as the look of sadness on his face changed to a mocking one as he looked the ghost before him straight in the eyes. I think I understand now why Thanath wants you alive. Jack muttered as he looked at the human before him and said quietly, "For some reason, I find you really annoying in my eyes." Boom! Jack released his grip on the greatsword and slammed hard into Bai Zemin's chest, piercing it with ease. Although Jack was not a melee-focused existence, and his main weapon was spiritual attacks, a fourth-order existence was, at the end of the day, a fourth-order existence. Bai Zemin felt his life energy drastically plummet, until even the pain was no longer painful. He did not bother to activate blood manipulation, to stop the internal hemorrhages, nor to try to seal his wounds temporarily, as his mana was simply too low at the moment. What was the point of sealing his wounds if after all he had no way to shake off the terrifying enemy he faced? Instead of spending his little more than 50+ mana points on something so insignificant, he would rather do something a bit more interesting. "You know, Mr. Ghost." Bai Zemin continued to laugh despite the blood pouring out of his mouth like a torrent. He released his weapon, and using his one arm wrapped around Jack's neck before pulling hard towards him so that his chin rested on his enemy's shoulder. Bai Zemin whispered, "I remembered that in the movies of my world, ghosts are usually afraid of fire and bright light. I wonder if you are that kind of ghost too." Bang! Before Jack could say anything, both his and Bai Zemin's bodies were surrounded by a blaze of blue fire that burst out of nowhere. Jack's expression changed slightly as his face contorted into a grimace of pain. "Ha ha ha ha, so you are that kind of ghost after all." Bai Zemin laughed jovially as blood continued flowing from his open wounds. Jack tried to break free but suddenly realized that something was wrong. He couldn't get his arms out of the enemy's body. The blood inside was clinging to his arms so tightly that Jack wouldn't be able to free himself unless he shook his arms with all his might. But the problem was that if he did that, considering how small the space here was, and considering that his enemy was clinging to him so tightly, Jack himself would fall into the spatial void and be torn apart by the chaotic energy. Bai Zemin laughed out loud as he sensed Jack's panic, and felt even better as he saw the grayish smoke rising from the ghost's body. "Since I'm going to die here, then you're coming with me, Mr. Ghost." Slowly, the cosmos gate began to close, and the gray road began to shrink more and more. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 489 Life or Death is Unknown. Inside the Cosmos Gate, the sound of something similar to a small campfire being smothered by a bucket of cold water could be heard, along with worried grunts and jovial laughter. "Let go of me, brat," Jack shouted in a hoarse voice as he activated one of his spirit skills called Spectral Dread. "Let you go. Don't be such a killjoy, and let's dance together, Mr. Ghost." Bai Zemin laughed nonchalantly as the spiritual earring in his left ear let out a faint white glow that immediately denied the spiritual attack from Jack. "Why the hell isn't it working?" Jack began to panic as he realized that his spiritual attacks weren't working, and he didn't know the reason why such a thing was happening. After all, Bai Zemin had positioned his head in such a way that it would be impossible for Jack to understand that it was all due to the earring in his left ear. Jack's status and race were indeed a ghost. But what was a ghost? A ghost was basically something similar to the soul of a person or any other creature that did not possess a fleshly body to contain it. Not possessing a fleshly body, it was obvious that Jack's physical stats were not at all high in comparison to existences of the same order and level, but of different races. However, as a sort of bonus to balance such a disadvantage, the soul of Jack, as well as the soul or spirit of all ghosts, was usually more powerful than that of those who did have a fleshly body. While it was impossible to compare since Jack did not have access to his status window, because the soul record had abandoned the Oblong world and all the natives of that world, his mana and magic were significantly higher than those of a flesh-bodied existence of the same level and at the same evolutionary stage. This was because every time Jack absorbed the energy contained within a soul stone, unlike what happened when a fleshly-bodied existence absorbed the soul power of another being, Jack's soul absorbed all of it in its entirety without having to share with a fleshly body since he did not possess one. Another great advantage was that the effect of physical attacks was tremendously weakened in beings like Jack. Of course, everything that had advantages also had its disadvantages, and as in the previous case, this time was no exception. Jack, like all ghosts in similar races, had a fatal disadvantage, and this was that by not possessing a fleshly body to protect the soul, magical attacks deal more damage than they should. This was especially true for attacks that contained large amounts of energy similar to fire and lightning. Damn, Jack shouted anxiously and activated a spiritual spell for the third time. However, not to the surprise of Ghost Emperor Jack, the stubborn human who clung to him tenaciously still continued laughing, unconcerned about the fact that his life was ending. Never in his 7,000+ years of life had Ghost Emperor Jack felt as humiliated as he did now. Not only was he being held back by a first-order existence, but he was slowly but surely receiving wounds that hurt like hell. Jack knew that he could not underestimate the existence on the other side of the Cosmos Gate, even before he jumped inside, as it was impossible for someone normal to launch terrifying attacks of such magnitude, and even leave the proud but powerful Thaneth in such a miserable state. However, it was impossible for someone like Jack not to feel some disdain and ridicule toward a first-order existence. It was completely natural. Jack's confidence only shot up even more when he saw how easily he critically wounded the young human already in poor condition. However, just as Lilith had told Bai Zemin to exhaustion, overconfidence was usually the reason why great ones fell at the hands of small roles. The power of the endless blue lotus flame was beyond the power that a normal third-order flame could show to the world. The specialty of the little blue flame that had formed a soul contract with Bai Zemin was to spread out and burn forever using the smallest amount of soul power possible. Therefore, now that the little flame could sense through the contract between the two of them that its master had already surrendered to life, it did not hesitate to burn in all its splendor without worrying at all about consumption. Arg! Jack roared in pain. It hurt so much that it was unimaginable. Even if the wounds and the speed at which he was being injured weren't a short-term threat, the pain of having his soul incinerated was simply unbearable. Unbearable to the point where even someone like Jack, who had already experienced countless hardships, couldn't control his voice at all. The current Jack was not too different from a fish out of the sea waiting to be dried by the sun. If Jack tried to shake Bai Zemin's body, considering that the latter was clinging on viciously, and with no intention of letting go even in death, Jack would fall into the void. If Jack tried to run back towards Oblong World, it was highly likely that he would fall, since not only could Jack not look down or look back, but the gray path was currently much smaller than before. To top it all off, the spiritual attacks of Jack were useless, and his physical attacks had been denied, as his limbs were tightly sealed inside Bai Zemin's body. In any other circumstances, as much as it pains me to admit it, I wouldn't be able to do anything in front of you, Mr. Ghost, Bai Zemin said indifferently after he stopped laughing. The current Bai Zemin was nervous, but not because of his certain death. He was nervous because of the fact that the 3 uses of the spiritual earring had been expended. Then, if Ghost Emperor Jack used some powerful spiritual attack again, Bai Zemin was not at all confident that he could stand his ground like now. Therefore, he could only try to buy time until the gray road beneath his feet became thin enough for both him and Jack to fall into the void after the Cosmos Gate closed. Bai Zemin ignored his wounds, which were only getting worse as the seconds passed, and his enemy's attempts to pull his limbs out of the bloody holes in his chest and abdomen, as he continued speaking with bone-chilling calm. However, in this kind of circumstance, if you want my life, then you will have to surrender yours as the price of payment. There is nowhere to run here, and in 20 seconds at most both you and I will be sealed in this separate space before falling off the edge of the cliff and being torn apart by the lightning beyond the magical barrier. Jack took a deep breath, and as he fought through the pain, he did his best to calm himself, something that, considering his age and experience, he managed to do after not long but still precious seconds subtracted from the countdown that went lower and lower. Human, I have a deal for you. A deal? Bai Zemin pretended to think for a moment before saying in a serious voice, "Tell me what you have in mind." Jack watched as the rift leading to the other world had shrunk to about half of what it was when he stepped into the space corridor, so he spoke hurriedly, not wanting to waste a single second more. You and I have no death hatred, and the only reason I pursued you was because the flames you left behind were a threat to the ghost race. My offer is that both you and I can step back and return to our respective worlds. I can sense that in your waist pouch you have a potion that can recover your fatal injuries with no problem. What do you think? Bai Zemin scoffed in his heart, but on the surface he seemed to be thinking seriously. Jack might be an old monster, but Bai Zemin was not a 3-year-old, nor was he mentally retarded. He was sure that if he released Jack, he would immediately be broken into pieces by the Ghost Emperor. All the First Order existences that Bai Zemin had met on Earth were proud since they were basically the peak of mankind. In that case, it didn't take a genius to understand that a Fourth Order being like the one in front of him would be tremendously proud and arrogant considering his power. Moreover, even though Bai Zemin didn't know who Jack was or what his rank was within his race, he definitely shouldn't be much lower than the Emperor of the Usra race. In fact, judging by how Jack referred to the Usra Emperor as Thanath, Bai Zemin judged that the being he was facing was the Emperor of the Ghost race. How could an emperor like Jack allow a disgraceful First Order existence that had humiliated him and caused him so much pain to escape? Bai Zemin was 100% certain that his body would be shattered the first instant Jack found the ability to move his limbs. About that, that's a tempting offer. Jack began to grow impatient as Bai Zemin continued to drag things out. One wanted to live while the other had already given up on life. Even a small mouse could take a ferocious bite out of a cat if it was cornered. This was what Jack was experiencing now that Bai Zemin had made up his mind to die and take his enemy with him to the grave. Rumble! Suddenly, space began to rumble fiercely, and the gray road made of some kind of special energy began to waver in such a way that Bai Zemin and Jack could no longer stand steady. After about 10 seconds passed, and as they felt the space around them begin to collapse, how could Jack not notice Bai Zemin's thoughts? Damn human, I swear on my ancestors that if I manage to escape from here alive, I will destroy your world until there is nothing left of it, roared the Ghost Emperor as he struggled to free himself while trying his best not to fall. Ha 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 ha, well, let's see you escape from this one then. Bai Zemin laughed out loud as he tried to pull himself and Jack to fall towards the abyss. One who was straining for balance, and the other who was trying to break that balance. One was struggling to survive, while the other was doing everything he could to die. Bai Zemin was prepared to die, but he could not deny that in his heart he felt bitter. After all, everything else aside, he was only 20 years old. What 20-year-old with a seemingly limitless future would wish for death? Probably none. Bai Zemin didn't want to die either, but circumstances didn't leave him much choice to cling to. Ramemble. Space shook harder and harder and finally, a part of the magic barrier protecting the gray corridor collapsed, letting the white lightning bolts lash part of the energy road, and like piranhas began to devour it rapidly. Damn, at least the senior gave his first kiss recently, or else I'd really have to chase you even if I turn into a ghost. Hey, that's not right. You're a ghost and you're dying too. Bai Zemin laughed on the verge of insanity. Bastard. Jack continued to struggle amidst the embracing pain and fear flashing in his pupils. Swoosh! Suddenly, another change happened without warning. A black portal appeared right behind Jack, and with lightning speed, a golden spear with crimson engravings shot out from its interior. Neither Ghost Emperor Jack nor Bai Zemin had time to react before their bodies were impaled by the weapon that came seemingly out of nowhere. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 490. At this point only luck will decide. 50% die/50% live. The eyes of Ghost Emperor Jack and Bai Zemin slowly opened as they looked at each other in shock. It was as if time had stopped for both of them, even though the area around them was only getting worse and worse, with fragments of the spatial barrier protecting the gray corridor collapsing one after another. The chaotic lightning flashes were like fierce whips lashing different parts of the road, a road which like an energy screen was disappearing in irregular patterns second after second. However, in the midst of the chaotic explosions, Bai Zemin suddenly realized that, although his body had been pierced from side to side from his chest to his back, he could not actually feel any pain at all. For a few thousandths of a second, Bai Zemin believed that the reason he felt no pain was because of the state of anger and sadness he was in, as he knew that in the end the only course for him was death. Even the fact that his life energy was diminishing might be the hidden culprit. But after what happened next, he realized that his thoughts were far from reality. Jack opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. The trembling in his stare was irrefutable proof that not only could he not believe what was happening, but he also could not understand how things had played out this way. However, Bai Zemin realized that whoever was the owner of this spear that had come out of nowhere did not seem to have any interest in allowing a lowly villain to express his disbelief or utter his last words. Bang! The soul of the Ghost Emperor exploded in a cloud of white smoke before dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, as the golden spear with red engravings was still impaled in his chest without him feeling any pain except for the distinct discomfort of having something piercing his flesh and bones, Bai Zemin heard the unmistakable clink of something falling to the ground. Bai Zemin's breathing stalled for a moment before his pupils quivered. Don't tell me. Even in this kind of circumstance, the mere thought of the possibility that such a thing could happen made Bai Zemin's heart, that seemed to have turned into dying ashes in the face of hopelessness, beat again, not only for the possibility that had been granted to him, but also for what might have dropped to the ground. Rumble! Suddenly, the gray road around Bai Zemin began to tremble fiercely and disappear at a rapid rate. Bai Zemin looked down and was startled to see that approximately 70% of the road had been devoured by the chaotic lightning coming from the space beyond the protective magic barrier. Shit, he screamed in panic at the sight of a small glowing object falling into the void. If that was what he thought it was, then Bai Zemin couldn't let it go no matter what. He used the blood from his own mutilated arm to form an extremely long arm which he extended several meters and sent it into unknown space. Bai Zemin's face was covered in sweat as he focused on doing his best to dodge the lightning that flashed intermittently and in almost impossible to predict patterns. After 2 or 3 precious seconds, Bai Zemin could not help but rejoice as the sensation he had hoped to feel was transmitted to his brain through the touch of blood. Bang, 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 bang. The magic barrier began to explode, and chaos began to strike more and more of the surroundings. Even Bai Zemin could not be spared from it this time. However, to his pleasant surprise, the spear that was encrusted in his chest had formed a 2-meter barrier around him. Every time the white lightning flashes filled with destructive energy hit the barrier, they were devoured as if the spear was an unstoppable monster whose appetite was comparable to the legendary sin of gluttony of the 7 deadly sins that Bai Zemin had read about in many stories during his time as a high school student. Bai Zemin used more blood to create another arm and took his severed arm. Then he used his right hand to tighten his grip on the hilt of his greatsword, and without even taking a second to think he ran for the portal that could take him back home. However, things were not so simple as there were parts of the road that had vanished after being destroyed by the chaotic energy. As if that wasn't enough, space was constantly trembling as evidence of its imminent collapse. With his current injuries and no time to drink any of the potion and the poor condition of the place he was currently in, it would be a miracle if Bai Zemin's steps did not falter. The number of times his life had been in danger in the last 10 seconds had been so many that Bai Zemin had lost count. And if it wasn't for the barrier protecting him thanks to the golden spear, he would have died at least several hundred times by now. Bai Zemin gritted his teeth as he saw the large gap between where he was standing and the portal leading to Earth. This was a distance that in normal times he could easily cross, but in his current condition, it was quite a challenge. Not only was he seriously injured, but he was carrying a great amount of weight on his shoulders, and as if that wasn't enough, his mana had dropped to 0. Which was not only making him dizzy and nauseous, but also making it impossible for him to use gravity manipulation. He looked back and saw that the road had disappeared as the chaotic energy slowly crawled towards him. There was no turning back. Even if the golden spear was protecting him now, Bai Zemin doubted with all his heart that the spear could do anything about the foothold he was about to lose. If he stood frozen, the road would end up being destroyed sooner rather than later, so he would eventually fall into chaotic space, which would eventually end up killing him in one way or another, even with the protection of the divine weapon still on his chest. At the same time, if he jumped, Bai Zemin had less than a 50% chance of reaching the other side safely, since the portal was barely big enough to allow his body to pass through. This time, he didn't even have mana to harden blood platforms he could use. Now he could only rely on something Bai Zemin hated: luck. 50% die/50% live. Og, fuck, Bai Zemin cursed through gritted teeth. He took a small step back before shouting, I don't want to have anything to do with portals and other worlds again for at least 2 lifetimes. Then, with all the strength he had and ignoring the embracing pain, Bai Zemin leaped forward. The white light from the portal leading to Earth reflected in Bai Zemin's dark pupils. Unfortunately, amidst the pain, amidst the anxieties, the fear of death after receiving hopes of survival, Bai Zemin forgot that he was carrying a great amount of weight with his hand, and that considering his current injuries, he was far from being able to use the full power of his strength stat to jump. Therefore, that 50% chance was naturally not as accurate as he estimated. ///// Oblan world. The mighty Emperor Thanath was in an extremely miserable state, yet his red pupils sparkled with relief. For the first time in his life, Thanath was relieved that an existence he would usually consider an ant was gone. He even momentarily forgot the anger of losing his wife. After all, the blue flames that threatened to become the herald of the Oblan world had disappeared several seconds ago without warning. With the terrifying flames out of the equation, Thanath could finally focus on eliminating the shockwaves that plagued the world, something that for a fourth-order existence was not too challenging. Finally, it's over, the Usra Emperor sighed in exhaustion. A bitter smile bloomed on the man's face as he looked down and saw the deep dent in the center of his chest. To think that a 20-year-old brat could make this emperor suffer so much. Thanath sighed again before a look of hatred flashed in his eyes. However, next time it won't be so easy. This emperor has never stumbled over the same stone twice. The next time this emperor finds you, this emperor will take it upon himself to end your life in an instant. Thanath believed that sooner or later he would again come face to face with the young man named Bai Zemin, who had bravely crossed the cosmos gate in search of revenge, and to force the Usras to close the space passage leading to his world. But the next time would be different from this one. This time, due to his anger, Thanath could not think things through clearly, and ended up making the same mistake that most of Bai Zemin's enemies made when they realized that he was just a first-order existence, underestimating him. Thanath would never underestimate anyone again in his life, and the next time he faced Bai Zemin, he would give his 200% to finish him off. After recovering 70% of his mana by drinking expensive recovery potions, Thanath suddenly noticed something, and with a serious expression on his face, he clenched his magic staff as he looked up at the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The sky was torn apart and 6 enormous spatial rifts, whose sizes could only be described as colossal, opened, as if they were the mouths of merciful monsters. A few seconds later, hundreds of thousands of beings began to emerge from the huge space cracks, and as if they were legendary gods they floated in the sky as they looked down upon the world like immortals looking down upon mortals. Thanath's pupils contracted to the size of a needle, and his legs became so weak that he immediately fell to his knees as he watched the beings that had come out of nowhere. Angel wings, long fangs, phoenix birds, huge spaceships filled with deadly energy, and finally beings whose magical power exuded darkness with bat wings and demon tails behind them. The Usra race was a race with a few million years of history, so there was no shortage of records and theories about the higher existences. Thanath himself had once seen a huge dragon whose power was so overwhelming that a fourth-order existence like him felt as insignificant as an ant. Thanath was sure that the beings who had just appeared were beings who had gone a step beyond. Lucifer, wearing pajamas, immediately focused on the space passage in the distance that had shrunk so much that probably only his head could fit in there. The leader of the demonic army left everyone speechless when at lightning speed he seemed to teleport and appear next to the closing passage. The expression of Lucifer changed slightly as the chaotic energy shot out from the portal and began to attack him. However, as an eighth-order existence at the top of the universe, he would naturally not be unprotected against such things just like a normal being. After struggling a bit, he managed to shake off the chaotic energy using his own mana. Unfortunately, the space portal had closed so much that he only managed to catch a glimpse of what lay beyond. However, Lucifer couldn't believe what he was seeing, so he finally shook his head and muttered, "I knew it. Being awake so long and expending so much energy is not good for the mind." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 491. The paths finally converge, and the only explanation is drugs. Inside the Cosmos Gate, Bai Zemin's pupils trembled, and his mind went blank as he realized something that chilled his blood. In mid-jump, Bai Zemin felt his body suddenly lean to the right, and as if time had slowed down, his eyes automatically moved in that direction. The sword, carrying a weapon that weighed over 6 tons while he was severely injured, without being able to use his physical stats to his heart's content, and without even having an extra drop of mana unless he wanted to abandon his severed arm. Bai Zemin underestimated the effect Crimson Thunder Dragon's last words would have on him in this kind of situation. In a desperate attempt to avoid falling, Bai Zemin roared while ignoring how the bones in his shoulder moved out of place and fiercely swung the greatsword in a full circle from bottom to top in a clockwise direction. The little air left inside the broken space rumbled at the ferocious swing, as Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and prayed to all his ancestors that the greatsword would manage to reach the portal and plunge into the earth on the other side. However, the goddess of fate and the goddess of luck did not seem to be particularly fond of Bai Zemin. "Damn!" Bai Zemin cried out in frustration, and at the same time despair as he saw how barely the tip of his weapon managed to pierce through the portal before the pulling force of the chaotic void began to drag him toward his imminent death. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind again, however. Bai Zemin felt too spiritually weary to care about anything at this point in his life, a life which would soon be over. The light in his eyes faded, and a sigh that only he managed to hear was swallowed by the ravenous silence within the now 99% collapsed passage. What was the use of complaining if everything was done? What was the use of complaining if there was nothing more he could do about it? After all, he had failed to overcome the hard trials that life and fate had put in his path. How many times had he been on the verge of death today? Tens, hundreds, thousands of times. Bai Zemin did not know, but what was the use of thinking about it? One mistake was all it took for everything to be lost forever. Bai Zemin's body fell past the point of possible return, as the portal that could take him back to his world shrank to just over a meter high and about a meter wide. The light that contained the spark of life seemed to leave Bai Zemin's eyes, and as he fell downward slowly transformed into a small dot that looked golden from above due to the faint glow of the barrier surrounding him. Chaotic lightning that came too close were shattered by the power of the godly spear. The weapon seemed to have intelligence, for, as if feeling his approaching doom, the spear also seemed to despair, as it wiped out all the lightning in the vicinity after releasing a powerful magical shockwave. Swoosh! Suddenly, Bai Zemin's closed eyelids opened abruptly as he felt something around him changing. He barely caught a glimpse of a thick shadow hovering above him before some sort of giant hand caught his falling body, and surprisingly, the golden spear did not prevent the giant hand from passing beyond the magical barrier. Plant, Bai Zemin muttered in shock before the image of a person flashed in his mind. Honestly, even though this woman was very highly valued by Bai Zemin, and he also saw her as an important ally, at the end of the day, the person he least expected to receive help from in this kind of situation was her. After all, that beautiful woman was simply too weak to be of any help to him in such circumstances. However, reality again proved to Bai Zemin that he was wrong. The value of people was not something that someone else could decide, and what was or was not impossible for someone should be decided by that someone, and not by a second or third party. Is it Wu Yijun? Bai Zemin's eyes sparkled again, and his heartbeat increased in tempo as he realized that perhaps all was not lost for him. The hand was over 10 meters long and about a meter wide, barely passing through the portal that was shrinking more and more. Although Bai Zemin had worsened the condition of his wounds, and the bones in his right arm had been severely damaged due to the abrupt stop his body experienced when the giant hand caught him, he couldn't be happier. Crack! Bai Zemin's pupils contracted tremendously as the sound he least wanted to hear reached his eardrum. How could a plant empowered by the power of a first-order level 5 skill be able to easily lift a weapon as heavy as the greatsword Bai Zemin carried? Bai Zemin gritted his teeth, and a flash of resolve shone in his eyes. Slowly, and with his heart bleeding, he began to loosen his firm grip on the hilt of his weapon. This was the sword that Bai Zemin had put all his heart and care into forging. He had given his 200% on a good day to forge it, and it came to a point where he even fainted from the level of effort he had put in during so many hours of work. Only someone who had given everything from the bottom of their heart to obtain, or to do something, would be able to understand Bai Zemin's feelings at this moment. The feeling of helplessness and reluctance that slowly gnawed at his soul was truly unbearable. However, what was the use of continuing to be stubborn? This could be my last chance to get out of here alive. I can't waste it no matter what. Bai Zemin nodded and prepared to let go of his beloved weapon, which at this moment, sadly, had become a burden. However, it seemed that fate did not want such a brilliant weapon to be lost forever in the darkness. At least not today. Swoosh! Without warning, the surface of the plant arm that appeared to be some sort of gigantic branch was covered with layers of frost, and a moment later the frost quickly hardened into a thick armor of ice. Bing Zhu! Bai Zemin's eyes lit up and he quickly tightened his grip on his weapon again. The powered-up plant hardened with layers of ice slowly began to move upward or perhaps shrink in size. As a result, Bai Zemin's body that had been falling toward the infinite darkness began to be pulled upward as well. Bai Zemin relaxed, and this caused the pain he felt to double. However, he could not worry about such matters at this moment. Seeing the flash of bright light that awaited him and the warm temperature on the other side, as well as the all-too-familiar scent that flooded his senses, Bai Zemin finally knew that he had managed to survive what was undoubtedly the worst experience of his entire life. An experience he honestly did not wish to have to experience ever again. /////. Oblan world. Lucifer's dark eyes glowed with a dark glow, and two small magic circles flickered in his pupils. His stare became strange, and under his astonished eyes, the portal leading to the other world finally closed completely. I knew it. Being awake so long and expending so much energy is not good for the mind. He mumbled incoherently. Lucifer, did you see something? The spear, what about the spear? Your Majesty. The leaders of the other factions and the members of the demonic army immediately began to cause a commotion as they looked at Lucifer waiting for answers. Lucifer nonchalantly turned around and surveyed the surroundings. Then he looked at Emperor Thanath and said in amazement, "Man, the air of all the abandoned worlds is the same as the air of this world." Thanath looked at Lucifer in awe, and in a trembling voice he tried to express his doubts. Excuse me. Magic drugs, man. I mean some kind of stuff like that." Lucifer held out his hands as if he wanted to embrace the world and said dramatically, "There must be some really powerful plant that releases some kind of spores that confuse the mind of a being as brilliant and powerful as me, mustn't there? Holy cow, how can you people stand such a thing?" "Huh?" Thanath let out a sound so strange that even he didn't understand what it meant as he looked at the handsome man dressed in pajama clothes, as if he were looking at a species that should have been extinct long ago. The expressions of the other higher existences were also strange, and those who did not belong to the demonic army seemed to be holding back the urge to laugh as they looked at Lucifer with eyes brimming with mockery. Helskar's body began to tremble, and his eyes turned red with anger as he felt so many mocking gazes fall upon him. However, the shame he felt was on the same level as anger, so he was about to erupt. Just then, however, a small hand touched his shoulder, and a feminine but flat voice reached him. "Calm down. Don't you know how His Majesty Lucifer is? Let others mock him as much as they want. Haven't we experienced enough in our lives? Learn to control your emotions and you'll be invincible. I think the woman who gave birth to me often said such words. I can't remember clearly as it has been over 2 million years since I last saw her, as she failed to ascend, so she died, as did all lower existence." Helskar looked at Valiant and took several deep breaths before nodding, slowly calming down. Medes, the Lord of the Army of Heaven, looked at Lucifer with a frown. He knew Lucifer's character perfectly well, as they knew more than anyone else between them, so he knew that even though Lucifer might look foolish in reality, he often used that to his advantage to be underestimated and deflect some things he wanted to keep hidden. "Lucifer, explain, what did you see?" Medes said in a deep voice. Lucifer looked at him sideways and said in a lazy voice, "I don't want to. What can you do about it? How about you come and force me?" "You?" Medes frowned, and a flash of anger shone in his soft gaze. Just then Uriel asked in a honey-soft voice, "Lord of the demonic army, could you please explain?" Lucifer nodded, seemingly satisfied, and looked at Uriel appreciatively as he said, "I knew it. Uriel should have come to my demonic army. What a pity." "Lucifer, you bastard." Michael gritted his teeth and flames of anger burned deep within his eyes. Medes abruptly extended his arm and gave him a glare, causing Michael to calm down with much effort. Uriel smiled bitterly and shook her head. This sort of thing always happened. It was nothing new to her. "Anyway," Lucifer cleared his throat and adjusted the collar of his shirt as he said in a flat voice, "Just now, I just felt the aura of a fourth-order existence fade into nothingness. I also caught a glimpse of a flash of a young man being lifted by a giant ice arm and carried through the portal alive. Judging by the fact that there were no more auras in that place, it looks like this first-order existence was having a good time with the fourth-order existence that kicked the bucket recently." The expressions on the faces of the other leaders became extremely ugly when they heard Lucifer's words, and even Medes, and everyone who knew Lucifer well, thought he was joking or mocking them. A first-order existence that fought against a fourth-order existence. Yeah, of course. Those present would rather believe that an unclassified ant could eat a second-order dragon than believe such madness. Michael took a deep breath and while looking at Lucifer with eyes burning with anger said slowly, "So, what's up? What happened to the spear Sirius threw?" You mean annihilation of the falling sky?" Lucifer asked with an innocent expression on his face. "You bastard, of course I'm talking about annihilation of the falling sky," Michael exploded and started screaming. Thanath's ears bled and his world began to spin as he fell backward. Even if Michael's voice wasn't directed at him at all, the difference in power was simply colossal, and a hint of the mighty fire archangel's aura was enough to put the proud Usra Emperor in a pathetic and pitiful state. "Calm down, man," Lucifer sighed and said in a clear voice, "I think it might be because of that kind of attitude of yours that Fire Sorrow rejected you back then." Michael took a step forward, but just before the flames burned on his spear, Lucifer quickly continued speaking. He looked at everyone with an extremely calm expression and said as if he was describing the appearance of a flower, regarding Sirius' spear. "It seems that it was encrusted in the chest of this young First Orderer, and since he was still alive and kicking, he took the spear with him. As for where the spear is, good luck finding it now that the passage is closed and the connection to the other world is lost." Nicolay was already in a bad mood after learning of Long Tian's act and Lucifer's words, naturally did nothing to calm him down. The powerful Eighth Order vampire stepped forward and said in a low voice, "So, you're telling me that a First Order existence fought against a Fourth Order being and came out alive while the Fourth Order died? Are you also implying that after being struck by the spear of Sirius Ghost who beat the crap out of that damned son of a bitch Long Tian, that First Order being was still alive and kicking?" Lucifer looked at him with wide eyes and said dumbfounded, "You see, I told you it was the magic drugs. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 492, Soul Punishment, Soul Record's Voice. The serious expression, as well as the self-disbelief in Lucifer's voice, left everyone in an uncomfortable position, as somehow the leader of the demonic army seemed to be telling the truth. However, how could those present believe such barbarity? Forget the fact that a first-order existent somehow exchanged blows with a fourth-order existence, and leave aside the factor of how the fourth-order existence died, but the first-order existence magically survived. The biggest problem present was undoubtedly the spear that Sirius Ghost threw. Annihilation of the Falling Sky. Such was the name of a weapon that had once terrified myriads of races. The name of this spear, called Annihilation of the Falling Sky, dated back billions of years. So except for a minimum of records that were preserved, no one knew anything about this legendary weapon that had accompanied one of the brightest and most powerful beings under the heavens. If what you say is true, then I fear that spear was but a falsification of the real annihilation of the falling sky. Meade sighed and ruffled his hair as he slowly said, Annihilation of the Falling Sky, just as its name alone describes, it is a weapon that annihilates and obliterates everything in its path. Even Long Tian, who is known to possess the most powerful physical body and physical defense in the entire universe, failed to withstand a single hit from Annihilation of the Falling Sky. How could it be possible that a first-order existence could continue alive after being stabbed by such a merciless weapon? Fire Sorrow of the demonic army nodded and very reluctantly said in a complicated voice, In this case, I have to agree with the words of the Lord of the Army of Heaven. Your Majesty Lucifer, you should also know that such a thing is impossible. Are you sure you saw correctly? Lucifer's expression continued changing constantly, and after a long time, he finally sighed wearily and scratched his head with both hands as he said in frustration, Og, damn, this senior doesn't know what's white and what's black anymore. Could it be that after all this time my eyes have started to fail me? Seeing the always calm and never losing his composure Lucifer so frustrated, everyone realized that the leader of the demonic army was not lying, and was actually telling the truth regarding what he had seen or thought he had seen. Nonsense. Salazar shook his head and said in a voice full of disdain, Lucifer, maybe you should go to sleep again. It looks like your dog eyes are really starting to fail, ha ha ha. Lucifer suddenly stopped moving and his expression slowly went cold. He looked at Salazar, and his eyes slowly began to turn completely black as a pitch-black cloud began to surround him. Zombie boy, be careful with your tone of voice, or you might lose those teeth with which you love to bite human flesh so much. Salazar's expression froze, and the atmosphere changed, as the wind seemed to stop flowing. This was the first time the leader of the demonic army had behaved so strangely. In the past, no matter what jokes or taunts one said, Lucifer would simply ignore them or laugh, along with everyone as if he had heard some good joke. Therefore, seeing him like this, the leader of the evolution army suddenly found himself at a loss as to how to react. It was not only Salazar who found himself at a loss, and not knowing what to say next, but almost everyone present was the same. Fire Sorrow looked at Lucifer and sighed in her heart. Even though Lucifer was carefree, and sometimes even a bit goofy, when he was frustrated or angry with himself because something got out of hand, the leader of the demonic army would not tolerate anyone bothering him or making fun of him, as all his anger would immediately be aimed at the culprit in an attempt to expel it from his body. Now, Fire Sorrow could only hope that Salazar would calm down and tolerate Lucifer's words, or else there would soon be a battle of colossal magnitude that would destroy dozens of worlds in the process. However, how could Salazar tolerate such a thing, let alone considering that he was being challenged in front of his subordinates? That would be an interesting thing to see. The mighty Eighth Order zombie whispered under his breath, and a monstrous grin that deformed his previously handsome face grew ever larger on his features. Wait. A weak voice rang out just as things were about to get out of control. Everyone's gazes immediately focused on the source of the sound. There, lying on the ground with his body covered in blood, the formerly proud Emperor Thanath appeared to be on the verge of death as he lay crushed in a huge crater that had formed only from the pressure released by the beings before him. If the Oblong world were not a world abandoned by the soul record, the rules of the universe would protect Thanath, and the higher existences who were inadvertently harming him would die in a short time. However, given the circumstances of the Oblong world, even if one of the higher existences present slapped Thanath to death, they would receive no penalty. In fact, quite possibly they would receive some sort of reward. Thanath was fully aware that at this rate not only would he end up dead, but the entire Usra race would end up being annihilated along with the destruction of the Oblong world. Therefore, despite feeling his bones shattering, he struggled to make himself noticed. Feeling hundreds of thousands of eyes of beings who were on another plane of power from his own, Emperor Thanath felt his skin tearing. However, Thanath's tenacity had been forged in a world filled with cruelty, so his tolerance for pain was not something a normal existence could compare to. Regarding that first-order existence, I think he should not be underestimated. Cough, 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 cough. It was only a few words, but Thanath seemed to reach the limit, as he immediately started to cough blood like crazy, and even several fragments of internal organs escaped from his mouth. The pressure released by Lucifer, who was just a short distance away, had caused the Emperor of the Usra race to be injured in such a way that, in a matter of minutes, he would die. After all, a large part of Thanath's main organs had been shattered and crushed due to the aura of one of the most powerful beings in the universe. Lucifer looked at Fire Sorrow, and the latter nodded silently after a moment's hesitation. She walked toward Emperor Thanath and didn't even give him a glance as she waved her magical scepter, while her sweet lips painted in bright violet whispered words that no one could hear. Boom! The sky suddenly went completely dark and lightning began to crackle. There were red, blue, yellow, white, black, gold, purple, violet, and various other colors of lightning. The pressure released by these lightning flashes made it more than clear that they were far from being normal lightning flashes like those of any natural phenomenon, since the magical power contained in each lightning bolt seemed to be capable of destroying everything. Everyone's expression changed, and even Lilith shivered in fear as she stared at the sky in disbelief. Slowly, the multicolored lightning began to gather. Slowly, the higher existences present noticed that the figure of a Western-style lightning dragon began to form in the skies. What is that? A fifth-order angel clenched her lightsaber tightly as she looked up into the sky with eyes filled with terror and panic. The eyes of the dragon, composed of snow-white lightning, seemed to have life in them as they looked down at the world below. The creature was so large it was mindless, and its body was curled up among the dense black clouds that were clearly filled with mana. Soul punishment, Uriel pronounced in a serious voice. She looked skyward with a frown as she said word for word, "As higher existences who somehow manage to oppose time and nature, we are forbidden to harm a lower existence as the soul record protects them. Otherwise, the first higher existence to be born could easily wipe out any threat that was about to be born and thus become the total ruler." Uriel lowered her gaze, and as her 3 pairs of snow-white wings swayed behind her, she looked at Fire Sorrow with complicated eyes. Of course, This rule does not apply to worlds and existences that were abandoned by the soul record. As sinners, they do not deserve the protection of the soul record. On the contrary, the soul record rewards everyone who cooperates in the destruction of such existences, including us, higher existences. But what Fire Sorrow of the demonic army is doing now is opposed to what the soul record wants in trying to cure that lower existence over there. Fire Sorrow, are you crazy? Crow looked at the ever-calm and clear-minded Fire Sorrow in shock as he urged her to stop. If you keep this up, your soul will be destroyed. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, please stop Fire Sorrow. The members of the demonic army went crazy as they realized what was happening. None of the other factions understood what one of the most powerful generals of the demonic army, so powerful as Fire Sorrow, was planning to do. However, none of them would be too sad at the loss of a strong enemy. Lilith frowned slightly as she watched everything in silence. She had been listening and watching events unfold from a corner all this time. However, even though she seemed composed on the surface, her heart was trembling fiercely because, unlike the rest, she could feel two traces of mana with which she was very familiar. One of those mana traces belonged to Shangyuan Bingzu, and the other trace naturally belonged to Bai Zemin. However, Lilith, just like Lucifer, refused to believe and doubted her own senses. After all, Bai Zemin should be in China crushing without too much trouble any kind of obstacle that came in his way. Lilith was sure that, with his strength, there shouldn't be too many existences on Earth capable of really threatening him. How could the Earth, that was a world in its first evolutionary stage, even connect with an abandoned world that was already in its third evolutionary stage? Such a thing was simply impossible. Even more impossible was the fact that Bai Zemin could cause this shock with Shangyuan Bingzu's help alone. However, there were too many things that perfectly matched those two. Therefore, Lilith did not know what to do or think about it. Now, all she could do was to wait and see before doing her best to return to Earth to clear her doubts. More than anything, what Lilith wanted now was to wait and see the next words of the Fourth Order existence that seemed to have confronted the First Order existence that Lucifer had seen beyond the portal. However, Lilith did not expect Fire Sorrow to do such a thing. Although Lilith would not call the beautiful Seventh Order mage a friend, she at least appreciated her and was grateful for all the knowledge she imparted to her during the past month. Then, realizing what was happening, the cold and indifferent Lilith naturally felt a bit of sorrow. Heal, Fire Sorrow chanted just then, and a glowing green circle appeared beneath the Usra Emperor's body. Bright green light burst outward for a brief moment before disappearing without a trace. Thaneth looked at his condition and was taken aback, dumbfounded. All his wounds had completely disappeared, and even those injuries that had been left behind after thousands of years of war had left no trace after being healed by the beautiful woman in front of him. Just then, Fire Sorrow soared into the sky and looked up at the lightning dragon above her head. Her soft purple hair fluttered along with the fierce wind, and without giving any warning, the multicolored lightning dragon roared as it swooped down. The oblong world trembled in fear, and the higher existences on the scene were terrified regardless of their power. Thaneth watched wide-eyed as the whole world lit up and the feeling of annihilation enveloped him. Before the power of the lightning dragon, he felt as small as an ant staring at a planet. Lucifer watched everything with narrowed eyes, and even though he more or less knew what was going to happen next, he couldn't lie to himself and say he wasn't nervous. After all, Fire Sorrow was someone important to him. Bang! Fire Sorrow's body was surrounded by lightning, and she disappeared from everyone's sight amidst the light. Then a green message that only she could see and understand appeared in her retina. It was a single word, but a word that could shock the entire universe and shake history. Why? /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 493. The woman universally known as the most beautiful. All existences living on worlds that had already been reached by the power of the soul record knew perfectly well that this unknown existence, which gave all living beings the opportunity to evolve and become more powerful, communicated with each one of them through green messages. However, it was not exactly correct to call what the soul record did a kind of communication either, since, from the beginning of time until now, everything that the different existences saw in their retinas were mere messages containing information from different records. For example, the properties of a weapon, the qualities of a material, the defensive power of a structure, the attack power of a cannon, the functioning of a skill, the amount of soul power absorbed after prevailing in a mortal combat, the points obtained after leveling up, and so on. Now, a message as such in which the soul record tried to communicate with another existence was something no one had ever heard of, let alone seen. However, as the giant lightning dragon engulfed Fire Sorrow in its interior, a message containing a simple question flashed across the retina of the beautiful Seventh Order mage. Why? There was no tone of voice, it was a mere message. But that seemingly insignificant message alone actually possessed the ability to leave even the most powerful beings in the cosmos in shock. After all, this might be the first time in the history of the universe that the soul record openly sought answers from another being. What did this mean then? It meant that the soul record was actually an existence with a consciousness of its own. If this became known, the pattern of movement of most, if not all, factions of higher existences would change completely. The fact that the soul record was a being with intelligence, regardless of whether it had gender or not, also meant that it was highly likely that the reason this being was forcing everyone to evolve was no longer as simple as it might seem. After all, the fact that the soul record had self-awareness and intelligence enough to ask a question pointed to the fact that it very probably also had a target it was aiming at. The laws of the universe would tremble, and the foundations of every power faction would be shaken if what had just happened became known. Such was the importance of a mere, simple word. "I'm sorry," Fire Sorrow whispered softly with a hint of self-reproach. She seemed far from surprised by what was happening to her as she said bitterly, "I know I'm not supposed to do this, but it's necessary to get the time that's been stagnant for so long flowing again. You understand that too, don't you?" Fire Sorrow was an existence that, along with a few others, had seen the beginning of an era and the end of it, and then began to live in another era that was completely new, and at the same time different from the era they were born into. She was blessed with the knowledge of many things that other beings did not know, and that she had no plans to share. However, if what Lucifer had seen was real and not some sort of illusion, then it was clear to Fire Sorrow that the universe that had been frozen for so long would soon begin to change. We need things to change. At this rate, the beings on the other side of the Crimson Rift will destroy us completely. Fire Sorrow sighed and bathed in the mana-filled lightning. She smiled and asked the nothingness, "Although I don't know who you are or what your objective is, I believe you have been watching everything since the very beginning of the ages. You better than anyone should know that things cannot continue as they are now." There was no reply at all, and had it not been for the fact that the record of someone, or something having communicated with her, was still deep in her soul, Fire Sorrow might even have come to think it was a hallucination. The lightning dragon crackled fiercely and illuminated the world in its entirety. Fire Sorrow did not feel the ancient necklace that now hung on her chest sway gently as if someone had touched it. It was a fleeting feeling that disappeared quickly enough to go unnoticed even by someone of her caliber. At the same time, the light around her slowly began to dim. Realizing that the terror shaking her soul and the threat of becoming nothing more than an empty shell inside slowly receded, Fire Sorrow let out a sigh of relief as she said to the nothingness, "Thank you for understanding." Again, Fire Sorrow did not receive any reply. In fact, from beginning to end, she did not understand the reason why the soul record asked, "Why?" All Fire Sorrow did was try to explain things from a broader point of view in which the whole universe needed change, and maybe this small change could make a difference. As for why the soul record decided to spare her life even though she had openly opposed the rules, Fire Sorrow didn't know. At least, she didn't know 100% since she did have an idea. She gently caressed the broken necklace and sighed in her heart. This broken necklace without any apparent value was a valuable heirloom that had billions of years of history. It was not as amazing as some might think and, in fact, could only attack a single time before the increasingly weakening power within it vanished without a trace. However, for Fire Sorrow and a few others, this broken necklace had a high emotional value. It symbolized honor, pride, power, prestige, bravery, and even insanity. However, in the eyes of others, it was just a broken necklace. An heirloom was after all an heirloom since only a few could understand its true value. The rest would just pass by without even giving it a second glance. When the multicolored lightning dragon disappeared without a trace, and the black clouds that covered the dome of the sky dissipated without warning, Fire Sorrow appeared again in full view of everyone. Seeing her body intact as her purple hair waved gently in the company of the breeze that caressed her face tenderly, Lucifer let out a sigh of relief in his heart, while the rest looked on in disbelief. What? What's this all about? Crow asked the same question they all had in mind. Wasn't soul punishment supposed to be the cruelest punishment in the universe, which was sent by the soul record itself to penalize the offender who had broken a rule within its system? An attack that could not be evaded, and which no one could survive after being hit by it. But then what about Fire Sorrow? Of course, Crow was relieved that Fire Sorrow was unharmed. She was no different than a precious mentor to Crow since he had received her guidance in the past, so he naturally did not wish for anything bad to happen to her. However, this didn't mean that seeing her unharmed didn't shock him. Lilith didn't understand what was going on either. According to the overwhelming power she felt from the lightning dragon, Fire Sorrow's soul should have been completely crushed, and probably even her body should have been turned into mortal spoils. However, far from what it should have been, she was perfectly fine and looked like a graceful goddess standing in the void. Only a few seemed to understand what was happening, and they all belonged to either the demonic army or the army of heaven. The demonic army and the army of heaven were the two oldest known factions of higher existences, since when faction number 3 was born, these two were already there. No one knew how old Lucifer or Medes were, but it was clear that both beings knew things about the universe that, even after millions of years, the other leaders had not been able to decipher. No one gave explanations regarding what had just happened, therefore. Everyone's doubts could only remain in their hearts, since, if the leaders did not speak then, the pawns had no place to give their opinion on the matter. Fire Sorrow turned around and stared Thanath out of the sky before calmly asking, "Now, can you explain a bit about what happened here?" Only then would the higher existences be able to better understand the situation, and judge whether what Lucifer had seen was real or not. Even Lucifer himself was doubtful of his eyes, let alone the others. Why yes, of course. The Emperor of the Asura race did not dare to delay and quickly began to explain what happened from the start. First, Thanath explained the reason why the Soul Record abandoned the Asura race and all the original residents of Oblon world since, after the ancestors of the Asura race committed taboo, the Soul Record not only scattered their souls, but also decided to punish the generations to come. Then, Thanath proceeded to explain the functioning of the Cosmos Gate and its use. Of course, Emperor Thanath was not a genius in arrays or runes, so he could only repeat the same thing the history books said, and the words the previous emperor passed on to him before he perished of old age. The Cosmos Gate was supposed to open in another 10 years. However, while I was on my throne, I noticed how the magic array seemed to resonate with another world whose laws were weaker than the Oblon world. Moreover, this unknown world even seemed to receive internal damage as the spatial barrier, or whatever it was, exposed it. So, after discussing it with my trusted commanders, we decided that it wouldn't hurt to speed up the plans a bit. Thanath sighed and shook his head as he said in a bitter voice, "It was supposed to be a simple hunt, but who would expect? Who would ever expect that this world that was barely in its first evolutionary stage would give birth to not just one monster but two monsters?" "Wait, stop right there," Michael of the Army of Heaven abruptly interrupted. His brows furrowed inward as he said slowly, "Focus on the war. None of us here care about the reason you were abandoned by the Soul Record, nor do we care about the kind of life you've been leading so far." Thanath froze and his eyes trembled with fear as he sensed the clear discomfort in the voice of the being hovering in the sky. He knew that a mistake meant his death, so he had been trying to be as descriptive as possible, but apparently that too was a mistake. Uriel looked at Michael and sighed in her heart. She shook her head before looking at Thanath and saying in her soft, natural voice, "I apologize on Michael's behalf. He is too blunt at times, but he is not actually evil, as you can see by his wings. However, it is true that what is in the best interest of all of us here is to know as much as possible regarding the identity of these two beings you refer to as monsters." "As if having pigeon wings means you're good," Helskar muttered under his breath, just like a child throwing tantrums over something he disagreed with. Everyone ignored Helskar, as most of those present were aware of his personality. On the other hand, the fear in Thanath's heart diminished tremendously after hearing Uriel's soft, angelic voice, and seeing her beauty. He even felt that it would not be wrong to die for her. In fact, even Thanath himself did not seem to be aware that the pain he felt in his heart for the death of his wife was beginning to disappear without a trace. This was the charm of the woman who was universally known as the most beautiful of all and who had been unrivaled until Lilith made her appearance. ////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 494 News, capable of making the universe tremble. Uriel's charm was simply too high for a lower existence to resist. In fact, she did not do it with malicious intentions, but just by revealing herself after speaking and showing her beauty, she ended up causing the emperor of the Usura race to fall into the palm of her hand easily. Fortunately for Thanath, since Uriel's intentions were never to play with him, as the days and months passed he would slowly come to his senses. Of course, it remained to be seen whether or not he would survive the appearance of so many powerful beings who could be unbound in an abandoned world such as the Oblong world. The reason I refer to these two first-order existences as monsters is because of their overall strength. No matter whether it is the man or the woman, they both possess overwhelming power that no first-order existence should possess. Although I didn't see it with my own eyes, just based on the scenery and the battle traces left behind, the woman who was accompanying the man had enough power to slay second-order existences without any problem apparently, and that's even when facing more than one at the same time. Under the watchful eyes and ears of all the higher existences present, Emperor Thanath began to narrate slowly with lingering surprise as he kept his eyes fixed on the Archangel Uriel. However, the man, that first-order youth, was a monster among monsters. The aura of a first-order existence that emanated from his body is something I could never mistake, but he still possessed enough power to crush second-order beings, and even slaughtered 2 of the 3 third-order commanders who stayed in the Oblong world to help me protect and rule the Usura race. Between these 2 third-order beings that this young man slaughtered was even my now-deceased wife. Glynera was a powerful warrior with excellent physical skills, and her level exceeded 180. When Emperor Thanath speaks up to hear, and paused for a moment as now that he said it even for himself it was hard to assume the truth, the scene fell into total silence. Even if a needle fell now, it could probably be heard from a distance. Thanath was amazed at what he was narrating, not to mention those who were listening to him. Lilith frowned slightly, and the more she listened the clearer the shadows of Shangyu and Bingzu and Bai Zemin grew. However, she still needed to hear more to be completely sure. After all, even though Lilith knew how powerful Bai Zemin was, according to her knowledge of him, he should be far from being able to perform such a thing as slaughtering a level plus 180 being. It was just that Lilith knew in her heart that it was impossible for an even greater talent than him to exist. It was simply impossible to find an existence with a better adaptation and survival rate than Bai Zemin. On the other hand, Fire Sorrow looked at Lucifer with wide eyes as if she wanted to see his reaction. The same thing happened in the other factions, as the 7th Order beings who had been together with their respective leaders, since, before ascending to higher existences, understood perfectly well what the words of the lower existence in front of them meant. Lucifer of the demonic army, Medes of the army of heaven, Nicolay of immortal bloodlust, Salazar of the evolution army, eternal phoenix of endless crimson flame, and finally Star Devourer, leader and only member present of Devourers and Destroyers. The 6 leaders of higher existences exchanged glances as if by prior agreement, and after a slight silence, Lucifer whistled as he murmured, "Interesting. To think that after all this time someone like this would be born." The Lord of the army of heaven began to think seriously, and tried to remember if in the past he was capable of doing something similar to what he had just heard when he was still a first-order existence. However, his subconscious refused to remember something that would eventually lead him to a conclusion he was not willing to accept. So, in the end, he decided to ask it to a different being. "Lucifer, when you were in the First Order, did you have the ability to kill anyone above level 180? Everyone on the scene looked at the leader of the demonic army after the Lord of Heaven asked such a question. Lucifer's answer came soon. He looked at Medes for a moment before taking a quick look around. Then, he burst out laughing like a clown and said out loud, "Impossible, impossible. If my me back then had to face someone level 180 or higher while I was still only level 50, then the best thing I could have done was to run for my life, or there would be no demonic army right now." The expressions on the faces of Medes and the other leaders turned slightly ugly after hearing Lucifer's words. Words that ended up confirming what they were all trying to deny without realizing it. The leap among each order was simply too great so that jumping levels and orders would become more and more difficult as 2 beings climbed higher and higher. For example, a first-order existence might possess enough power to take on a second-order being, But when that same being stepped into the second order, they would not necessarily possess the power to take on a third-order being, since the range of levels within the second order was much smaller than the range of levels within the third order, which could also translate into a greater difference in stats and thus soul power. The reason why all the members of the demonic army were so surprised when they discovered that Lilith was capable of facing Crow, even though she was one stage below him, was precisely linked to the aforementioned fact. After all, what Lilith did was something that only Lucifer and the other leaders of the various factions of higher existences could do when they were at the same stage as her. In short, and from a certain point of view, Lilith possessed the same potential as a faction leader. If she hadn't decided to join the demonic army or any other faction and taken the risk, she might even have become the ninth leader of a new faction of higher existences. But then, what capacity did a being capable of leaping 2 orders have? What was the limit of an existence that at level 50 managed to not only face, but slay an enemy higher than level 180? It was these questions that frightened the 6 leaders of higher existences present, as only they knew what the possible answers meant. Even Lucifer felt pressure when he thought of the possibility of being put under someone else's feet. Used to leading and ruling, none of them were willing to be someone else's dog, even if it was for the best. As the saying went, they would all rather be the head of a hen than the tail of a dragon. HMPH. Just then, a snort of disdain brought everyone out of their inner thoughts. Michael, Uriel looked at the archangel, whose flames were said to be able to incinerate all evil, with questioning eyes. Michael watched everyone's expression and said aloud to be heard, "Regardless of whether what this lower existence says is true or not. So, what if there really is someone capable of fighting someone of third order while he is still in the first order? In the history of time, there have been countless outstanding geniuses and talents, but where are they all now? All of us here were heroes of our respective worlds, but at the end of the day, we ended up becoming subordinates due to the impossibility of breaking the barrier between the fourth order and the fifth order. I'm sure in a few centuries, or even millennia, one of the existing factions will have a new member." Murmurs immediately spread once Archangel Michael finished his speech. Regardless of whether it was angel, vampire, zombie, demon, or phoenix, they all seemed to agree with what one of the most powerful beings in the army of heaven had just said. Among those present, regardless of whether it was 7th order or 5th order, all of them were talents who in their periods as lower existences showered themselves in flattery and bathed in praise from others. They had all managed to jump levels and orders while saving their respective worlds from the evolution-induced apocalypse that the soul record had raised. However, even the most stubborn and talented of them had no choice but to submit to another existence when, after reaching the maximum level of the 4th order, time began to corrode them from inside as the years passed. Sure, this man could become a powerful 7th order existence someday, but from there to be able to establish his own faction, those were 2 completely different cases. Each and every one present knew how ridiculous were the requirements to become a higher existence on their own. That was precisely the reason why only 8 beings in the entire history of the universe had managed to complete such a feat. There were hundreds of thousands of 5th order, tens of thousands of 6th order, and even a few 7th order who had never in their lives seen the rise of a faction leader, since the last case had been a few million years ago, when the Lord of the Dragon God realm appeared. Lilith observed the relieved expressions on the faces of the 6 higher existence leaders present and scoffed in her heart. These existences were really funny. A few words, and here they were silently rejoicing without knowing anything about the other party. All of them, including Michael and Lucifer, had forgotten that what this unknown first-order existence had done was not to take on a level plus 180 being while he was still level 50, but to kill a level plus 180 enemy while he was still level 50. The difference was colossal, but everyone was overlooking it. Just as Lucifer and the others were agreeing with Michael's reasoning, Thanath said something that changed the atmosphere once again. "This, although I don't quite understand what Sir Angel is talking about due to my own incompetence, I dare say that this young man could join you faster than you estimated a moment ago." Michael frowned in disgust at being retorted to by an ant, but before he could say anything, Uriel stepped forward and asked with a smile, "Could you explain why you think so?" "Well, I don't know about the rest, but my Usra race has the ability to communicate with all intelligent beings from birth, and from the 3rd order onwards all of us gained an ability that allows us to know the age of our opponents after tasting some of their blood." "What?" Nikolai looked at Thanath with eyes wide in shock. In fact, it wasn't just the leader of immortal bloodlust who was shocked by Thaneth's words, but everyone else was shocked. Impressive, Mead sighed and shook his head, to think that a race would innately possess the ability to read records without the support of the soul record. What a shame. The ability to know an opponent's age just by tasting some blood was no different than stealing records to analyze them, something that so far no one was able to do aside from the soul record. Although it was an insignificant extension compared to what the soul record could do, it was amazing that a race could do something like that. As for the reason why the Lord of Heaven said it was a shame was because, as a consequence of the acts committed by their ancestors, the Usra race would probably not manage to evolve too far. Otherwise, it was highly probable that the universe would enjoy hundreds of thousands of higher existences, more considering that all Usras were warriors from birth. But Thaneth was not finished yet. After seeing the beautiful archangel nod toward him, indicating that he could continue, the Usra emperor said words that chilled everyone's blood. This young man named Bai Zemin is a monster not only because of his battle ability, but also because of the speed at which he is growing. I don't know if the world he lives in was already evolving from his birth, but this Bai Zemin was level 50 despite being only 20 years old, and even though I didn't fight the woman so I don't know her age, I dare say she was also extremely young since, if she was over 50 years old, the passing of time should be noticeable considering that at the end of the day she was only first order. But the scariest thing of all is that considering the enormous amount of soul power they must have absorbed after this war between our races, it will probably boost them both considerably. Especially this brat Bai Zemin, he should be able to touch level 100 in no time. That's why I think that if he survives, it might not take as long as you all think to catch up. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 495. Who dares to oppose him? After the emperor of the Usra race finished his words, he sighed softly. However, he was surprised to realize that the minuscule sigh that should have gone unnoticed amidst the breath of so many living beings together actually resounded as if it were the sigh of a dragon. Not only had the place become strangely silent, but even the breeze that carried the scent of blood from countless lost lives became stagnant. The beautiful smile on Uriel's angelic face froze as she stared at Thana. The proud and explosive mood Michael seemed to have lost his tongue in combat, as despite his mouth constantly opening and closing, there was no sound coming out of it. Everyone was left standing in the void or standing on the edge of the giant crater that surrounded the area as they stared at Emperor Thanath. However, the Emperor of the Usra race realized that even though all these powerful beings were staring at him, he for some reason did not feel pressured as before, and he soon understood the why. Even though beings as powerful as Lucifer were staring at Thanath in shock, they were not actually staring at him. All the higher existences present were not really looking at anything even though their eyes were open, because their minds were still trying to process what they had just heard. Lilith's pupils trembled for a split second before her usual cold and indifferent expression once again ruled over her beautiful face. However, only she knew how agitated her emotions were beneath her appearance covered by a layer of frozen frost. Although she was approximately 60–70% certain that the main culprit of the destruction that had struck this world was Bai Zemin, that remaining 40–30% was what somehow kept Lilith calm. However, now that all doubt had disappeared, even she didn't know how to feel about it. First thing Lilith naturally felt was worry. How could she not be worried? After all, Bai Zemin had just faced beings far beyond his scale of power, and Lilith was 100% sure that even for someone like him, it should in no way be possible to have come out unscathed after fighting to the death relentlessly for who knows how long against several second-order existences, 2 third-order existences, and even 2 fourth-order existences. Then what Lilith felt was shock. She was dumbfounded to say the least. About a month ago, Bai Zemin had killed a tiger, a spider, and left a second-order ape half dead. She had personally witnessed it. However, at that moment Bai Zemin had managed to do such a thing only thanks to the fact that he had launched his most powerful magical attack powered by another tremendously powerful magical skill. Moreover, at that moment he had attacked by surprise the second-order creatures that literally disdained to give him a second glance as they fought each other to the death. Lilith simply could not understand how it was possible that, in a little more or a little less than a month, Bai Zemin had gone from the aforementioned to being able to fight a third-order being face to face. It simply did not make sense. If someone told Lilith that all Bai Zemin did was to sneak attack using crimson blood judgment along with gravity manipulation, and thus claim the life of a third-order being, then she could believe it only if that third-order being was between levels 100 and 120, maybe even 130 if she pushed the sense of logic a little harder. But killing two third-order beings using the same method. Unless the Usra race was actually a race of mindless apes, Lilith would never believe it. Moreover, among the enemies that Bai Zemin had faced and killed was one of them that exceeded level 180. Considering that the total peak of the Third Order was level 200, the being called Glynera that Bai Zemin killed was considerably close to the Fourth Order. Amidst the shock and worry, Lilith naturally felt a bit proud of Bai Zemin's achievements. At the same time, she felt a little bitter inside as not only had Bai Zemin grown a lot faster than she initially estimated and planned, but he had become audacious enough to cross worlds in search of revenge. Lilith simply could not understand. She could not understand how such a thing could be possible since before she left, she had helped Bai Zemin carefully pick his job for the Second Order. Then how could he, who was not receiving stats boost by absorbing higher quality soul power, face beings that should completely overwhelm him? Lilith felt as if all her knowledge was crumbling before her eyes without her being able to do anything. Feeling extremely complex inside but mostly overwhelmed with worry and anxious to know what kind of condition he was in, Lilith could not wait to return to Earth to see Bai Zemin with her own eyes. Only then would she be able to calm down a bit. However, Lilith was a smart woman. She knew that she could not show any kind of anxieties here or she would be found out immediately, and everyone would realize that she knows something about this. Therefore, she used all her willpower, which was no small part, to force herself to keep her heartbeat under control and her expression indifferent. "Well, I guess that changes everything," Uriel whispered as she blinked to hide the glint of surprise and disbelief that shone in her beautiful golden eyes. The whisper of the beautiful archangel was like the church bell that in ancient times woke the people. The higher existences seemed to snap out of the daze they were in, and as they looked at each other they noticed the shock in the eyes of their peers. 20 years old, level 50, able to take on someone 130+ levels and 2 whole stages above him, defeat and kill 2 third-order existences while still not advancing to Second Order. Fire Sorrow gasped. She looked at Lucifer and her violet eyes twitched as she muttered, "El Lucifer, if this is all true." Lucifer scratched his head and as his heart felt heavy he sighed. Looking at Valiant, he asked, "Hey, Valiant. You've always been the most objective of all the existences I've met throughout my life, so I'd like to ask you a question." Valiant looked at him and nodded with a stoic expression. She was the only one besides Lilith who didn't let her feelings show through her expression among those present. "If all this is true, how long do you think this young man named Bai Zemin will take before he reaches the peak of the Fourth Order?" Lucifer asked calmly. "Impossible to estimate." Valiant shook her head and pointed out, "Your Majesty Lucifer, you should know better than I do that this kind of irregularity cannot be judged by common sense." "Guess that's true." Lucifer scratched his head and asked in a tired voice, "Then let me ask one last question. If this Bai Zemin manages to break through beyond by himself, what do you think will happen?" The atmosphere became several times heavier when Lucifer asked this question. Everyone could tell that the leader of the demonic army was not as calm as he usually was, but no one judged him as everyone felt the same way. Even Medes, Nicolay, Salazar, Eternal Phoenix, and Star Devourer were no different from Lucifer. The eyes of Valiant flashed weirdly as she slowly said, "If in this universe there really does exist some lower existence called Bai Zemin, capable of reaching the limit of the First Order in 20 years or less, defeating Third-Order beings, and even surviving after facing at least one Fourth-Order enemy. If this existence manages to break the chains of a lower existence by himself, then the right question here is another one, and I think your Majesty already knows what it is." "Of course." Lucifer sighed and shook his head as he looked at the place where previously there was a portal. "If such a being really exists, if such a being continues to level up by absorbing high-quality soul power, and does not allow himself to be lured by lower-quality soul power to quickly rise through the ranks, who will dare to stand in his path? No, better said, will anyone be able to stand up against him?" While everyone was in a daze not daring to believe what they were hearing, Lucifer looked at Lilith with lazy eyes and asked seemingly randomly, "What do you think, bloody succubus Lilith?" Lilith looked confused before frowning and saying in a cold voice, "What do I think? I have no opinion on the matter. As long as my life can continue without too much change, what happens or doesn't happen should be none of my business. Isn't it the same for everyone here? What is there to be afraid of? To begin with, is there any use worrying about something unknown and a mere hypothesis of what might happen? The words of Lilith made everyone nod subconsciously, and a great deal of the worry that weighed on everyone's hearts slowly disappeared. Little sister, you're a really smart lady. Uriel smiled sweetly, leaving countless males of the various factions present dumbfounded. There are many things we need to do instead of pointlessly worrying about something we don't even know for sure. Many began to murmur again and nod their heads at the comments of their peers. It seemed that the words of Lilith of the demonic army and the comment of Uriel of the army of heaven actually had some positive effect. Heh! Lucifer chuckled softly as he looked at Lilith without commenting further on the matter. He looked at Thanath and asked in a deep voice, "So, Emperor of the Usra race, how about telling us about the skills of this young man named Bai Zemin? Any information you have about him would be fine and would be appreciated by us. Furthermore, I, Lucifer, leader of the demonic army and the most powerful faction at the moment, swear that this world will not be altered by any of us present, so speak freely to gain that benefit." Although Lucifer's words caused certain faces to turn a bit ugly, no one actually commented on it. To begin with, none of the higher existences present had in mind to harm the Oblong world or its residents. After all, the higher existences were really proud beings who saw beneath them fighting against lower existences. Last but not least, although what Lucifer said was not pleasant to the ears and sounded extremely arrogant, it was not as if his words were pure fallacies either. At this moment, the demonic army was undoubtedly the most powerful faction, as they had had plenty of time to rest and recover from the wounds they suffered from their last defense in the Crimson Rift. On the contrary, the other factions had less time as they had defended more recently than the demonic army, especially the army of heaven. They were the ones that could be considered the weakest faction at the moment as far as the number of higher existences was concerned. Of course, even though the army of heaven had a greater shortage of angels, they were not weak at all. After all, God was a being who had been alive for countless millions of years along with a few others, so the number of natural treasures heaven possessed was simply colossal. Thanath was naturally relieved to know that the beings in front of him would not cause massacres and disturbances. After all, the Oblong world and the Usra race required time to recover from the losses suffered in this war. Skills, Thanath muttered as he thought carefully about his short confrontation against Bai Zemin. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 496, Gravity Manipulation, a skill that shouldn't have appeared. The Emperor of the Usra race frowned lightly as he immersed himself in his memories. However, he soon realized that there was a problem. The confrontation between Emperor Thanath and Bai Zemin was very short, to say the least. Because while Thanath was trying to analyze his opponent to see if he could see what made a first-order existence special enough to be able to kill beings 2 orders above, Bai Zemin was trying to waste time in order for the Cosmos Gate to close a little more at the same time, as he gathered as much mana as possible to activate the effect attached to his mystic earring. Therefore, the Emperor of the Usra race did not manage to get much information about the skills of his young enemy. Seconds passed and soon turned into minutes. However, Emperor Thanath still could not find too much information recorded in his memory. Higher existences naturally noticed the strange behavior of the lower existence in front of them, so many of them could not help but frown with disapproval. For them, even though they had all the time in the world, wasting a second talking to a lower existence who, to top it off, had even been abandoned by the soul record was something they would usually be unwilling to do, and this occasion was just an exception due to the circumstances. However, they were beginning to lose their patience. Uriel furrowed her eyebrows slightly, but still kept that beautiful faint smile on her face, as she observed how slowly the face of the man who led the Usra race began to fill with beads of sweat. The pressure that Emperor Thanath was facing was no small thing at all. In front of him were hundreds of thousands of existences that had the ability to slap him to death and disperse his soul so that not even a trace of the man called Thanath remained. About skills, a giant trident several thousand meters in length. There was also a powerful third-order flame. Thanath frowned tightly as he thought in detail and slowly narrated as the earlier scene was unearthed from his memories. Giant trident several thousand meters long. Although it was surprising that a first-order existence would have so much mana to cast a magic spell of such magnitude, none of the higher existences were surprised at all. The lower existence called Bai Zemin should be capable of at least that much, or otherwise everyone present would feel like fools for taking the future of a first-order being in high consideration. But everyone's expression began to change once the words third-order flame were uttered. Lucifer exchanged glances with the other faction leaders, and each of them saw the flash of surprise in the other's eyes. They knew better than anyone what a third-order flame could do. It was practically a supreme trump card among the lower existences, and a natural treasure that all mages would drool over and be willing to kill in order to obtain. The most surprised were undoubtedly the fire mages among the higher existences. After all, they only had at most a fourth-order flame at the moment. Considering that fire was undoubtedly one of the most powerful elements in terms of destructiveness, a third-order flame in the hands of a first-order existence was something that by nature should not fall. After all, this type of flame was so powerful that it would slowly swallow the soul of anyone below its natural power. Could it be a soul contract? The Lord of Heaven frowned and asked to the air. Soul contract? Such a thing is naturally impossible, Salazar said hoarsely. Only third-order feral beasts that finally manage to awaken high-level intelligence are capable of forming soul contracts with other existences. As for a third-order flame, unless it's a flame with intelligence like Michael and a handful of seventh-order beings possess, which I'd rather die than believe, this idea of yours is out of the question. Meads did not reply to the words of the leader of the Evolution Army, and instead looked at Lucifer as if seeking answers. Lucifer naturally understood what Meads was talking about, but after thinking seriously for several seconds he too shook his head and calmly said, "Impossible. Those treasures have either been claimed long ago or lost forever in chaotic cracks to which no one has access." Meads closed his eyes for a moment before opening them and saying in a voice that only he could hear, "It is also supposed to be impossible for a first-order existence to kill third-order beings and even survive the confrontation against a fourth-order. Flames capable of forming contracts that connected their soul with that of another intelligent being were intelligent flames with self-consciousness. However, for a flame to awaken self-consciousness, it first needed to reach the same level as a legend-grade natural treasure, and to awaken intelligence that same flame would need to reach the demigod level. It was just that the natural treasures of those grades had already been taken or lost in the river of history, and even if a godly flame were to appear, it was unlikely that it would choose a first-order existence as its companion regardless of how powerful they might appear to be. Since it was impossible for a third-order flame to awaken consciousness and intelligence enough to form a soul contract with another living being, all the higher existences were at a loss as to what was going on. Even Lilith was 100% dumbfounded, and disbelief shone in her eyes. Third-order flame. Since when did Bai Zemin possess something as destructive as that? Now she finally understood how he had managed to turn a fourth-order existence into such a miserable state as the Usra Emperor was. With the Crimson Blood Judgment, magic skill being cast by a giant trident plus the power of a third-order flame, then nothing was impossible. However, Lilith's heart suddenly tightened, as she realized that a big problem might be approaching at the thought of a certain possibility. Indeed, Emperor Thanath suddenly remembered something, and his eyes lit up as he looked at Uriel and said aloud, "Now I remember something else. The real reason why this first-order existence called Bai Zemin managed to cause so much disaster and force me to fall into a passive situation was not especially due to the giant trident or the third-order flames. It was due to another skill." Lilith narrowed her eyes, but just when the murderous intent inside her wanted to grow, she forcibly suppressed it and closed her eyes while sighing in her heart. Some things couldn't be avoided, and if one tried to avoid them, the final problem could end up being much bigger. Oh, Uriel raised both eyebrows in surprise. They all looked at Thanath, waiting for his next words, as it was hard for them to believe that something more amazing than the appearance of a third-order flame could be found in the body of a first-order existence. This Bai Zemin, just before he launched the giant fire trident, he shouted something like gravity manipulation X15 or something similar, Thanath said through gritted teeth. The Emperor of the Usra race did not notice the drastic change that several of the higher existences present underwent as he continued explaining. Not only did the giant trident's falling speed skyrocket, but that brat had even hidden a giant sword within the flames that boosted the weight multiplied 15 times even more than it should have. It was that gravity-related skill that gave me so much trouble. After finishing, Thanath looked at Uriel as if to beg her to believe him, and that he would never be defeated by a first-order existence regardless of how talented they were. However, he soon realized that the beautiful woman who had taken over his attention was frozen as the wings behind her swayed gently. Gravity manipulation X15. Fire Sorrow whispered amidst the silence. Her violet pupils trembled, softly exposing how agitated her heart was at the moment. Lilith secretly frowned as she watched the reactions of everyone present. She naturally understood that the skill gravity manipulation would be incredibly strong in its more advanced stages. However, from Lilith's point of view, it was not too terrifying a skill at present to surprise everyone so much. In fact, the only reason why the skill gravity manipulation was part of the main skills of Bai Zemin was solely for the ability to boost the destructive attacks he could use with his greatsword, since Bai Zemin did not need to spend mana to suppress enemies. After all, he finished them off rather quickly. Was there a seventh-order existence that possessed the skill gravity manipulation in advanced stages, and its power was extremely high? Lilith could only think of such a possibility since otherwise, the reaction of certain people would make no sense to her. However, at the end of the day, Lilith was too young, and even if she knew more than Bai Zemin for obvious reasons, she still had a long way to go regarding the secrets of the universe. Therefore, even now, she was underestimating certain skills tremendously. Do you know what you are saying? Lucia suddenly took a step forward and her grip on her spear tightened as she glared dagger-like eyes at Thanath. You dare to lie to us? Are you tired of living? No one said anything. Not even Lucifer did anything to stop his sister, and instead looked at Thanath with cold eyes as if he had forgotten his earlier promise not to hurt or cause chaos in the Oblong world. This? Thanath looked at Lucia and then at Uriel. However, Uriel had a slight frown on her face, and her golden eyes revealed the complicated emotions fluttering in her soul as to be concerned about him. The Emperor of the Usra race swallowed saliva and looked at Lucia. Beads of sweat as a result of nervousness slid down his face as he said in a hoarse voice, I don't dare. I don't dare lie to you. I'm really trying my best to remember. Silence, Lucia pointed with her spear and bellowed. Swoosh. There was no warning or signal, but Emperor Thanath felt his left cheek cut and blood trickled down his face. With his heart dead in fear, he could only stare at Lucia without understanding what was happening. Lucifer appeared next to Lucia and touched her shoulder gently, as if to tell her to leave the rest to him. Lilith watched in amazement as Lucia, who was always calm and quiet, took a deep breath and stepped back as she looked at the Usra Emperor with murderous intent. Lucifer stared at Thanath in silence for several minutes, minutes which were hell for the formerly proud emperor. Then, he slowly said with terrifying calm, What you just said is very important, a lot more than you can imagine. Let me ask you just one time. Are you sure you heard gravity manipulation and not gravity maker or anything similar? In the short term, the skill called gravity maker might sound more powerful than the skill gravity manipulation. However, few among those present understood the colossal difference between the two in the more advanced stages. Therefore, Lucifer had to be sure what was going on since the skill gravity manipulation should not have appeared under any circumstances. Thanath frowned and sweated bullets as he carefully remembered. But regardless of how much he tried, he was sure he didn't misremember. However, seeing how everyone was looking at him, the Usra Emperor hesitated. Should he lie and say that it was indeed gravity maker, or should he continue to insist on the truth? His life was hanging by a thread again, and he did not understand the exact reason why this was happening. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 497, Part of the Truth Behind the Skill Scrolls. Chapter 497, Part of the Truth Behind the Skill Scrolls. For your own sake, do not lie, my child. Mead sighed as he looked at Thanath with a complicated smile and said, If you lie, all that awaits you is doom, and even your race may have to suffer the consequences. Thanath froze when he heard the voice of the Lord of Heaven, and once he raised his head stiffly, his eyes twitched as they met Uriel's golden eyes. The beautiful Archangel Uriel, whose eyes were previously as yellow as gold, had undergone a slight change. Those previously golden eyes now had a thin white cross that cut across the pupil, and as she looked at Thanath, a strange ripple of mana was released from her gaze continuously. The Emperor of the Usra race felt as if someone was looking into his very soul. It was as if all his secrets were exposed under that gaze. It was as if any lie could not be hidden from those eyes. In the end, Emperor Thanath's expression changed several times as if he was fighting against himself. After what seemed to be an eternity and under Uriel's intense gaze, he sighed and looked at Lucifer before saying in a low but clear voice, "Your Majesty, I really don't dare to lie." Thanath, for the first time in several thousand years, bowed his knees and slowly got to his knees as he touched the ground. In order to survive, this proud emperor had no compunction in kneeling before other beings, and much less so considering that each and every one of the existences in front of him were beings far beyond what he could handle. That human named Bai Zemin actually used a magic spell that allowed him to increase the gravity of the giant fire trident. It was precisely that skill that nearly destroyed my most powerful barrier, and even though I cannot deny the fact that perhaps he activated some treasure to boost the power of his magic, the truth is that, in my life, I had never witnessed a magical attack capable of comparing to an 8-circle magic spell of my race Usra being cast by a being of the First Order. The place that had previously been used as a battlefield, and where the lives of tens of thousands were lost, became deathly silent once Emperor Thanath finished speaking. Only the echo of his voice carrying words as heavy as steel was left floating in the void as if it wanted everyone to engrave those words in their heads. "I see," Lucifer nodded after several seconds of silence. Each faction had its own methods of discovering if someone was lying. Although these methods had similar limitations to the heart mirror that Bai Zemin had obtained not too long ago, a fourth order being could by no means avoid them unless they possessed an even more powerful treasure. Besides, considering that the emperor of the Usra race was willing to put aside all pride just to receive a little mercy and understanding, neither Lucifer nor any of those present believed that he would dare to lie knowing that his life depended on it. "Hey, Lucifer," Nikolay frowned and asked aloud, "that skill gravity manipulation is what I think it is?" Lucifer looked at the leader of immortal bloodlust and sighed as he nodded heavily. "Indeed, it's the same skill from 1,000,000 years ago." The expressions of most of the higher existences present changed for the worse when they heard this, especially the 6th and 7th order existences. The faces of all of them turned slightly ugly, and only a minority managed to keep calm on the surface. Approximately 1,000,000 years ago, the constellation belonging to the god of gravity located in a distant galaxy of the Oblong world opened for all challengers who wanted to enter. At that time, 7 faction leaders of higher existences joined in an attempt to obtain what had been recorded as one of the most terrifying powers in the cosmos, contained in the firmament fragment that slept within the constellation of the god of gravity. However, more than 26th order beings perished before even reaching the end of the abandoned realm within the constellation, and had it not been for the support of the 8th order beings who represented the peak of the universe, the scythe of death would have fallen upon the neck of more than one 7th order being. "Damn it, you're telling me a first order dirtbag possesses that fucking skill? Bullshit," Salazar shouted hoarsely as his aura began to spiral out of control. Salazar was a powerful 8th order zombie who possessed the skill Gravity Maker. Approximately 1,000,000 years ago, he suffered one of the most crushing defeats of his life and his greatest humiliation when, after activating his skill and creating extra gravity to crush 6th order monsters sleeping inside the constellation of the god of gravity. At that time, a 7th order monster with the skill gravity manipulation at an unknown evolutionary stage appeared and used the gravity within the unknown realm, as well as the extra gravity Salazar had created, to force the 7 8th order leaders to retreat. A single 7th order monster had forced the most powerful beings in the universe together to retreat. The power of the black holes that this creature could conjure were capable of blocking magic spells and crushing physical attacks while slowing the attack speed and movement speed of all of them, so that after fighting for several days and nights, Lucifer and the others had no choice but to retreat and watch in fear as the constellation of the god of gravity disappeared without a trace as the stars fell from the firmament. The memories of that humiliating battle came alive in Salazar's head, and the Oblong world had to bear the consequences of the out-of-control aura of this powerful zombie. "Are you MMMBLE?" The entire world trembled in fear. The mountains that had formed after the explosions caused by Bai Zemin's attack were beginning to collapse as the earth sank and rose in other areas, giving birth to new mountainous regions. "Salazar, calm down. You want to destroy the world and leave us all without information," Meads frowned and said in a displeased voice. At the same time, the other leaders released their auras and locked Salazar in a separate space bubble to prevent the latter's aura from continuing to wreak havoc. The face of Emperor Thanath was pale as a sheet as he looked at the crimson barrier surrounding him. He looked at Fire Sorrow with eyes brimming with gratitude and was about to say something when she interrupted him first. "Anything else you remember? Blood manipulation, bloodlines, nothing." Fire Sorrow asked everything at the speed of a machine gun, as if she feared Thanath would run away the next instant. "And no, sorry." Thanath unconsciously took a step back at the look Fire Sorrow was giving him. It was as if her violet eyes, always calm and waveless like an ancient lake, had suddenly turned into volcanoes about to erupt and spew magma into the air. "Don't you remember anything else?" She tried to push on, and the frown on her face showed that if she didn't like the Usra Emperor's reply, then the Oblong world might run short of a fourth-order existence soon. Just then Lucifer appeared at her side and asked in a low voice, "Hey, where are you going with those questions?" Fire Sorrow glared at Lucifer angrily but managed to suppress her voice as she slowly said, "Aren't you taking everything too lightly? Who cares what happened 1,000,000 years ago? Don't you realize what this could mean?" Lucifer stared at her before sighing and shaking his head. What the hell is going through your head? Do you really think Sirius could have been reincarnated into another being after countless eons passed? Fire Sorrow, I think it's time you learned to leave the past in the past. As much as it hurts, that's how it is." "Why not? Haven't there been cases of reincarnation in the past?" Fire Sorrow was not convinced. "That was only possible because those who were reincarnated had skills meant for souls. Sirius only possessed skills to destruction." Lucifer frowned and slowly, his voice began to tinge with a hint of discomfort as he said, "Besides, he destroyed the world he was born into when he left this place, so he wouldn't feel like he was leaving anything behind. It's impossible for him to have reincarnated considering that the limit of reincarnation is tied to the original birth world." Fire Sorrow's eyes slowly darkened, and even though she tried to find some excuse, it wasn't easy. After all, it was true that each and every one of Sirius' attacks was meant for annihilation, death, and not creation, life. Therefore, it could be said that it was impossible for someone like that to reincarnate. Then how do you explain the skill gravity manipulation?" Fire Sorrow thought of something and looked at Lucifer defiantly as she said in a clear voice, "Can your soul bear the weight of that skill without the support of a corresponding firmament fragment to help you contain the explosive power that ruling over a law connotes?" "That is." Lucifer suddenly found himself at a loss as to how to retort to Fire Sorrow's words and ended up frowning without realizing it. There were several ways to learn skills, but the most usual was by acquiring, and then using scrolls obtained after defeating an enemy. Another method was the consumption of some godly treasure, which were extremely rare to find, similar to the lightning plant that Bai Zemin had fortunately found on the university campus. However, the most prized method was to learn X skill by one's own efforts, as this had many benefits despite its clear disadvantage. The obvious disadvantage was that, in order to learn X skill, an existence needed to have reached a certain level of knowledge before so that the soul record could not oppose or negate such learning. On the other hand, the greatest advantage was that, since one was slowly learning and evolving this X skill over time as the knowledge grew, the weight the soul would receive would never be too much since, as an existence learned something, the soul slowly molded itself to that knowledge. However, if one used a skill scroll, all that knowledge and pressure would directly hit the soul of the existence that learned it. Consequently, if one did not possess the ability to bear such weight, their soul would be crushed and subsequently destroyed. If Lucifer were to learn a scroll that granted him the ability to immediately learn to control a law such as gravity, his soul would probably be crushed by that universal law. It was precisely because of the aforementioned that experienced existences, especially higher existences, refused to learn skills from scrolls given by others. Why did they refuse to learn from scrolls that others had obtained, but were not afraid to learn skills from scrolls that they had obtained? Simple. In contrast to what was believed, the soul record molded the soul power that would become X scroll in such a way that the soul of the victor could bear it. For example, if the soul power that could not be absorbed was abundant, then the soul record would try to create a scroll with a powerful skill, but always within the limit of the victor's soul, never above. Very few knew how the drop of skill scrolls actually worked, but it was definitely a lot more complicated than Lilith and the vast majority thought. So taking all this into consideration, Lucifer really couldn't retort to Fire Sorrow's words. After all, it was a fact that regardless of whether this existence called Bai Zemin had obtained the gravity manipulation skill scroll by himself, or if he stole it from someone else, The truth was that his soul had withstood the law of gravity and had adapted to the rune without a problem. Chapter 498, Steel Tenacity. Several minutes ago, while the different factions of higher existences led by their respective founders questioned the emperor of the Usra race to find out exactly what was going on. Swoosh! Bai Zemin's body was forcibly pulled out of the cosmos gate, and the explosive surge of light on the other side forced his eyes to automatically close for a brief moment, as after experiencing for hours the darkness of the oblong world, and the darkness in the gray corridor, his pupils had widened as much as possible to adapt to the change. Bai Zemin, leader, your majesty. Bai Zemin's eardrums were immediately flooded with cries of joy and relief that soon turned into exclamations of terror. When Bai Zemin opened his eyes and surveyed the surroundings, the first thing he naturally noticed were the several 100,000 corpses belonging to the members of the Usra race that had invaded Earth using the then stable gray passageway. Blood still pooled among some of the mountains of corpses, and the area in general was not unlike a scene from an Oscar-worthy horror movie. The next thing that came into his line of sight were a few hundred giant branches swinging in the air like tentacles of some sort of legendary monster. There was no doubt that this was Wu Yijin's evolved skill, or perhaps a part of the job she obtained after joining the First Order. But what most caught Bai Zemin's attention was the armed army before him. There were not so many compared to the various armies of Usras that Bai Zemin faced before. Only around 5,000 or 6,000 armed men and women, among which there were approximately 500 soul evolvers, of which around 370 belonged to the Transcendent faction that had accompanied Bai Zemin from the north heading south to conquer the Bakwin camp. Something that after a war that lasted less than expected, but that was as cruel as any war they managed to do. There were about 50 armored vehicles with machine guns mounted on them, about 70 modified motorcycles with modern weapons on their sides, 15 IFVs, and 12 battle tanks now fully operational after the electromagnetic bombs stopped affecting the operation of 10 of them. Bai Zemin realized that before him stood approximately 95% of the total forces available from the Bakwin camp. But this was also understandable considering the possibility of an alien race invading them, and most likely the other 5% that was not present had been left scattered on the other 3 walls of the camp to prevent any zombies or beasts from sneaking through the clearly weakened defenses. 99% of those present had frightened expressions as they looked at the hundreds of thousands of corpses and the miserable conditions in which they were found. In fact, it was a miracle that despite their shaky legs they did not fall to the ground and pee their pants. But in fact, with the current situation, the Usra race was not the only worry of the Bakwin camp, as with so much smell of blood, there was the likelihood that the beasts in the nearby forests would decide to come out and feast, and this would lead to another fierce war between humans and beasts. Therefore, even though the current Bakwin camp was in no condition to fight another war after suffering a crushing defeat under Bai Zemin's forces, they had no choice but to mobilize for the sake of their families and their homes, or whatever reason each of these soldiers and soul evolvers were fighting for. However, there was one problem present, the condition of the current Bai Zemin. How? Shangyu and Bingzu looked at Bai Zemin in shock. She couldn't even produce a complete sentence correctly as her blue eyes trembled, exposing her current emotions. But how could she not be in shock? A matter of 2 or 3 minutes ago, Bai Zemin was considerably well, and even though his body was covered with wounds of different magnitudes, it couldn't compare to his current miserable state. Wu Yijin, who was commanding the plants to become her temporary warriors, looked at Bai Zemin's severed arm being held by a fake blood arm, and then looked at the golden spear, impaled on his chest, along with 2 huge bloody holes that even let her see through his body before her vision went completely dark. Chen He, despite being as shocked as everyone else, reacted and held on to the fainting body of his childhood friend. Despite having lost her consciousness, 2 thin lines of tears slid silently down Wu Yijin's beautiful face as proof of how much fear she was experiencing at the prospect of losing the person who had inadvertently taken over her heart. Be big brother, you. Fu Zufeng could not believe what he was seeing. In the eyes of Fu Zufeng, Bai Zemin was a divine and invincible existence that could not be defeated no matter how many enemies came or how powerful the counterpart might appear to be. From the beginning of the apocalypse until now, he had overcome all the obstacles that had stood in his way, and the number of times he had been seriously injured could be counted by the fingers of one hand. But this was undoubtedly the first time that Bai Zemin appeared before them in such a miserable physical condition. In fact, the current Bai Zemin did not look much different from a person who had just been defeated and crushed. His black eyes that were always steady and bright struggled to stay open. The exhaustion that weighed on his soul and the physical pain that embraced every fiber of his being caused his posture to waver, and even the grip on his weapon that never trembled looked weak and poor. All of this coupled with the fact that he had a spear stuck in his chest, and the fact that his left arm had been cleanly severed, did not at all represent that unbeatable warrior that everyone had formed in their minds. Heh! Bai Zemin chuckled curtly as he noticed how some of the people present had strange looks in their eyes. Only he and Shangyuan Bingzu knew what had happened in the Oblong world. In fact, she did not know that at the end Bai Zemin had faced death several times in a matter of seconds, when the Fourth Order Ghost Emperor Jack appeared blocking his path of retreat. Therefore, all these people had no idea that despite his current miserable state, Bai Zemin was never defeated by anyone and never bowed his head to another existence. Even the mighty Ghost Emperor Jack, who was 3 orders, and who knows how many levels above Bai Zemin, could only have taken him to the grave at the cost of his own life. In fact, none of them except Shangyuan Bingzu knew that he actually had a potion that could restore his physical condition to almost 100% immediately. Bai Zemin's tenacity was so powerful and steadfast that even in his current condition, he was not willing to waste that precious potion unless he really had no choice. How many were capable of achieving such a thing? How many could proudly say that despite having lost a limb, and despite having mortal wounds that went from one side of their body to the other, they stood firm not only physically, but also mentally? Let alone a young man in his 20s, even a war veteran would probably collapse. It was just that none of those present would ever be able to comprehend Bai Zemin's thoughts. What was a little pain? A missing limb? So what? Bai Zemin was clear in his heart that if he wanted to achieve that great goal he had set for himself, and if he wanted to live up to the hopes that naughty woman had placed upon him, then he needed at least as much tenacity and decisiveness. Don't worry. Bai Zemin looked at Shangyuan Bingzu with a forced smile and said slowly, "Actually, it's not as bad as it looks." Shangyuan Bingzu stared at him, and gradually her eyes were tinged with anger that threatened to burn everything. She bit her lower lip so hard it was a miracle they didn't split. "You bastard, you better sit there and let Kang Lan heal you or otherwise." Otherwise. Shangyuan Bingzu pointed at him with her hand, but not knowing what else to say, she simply made a fist gesture and punched forward. Ha 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 Bai Zemin laughed out loud, but the pain forced him to stop. He looked at her with a smile on his pained expression as he slowly said, "You know, Ice Princess, if you keep acting like this in front of so many people, you will not only lose your title but also steal the hearts of many men." Far from looking threatening, Shangyuan Bingzu looked simply too cute and charming with every gesture she made despite being angry. In fact, hundreds of men were left stunned as they looked at her with smitten expressions, without knowing that they had just dug a sinkhole from which it would be difficult to escape. This. Chen He was simply dumbfounded not only by Bai Zemin's miserable condition, but also by Shangyuan Bingzu's attitude. He had known her for about 20 years, but Chen He did not remember seeing Shangyuan Bingzu act in such a way in front of anyone, let alone a man, so he was extremely confused at this moment. "Bai Zemin!" Suddenly, a shout rang out from the crowd, drawing everyone's gaze. A burly man whose muscles were so exaggerated that even his plate armor could barely cover up emerged from the ranks. But this man did not belong to the Soul Evolvers of the Baekwin camp, but was part of the Soul Evolvers that made up the Blood Spear Legion of Bai Zemin's transcendent faction. He was precisely Yan Tu, whose physical power was even higher than Nangong Yi's and Zhang De's, and whose power scale could break into the top 5 of the faction. Bai Zemin looked at him indifferently, while Shangyuan Bingzu narrowed her eyes. Chill shone in Shangyuan Bingzu's beautiful blue eyes as she noticed how Yan Tu clenched his fists tightly and tensed his muscles. However, just as she was about to take a step forward, Bai Zemin's soft voice sounded beside her. "It's okay, Bingzu, leave it to me. Won't your injuries get worse?" She looked over her shoulder at him and asked with apprehension. "I fought and killed third-order beings and even survived the brief but deadly clash against 2 fourth order." Bai Zemin smiled slightly and closed his eyes as he shook his head. Then he looked at Yan Tu and said in a low voice, "One of first order. I'm afraid it's not necessary for me to face him personally, and only my clones could do the job. But I really want to do it." Shangyuan Bingzu naturally understood Bai Zemin's thoughts, so she didn't say anything even though she had doubts regarding the matter of the 2 fourth orders. She simply looked at Yan Tu coldly and took a step back. Bai Zemin gently put down his greatsword, the item he obtained when Jack died after being pierced by the golden spear, and his severed arm on the ground. Then, he took the golden spear that was stuck in his chest and effortlessly pulled it out, and then put it on the ground along with the rest of the things before walking toward Yan Tu. His leather armor was in tatters, his body riddled with wounds among which were two huge bloody holes piercing his torso from side to side. One of his arms was made of red blood, clearly barely being held by magic power. On the other hand, Yan Tu was completely unharmed and full of energy after recovering from the previous war after resting for several hours. The difference between the two sights was so great that anyone with logical sense would say that the winner was decided before the battle even began. However, even Yan Tu himself was not sure of this. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.